Today in Bronze to GM, I am not doing anything new. It's super boring. Just kidding, guys. Now, we're going to be doing the same build orders. We're doing a Disruptor drop into Stalkers and Disruptors in PvT. We are doing PvZ, DT Archon drop, and PvP, we are doing Oracle Expand, but we're going to be going into Mass Blink Stalker to work on. So we're really continuing to work on these different tools, and we need more time with this in Diamond. So the thing is, well, if you're just doing the same things, what's new in Diamond 2? The thing is, I really want to be rewinding every game, and I want you guys to call me out if I forget to. Be like, rewind, watch the replay, because the main thing we're going to be looking at is understanding the game state and refining the details, okay? So we're going to understand where we are in the game compared to our opponent at a key point. So we're going to rewind, look at a key point and go, you know, I'm 2 base with lots of tech. He has no tech, or he has none. And I've already been doing this a little bit, but I just want to be a bit more consciously focused on, hey, we're in Diamond 2. If we want to get Diamond 1, if we want to get Masters, we need to understand what the shit is going on in the game. No more, I'm just doing, like, we are still just following builds. We're not looking to bend over backwards and adapt to every single thing that happens, but we're looking to learn from each game on a deeper level. And a lot of people think the whole goal of looking at a replay is to be like, oh, I should do a completely different build. And it's not. It's purely to understand context of what's going on in the game so that we get better game sense. And we will look for areas where we can react to the opponent, but we want to focus on small, pre-planned, and logical reactions. So no knee-jerk, no half-baked responses. When in doubt, we will continue our build as usual, right? But we might realize in the post-game, I could have done this. This would be a cool reaction that I could do, very minor, but it helps in this situation. When in doubt, always follow your build order, follow your plan. But what we're going to do is we're going to spend a lot more time thinking about the game. And this is something where if you're a Protoss player and you want to get better, you've got to spend time thinking about the game. As a Terran, you can just spam clicks. As a Zerg, you can just manage your creep spread, do your mechanics, do a solid build order. As a Protoss player, unless you're just doing, you know, timing attacks that are very all in, you very early on are going to find that you can get massive gains from thinking about the game a lot more. So Protoss is there for the players with slow hands but big brains, and that's what we're going to focus on today. Guys, we've got, well, PvP to start. And now what have we been working on in PvP? It is going to be a 2-gate opening, Stalkers, 2 Stalkers into the Stargate, into the double Adepts, get the Nexus as well. And I've actually think I've got that Nexus in the wrong order in my build order right up, so we're going to fix that up right after this game. Because normally we do want to start the Nexus before those Adepts. But we'll see how we go. So let's continue, as always, talking about the basics to begin. First probe rallies to the ramp. We'll make camera location 1, camera location 2, camera location... Well, let's get the pylon first, eh? Make sure we get that pylon on time. Go back to minerals. Base number 3, base number 4, base number 5, camera location. All right, so keep queuing up our probes here, and obviously we want to queue extra probes. We also want to make sure that our workers are doubled up. So notice this close patch only had 1 guy on it. We chrono boost once that pylon's finished, and we want to build a gateway there. And what do we do, guys? We scout after the gateway. So we're just gonna go see what's in the main base, and then we build a gas behind that. So it's 16 gas, 16 or 17 gas, thereabouts. Just make sure that guy's doubled up. And notice we're changing the rally point to try and make sure the probe goes to the patch that doesn't have anyone on it. Something you can do is you can manually micro that worker just like that. Really good habit to get in early rather than late. So you want to do a second chrono boost immediately in PvP, and then you want to come down here at about 18, 19 supply, and then we build our second gateway, and then we can just hang around until time to build our cyber core, okay? Now, our probe comes in, we see our opponent has buildings in their base, which is the first thing you look for. And what does that tell us? It tells us he doesn't have gateways or cannons going down right outside our base. We already checked for cannons on the bottom of our ramp, but now we know for sure that he's not going to be getting us. So we built a second pylon as our next step. And let's take a look around here. Only 1 gas geyser, so that's interesting. We could gas steal if we want to be a tricky dickhead. And that's usually a good idea because disrupting your opponent is going to be worth a lot in StarCraft in general. Now, we're not doing it simply because we're prioritizing a very consistent game plan ourselves. But if you're a player who really enjoys messing with your opponent, maybe you're a little bit more fluid as a player, that's going to be really good. So 2 Stalkers, and then Warp Gate starts up. And do we keep building probes, is the question. Well, first things first, after those 2 stalkers, we want to build a pylon. Now, we can make another probe or 2 here, so 25, at most 26 is probably a good point. Make sure you don't block the Nexus with that as well. It's always going to be big. And next up, you can see here, we want to go Stargate. And this is the thing where, remember, I was like, hey, do we build 2 Adepts or do we build a Nexus? Well, the Nexus should actually come down first. We can put our Stalkers out front. So what you want to do is you want to build the Nexus, and then immediately this guy sits here. So we're always ready, guys. If I'm down here and I see Adepts coming in, and you can spread the Stalkers to kind of see them coming, you can always jump to your rally point, which for me, I've got camera location 6 on my rally point. Box that guy and do it. Now, some people like to, I don't know, put that guy on its own hotkey or something so they can double tap the hotkey and build the shield battery. Either way is fine. Anyways, let's build another Adept now. We can go back to building probes, get the Oracle as well. And the idea is the Oracle goes in the main, remember, and the Adepts hit the natural. Behind this, we can build a shield battery because we don't know if we're being all-in or not. And we can put down another pylon as well. Now at this point, we might as well rally down to our natural ahead of time. Make sure you can see the Nexus is rallied to separate sides of the mineral line, just to automatically be safe. And we can now start control grouping. So our 2 Adepts are number 2, and our Oracle is number 3. And we want to send those in at the same time. And notice our warp gates finish right after that. So we want to immediately go straight for more Stalkers. And what we can do is we can put 2 up in the main and 2 at the front. Behind this, we're just probing up. And what's really nice here is if we get a Twilight Council before we go in with our pressure, then that's super sick. So now we do it. Adepts go in. And I'm going to click my Oracle in, but we're going to micro the Adepts first and foremost. And, well, apparently there's nothing to do there. So we're just going to shift click on those probes. And, oh. And then we'll just run away, okay? So we're just going to do a Revelation and then leave. But you can see my opponent's walled in, which is very interesting. So if he goes for a Warp Prism and goes for a drop, that could be kind of scary. I'm going to make 1 sentry and more Stalkers. We'll make a 3rd gas. And then you want to move out and take that 3rd base, okay? So we get Blink. Actually, you know what? Let's take a look at my build order really quickly. It's been a few weeks while I've been overcasting the finals, guys. So I think we'd go 3rd and 4th gas and 3rd and 4th gateways. Okay, so we take 2 gases here and we take 2 more gateways. Never mind. I was just thinking. I was like, I know I can get away with the other way of doing it because I'm a greedy piece of poo, but I shouldn't be doing that when I'm teaching you guys. So my instincts are like, hold on a second. This isn't one of your ladder games, pig. Well, I mean, it is a ladder game, but it's a Bronze to GM one. So if we go 3rd and 4th gas and these 2 gateways, and then we go for it, that's going to be a little bit better. Now, we also go normally Twilight Forge and Robo, don't we? So I did forget the Robo and the Forge. Now, keep in mind, if you skip these, that's fine. As long as your opponent doesn't hit you with DTs and you skip the upgrades, you could do that as a style, right? But because we're giving you guys a more generic version, we're going to be doing it. We're going to try and remember to do all those things at once, okay? So I don't really know what's going on. Let's send a hallucination across. Let's, I don't know, just do a hallucination as well as a revelation in the main, see what we see. So it looks like a shield battery behind the base. Oh, we see an army coming, guys. Uh-oh. All right, let's try and do a stasis trap. And back at home, make as many Stalkers as we can. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Oh, that's okay. Well, opponent's attacking into battery, so that's always good for me. My god, that's a lot of stuff, isn't it? Alright, guys. So what are we doing? We're fighting here. And we've got battery overcharge. And now we blink forward and we're just clicking on the Immortals. We waited until they'd already had all their batteries gone before we did that. And then we can grab the probes and go like that. Now, why was pulling probes there so important? The reason is very, very simple, guys. Let's start +1 in a Warp Prism. So the reason there is really, really obvious if you think about it. And that is, there was Immortals in there. Immortals do literally 2.5 times the damage to armored units. Probes aren't armored. So he didn't have Zealots. He didn't have Archons, Colossus. No splash damage, no massive raw damage units like Zealots. I only lost a couple of probes, and then the Stalkers aren't taking that 2.5 times damage. And whenever you do see an Immortal, blink on it, click it, guys. That's the thing you always want to do. And of course, we can do Guardian Shield micro like that as well. Keep warping in Stalkers. We're just trying to kill him because we killed his whole army, so there's no reason to mess around in this game. It's kind of a warm-up game, guys, as we get back into the rhythm of talking while we play and all this sort of stuff, but I think this is a good example of definitely kicking some ass. The stasis trap probably froze that whole mineral line, by the way. Notice we queued that one up, guys, because I didn't want to have to actively micro it, and because we knew he had a shield battery, we knew it was going to be hard to do it. So once again, just click on him. Even because he has battery overcharge here, it could seem scary, but yeah. So we're just going to keep on doing all that. And it looks like we do take him out. Awesome. So let's remember to get the Robo in the Forge a bit earlier, guys, was the big thing here. So Twilight, Robo, Forge, do them all as one action. That's going to make it easier for us as a lower APM player. And then we go 3rd and 4th gas, double gas before taking the 3rd. And from there, remember, what was our game plan that we're sticking with in PvP? It's 8 gateways, nothing but Blink Stalkers. So as I saturated this 3rd base, I would have gone up to 8 gateways, made nothing but Blink Stalkers, upgrades, a Warp Prism, and I would have tried to just fight with mass Blink because we're focusing on that defensive Blink micro. You A-move your Stalkers, blink back weak ones. And that's how we would have aimed to finish the game. But really solid opening, and obviously our opponent here, I think, just fell behind a little bit early, especially once the Oracle got in and did some nice damage. So a full wall off from the opponent, and yeah, understanding the context here, you can see that my opponent built a lot of pylons to fully wall off, which meant that they were a bit further behind in terms of, you know, building the other things as early as they could have. That being said, they did 1 gate expand, so you can see they're up in probes early. So they were actually ahead on workers off of their 1 gate expansion, because we weren't reacting at all to this, right? Is it worth building a Stargate for just 1 unit? Yeah, absolutely, because the Oracle sees everything the whole game, has the potential for massive damage, keeps them pinned back. They have to leave anti-air there. And it did some really nice damage. Look at this. I mean, it got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we even got a 6th one and then we left, right? So we just got 6 kills. We could have just left after 5. And if you want, guys, you can always hide in the back, because if you hide back here, you could hit this base or this base. And it's really hard for them to defend both of those. And in fact, we can actually see in this game, if we came right back in with this Oracle maybe 30 seconds later, would that have worked? Yeah, I mean, we literally could have just flown straight back into the main right now and killed another 5, 6, 7 workers. His Stalkers aren't in position. And he's also, even if we came in from the bottom right, came in from here, we could have also killed some probes. Very common for players to not defend properly. So the Oracle's absolutely worth it. It's a really good thing. And what we noticed in a lot of our games in Diamond 3 is the opponents kept trying to kill us, and we kept building Void Rays reactively whenever we're getting attacked really hard. We had a lot of opponents expand, but not really build probes for it, or very few probes, and just try to kill us with big Stalker attacks, and we were making Void Rays to help us survive in those scenarios. But as it is, guys, otherwise we just got ourselves into a nice little advantage off that numbers-wise, and we were going for like a lot of tech, right? You can see my opponent is on 2-gate Robo. So my opponent has not actually really committed that much to this attack. This is a, hey, I've made Immortals and units non-stop out of 2 gateways and a Robo. And they've built a pretty hefty force for themselves that's very good at killing Stalkers. Unfortunately, my opponent, I don't know if it's because they were distracted by the stasis trap coming in, because I don't think he even noticed that, but he A-moved in across the map. So my opponent made the famous mistake, which is A-moving from your base into their base. And so he's lost a Stalker, and he's already lost hit points on 2, 3 more of these Stalkers before the fight even begins, which is really bad. He easily could have just killed my 3rd, pulled back, had a 3rd base, and been in a good spot. The one problem my opponent's having here, of course, though, is, well, where's the tech? Where's the follow-up? I'm on 4 gateways. So look at the structures tab, guys. I'm on 4 gateways. I've got a Forge, a Twilight, and my Robo's about to finish as well. It's literally finishing as I speak. My opponent doesn't have any of that. They got 2 gates and a Robo. So the thing here is, this is a very dangerous push they're going for. It's actually way better tech than what I've got, because I've only got Stalkers, so I can't really go out and fight this. This could have killed my 3rd base, because 3 Immortals, I've only got Stalkers. I'd need Zealots or Adepts or something in front to tank for the Immortals, which I don't really have. These 2 Adepts I actually forgot that I had left over from earlier, and so they die out front my base. But as I said, guys, look, the Immortals do a lot of damage to Stalkers. They don't do that much to probes, though, so we let the probes in for the A-move. And then we just go, oh, cool. Look, all the barriers are gone. Blink forward, click, click, click. and those immortals get focused down. But out here, without the probes being pulled, this would have been a much harder fight for me. So a really big issue if that was the case. So you can see, though, my opponent kind of went for that attack, and then what are they doing? Queuing immortals, making more stalkers. So my opponent has a pretty tight opening, but you can see from the moment they take the third and move out with that attack, they don't really have a game plan ironed out. And they also have very suboptimal structure placement in here. Notice how, remember I always say, guys, you've got to put your cyber cores, your gateways right up against the pylon. Because in this case, you can't fit anything between, and you can't fit anything on the other side. Whereas if that cyber core is one space to the left, you can fit another gateway. Bam, 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 right? This is kind of derpy pylon placement here, actually. Because I can only do it below it, but not fully to the right of it. But I could go gate, gate. That Stargate's also not the greatest. This pylon positioning sucks, actually. If the baddie brings a prism, are we dead? I lost almost no units, so of course not. No, absolutely not. They have only 2 gateways, and yeah, all they're going to be able to do is juggle with that warp prism, so it wouldn't really change anything, gang.
Alright guys, so we got a win there versus a similarly skilled opponent, someone who's about Platinum 1, or Diamond 3, Diamond 2. And let's go into the next game. So I think we did a good job of understanding what our opponent did in that last game, guys, which is they did not power at all, right? They just produced, and actually had a very strong army because we were adding a lot more little tech harassment units like the Adepts and Oracles, and then adding a lot of tech. All our opponent was doing was conning those immortals and stalkers, which is why their army was a bit scarier than mine at that point in the game. I say realizing my hand was in the wrong spot on my keyboard. Second base, guys. Third base. Fourth base. Fifth base. Now the first probe rallied to the ramp, we rallied back. I like. Do you think it's on copy pasta? But they said it the exact same way twice. I like that their name is Poobot, to be fair, that's actually their last name. So we've got 4 bases, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and of course the rally point as well. That I always talk about. There we go, guys. So we can go across the map now. With that first guy to scout, we then build the gas, go back to minerals, rally the next one, take the other gas. Opponent's cheesing, my chat says, because he's talking. Very likely, but our standard play is rock solid, so we don't need to read into anything like that. And then I like to rally my 18th probe out, guys, so we can rally this guy here, and he's on my second army group. So we see, are there cannons here? Doesn't look like it. Got this guy here, this guy here. And just in case he tries to block my cyber core, attack him. Go back. And what do we see, guys? No gas and a forge. So, we're getting cannon rush, guys. I'm gonna bring this probe back to help fight it. Now we're gonna put some guys on gas in case they need to build a stalker. I forgot to make a pylon here. It's definitely an issue. Alright. Okay. This is difficult for me. So what are we making, guys? Stalkers. Guys back on resource mining. So, took me a little bit long to realize what we're up against, guys. And I think actually, is that shield battery maybe just outside of overcharge range could be a big problem. But as my stalkers come out, we can break out of this. And because my opponent doesn't have minerals, all he can do is build stuff. So, I think what we can do, rather than fighting against the actual cannons, is if you kill the pylon, he has no high ground vision, guys. So we're going to see if we can battery overcharge to heal this, but you can see that battery's just out of range, unfortunately. But if I can kill that, then it's fine. Anyways, extra pylon comes in, keep building probes. Ah, it's just out of range. Oh, man. So you can see, as long as we kill that, there's nothing you can do. He's trying to build more cannons right now. So we're going to focus those cannons while they're building. And check out. We can now bring the zealot down. And he's dead. So that was... I'm trying to like talk as I do it, but sorry guys, what can I say? It's been a while since I've done Bronze to GM, and that was very surprising because what did I fuck up? That made my life very hard there. Right here. Twitch chat, tell me what did I screw up at this point? Not even at this point, sorry. Here we go. So, we look around, we don't really see any scary news. Sorry, right here we go. Alright, let's take a look. What made my life harder than it needed to be? A few things, to be fair. Okay, so I took a few seconds to actually look at the forge, number one. And number two, I built a cyber core there. So, if I just build the cyber core further back, he's gonna have to build like 3 pylons, and there's gonna be a lot more surface area to get me out of there. She's gonna make things really easy, number one. Number two, I can cancel my second gateway. Oh shit, we forgot to change the voice back.
That's amazing. I get excited. I think if we just cancel the gateway, we would have been fine. That's amazing, guys. What's up? But yeah, if I cancel that gateway, guys, I can pull like 3 probes down here, and then we can basically mess him up really well. Likewise, if I can just pull a few more probes down, there's nothing he can do. Because whenever you look at a pylon, what's the first thing you do, guys? Establish where the threat is. With this pylon, are we worried about a cannon being built here? Of course not. There's no reason for you to be worried about a cannon there. It just doesn't make sense. It's not a concern, right? It's just not an issue. Because a cannon there can't be surrounded. What's he going to do? Build 4 pylons to stop you attacking it? It doesn't do anything. It achieves nothing, right? The only real areas is over here, here, where he could try to wall in a cannon a little bit more, and especially here because it's actually in range of valuable targets. But guys, if I'd cancelled that gateway, I also would have had more minerals to chrono a zealot straight away and build a second pylon, things which I did not do in this game. Remember, when you're being one-based, what do we always do? What is the first thing that we do? When we realize what's happening, we build a zealot, we chrono it, and we make a second pylon. So, in this scenario, we're going to recognize it this time, and we want to map this out. This is a set response. We do it the same set piece in terms of that every single time. Now, obviously, it's a little harder in this scenario because we're doing a 2-gate opening than if we were doing 1 gate. But let's look at the moment we recognize here, because I'm just macroing, doing my thing, and then I realize, oh, no gases. Oh, and a forge? So is it correct for me to pull a few probes? Yes, because he could wall off behind my minerals, and if he gets that up, it's very dangerous. But I only need to pull a couple probes, so I pull a few too many. 7 probes, bit extreme. Most of them could keep mining, number 1. Number 2, I don't need probe production. We're at 21 probes, guys. Cancel the probe, get a second pylon down, build a zealot, and then build a cyber core when you can. And build the cyber core further back, because remember, my whole reasoning for building my buildings back is so even if cannons get up, it's fine, it doesn't matter. My tech, my infrastructure is protected. That's why I don't like to wall off, because it creates a wall for them to keep me in, right? And it also exposes these to getting sniped from low ground cannons. So if I had built a zealot, if I'd cancelled that probe, if I had built a second pylon, if I hadn't pulled 2/3 of me mineral line immediately and messed up my minerals, this would be so much easier to defend. So let's remember that one set piece, okay guys? Super, super basic. Always, always, always. Build a zealot, build a second pylon. Don't pull a billion probes at once to chase that one probe. Getting the one trying to get down to the natural was definitely more important than chasing the probe in my main as well. Because cannon rush in the main, sure, pull 2 or 3 probes to attack that guy, but otherwise send 2 or 3 probes to find where the other cannons are going up and make sure we shut that one down. Part of the reason I was like a bit confused is because the cannon rush did start very late in that game. It was not an early cannon rush. Dave Tester, thank you so much for the gifted sub, my friend. Welcome. 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 Who was it? It was Left Alone. Left Alone did not get left alone. They're welcome back to the pigsty for the 3rd month running. Would my voice have lowered more if he did a better job? Oh yeah, I would have got angry. Can you add some mods as friends on Pumbaa so we can preempt this nonsense in the future? What, are you guys afraid of learning too much from my badass voice? It's good. Hey, Jose Eddie, what do you think about the new patch pig? What's up, mate? Check out the start of today's stream. I spent a good like half an hour or more just talking about it. So if you just open up the VOD from today, we just finished a long discussion of it not long ago. All right, guys, we are playing a PvP on Pride of Altaris. Okay, 3rd base there, 4th base there. Let's get that pylon up. Go back to mining minerals. Beautiful standard opening, guys. 3rd, 4th, 5th. Where would we want to take our 5th? In the middle, maybe? Why not? Yeah, we'll do the middle. And now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 6th camera location on the ramp. So very standard setup. And we want to chrono boost as that pylon finishes. We want to send our probe across to scout. Set the rally point here. Queue up another probe. Now we hotkeyed the probe. We haven't queued it to scout. We've just told it to click in the opponent's main base. Now we can grab it. We can go bam, bam, bam. And then we can look back home and continue macroing. And I could have done that on the mini-map. This is something a lot of people, you guys should work on this. 1 shift, I just did 3 shift clicks. Bam, its job is done. And now this guy, number 2, number 1, number 2. If I want to check on them, but they've already got orders. The whole point here, guys, is we've already given them those orders ahead of time, right? And just checking. Hello, mate. He's sending a probe in at a pretty standard time. We're just building more probes. Get ready to build that cybercore. So the moment that gate finishes, guys, I see GMs who regularly build that cybercore 5 seconds late in this matchup. It's inexcusable. You know what else is inexcusable? Look at my purple bar. Look at his purple bar. My opponent has not dropped a single chrono boost. And that definitely means he could chrono the shit out of warp gate or a tech structure to do some sort of all-in. So keep your eyes on that, okay? Now, I built that pylon there a few seconds late. It's a little sloppy. What we're going to do now is we've seen a second pylon at home, which means there's no real indication of a proxy. The only sign of alarm, like I said, is just the fact that there is so much energy on that. But that could just be explained by your opponent being a baddie, remember. So we don't want to be overreacting to that sort of thing. 2 stalkers and a warp gate startup. We immediately send the probe down, build the pylon, and then go back on that gas geyser. And we see 2 units start up. That's what these shiny lights denote. Did we see the cybercore spinning as well? Cybercore's not spinning, which means no warp gates researching, guys. So my opponent's doing a lot of weird things and is taking a nexus. So what we know is that my opponent is doing a very bad build order. I wish I could say better things about it, but we can't. Stargate goes down now, and remember, this naturally times out. This naturally times out with our stalkers coming out. If the probe was still in our base, I would delay it. I really would delay it just to make sure my opponent doesn't see what I'm up to. No reason to give them free info. Okay, so we're going to just attack around with these stalkers there and then there. And the whole idea here being that, of course, we are going to be able to see what's up. Okay, so now Nexus, 2 Adepts. Remember the Oracle? We already have that rally down here next to the main. And the Adepts we can run over there once we hotkey them. We can even rally down there straight away if we want. We're going to make the Oracle, chrono boost it. And we can also get 1 more pylon at the front. Now, one thing that we haven't been checking for is if there was no Nexus, we definitely could hide our probe or run our stalkers across the map to try and see if they've expanded. And that's a really good way to add a little piece of extra scouting. But we're keeping the build order just really basic for right now. Just to make sure it's very easy for you guys to copy and it's not something where it feels like it's too much. We'll build a shield battery for safety as well. So check it, guys. We've got Adepts on 1 hotkey, 2, Oracle on 3, Army on 1. Okay? We're going to keep building probes. We'll make 2 stalkers in the main. So this is ready for an Oracle that could come in. And these guys are all going to be on 1 hotkey, these 4 stalkers, okay? Now, before our units go in, what are we going to build? Twilight Forge. And our Robo. Add them to our hotkey. And then what are we going to do? We're going to go Shade. And then we can click our Oracle in so it arrives a little bit later. Commit no matter what. And then we just turn the Oracle on. I'm going to select my next line and build some probes because there's not really any micro to be done here. And then we can just kill this guy on the way out. There we go. So that's game, basically. Just the Adept Oracle, which was destroying Platinum League, apparently destroys this league as well. What can I say, guys? Harassment is very good in StarCraft. It's very good. Now, we didn't see a Stargate. We saw Twilight Forge, so he's playing Blink, guys. Now, the advantage of knowing that is we don't need Stalkers in our main anymore, do we? We can build our Warp Prism straight away, build a random Zealot just because I'm very low on gas. And remember, what do? We go 3rd and 4th gas, and then 2 more gases. Exact same system every time. So let's get the 2 gases. Actually, you know what? Let's get the 2 gateways first. I think that makes us feel a little bit safer. I don't know about you guys, but sitting on just 2 gates does make me feel a little naughty. A little bit naughty, you know? Build an extra pylon there as well. Build another one down here, why not? Keep building probes. We'll make 1 sentry. And another stalker. That 4th gas still hasn't gone down. There we go. There we go. Okay, so at this point, with the Oracle, because they know it's coming, and he has Blink, right? At least I assume that's what the Twilight did. We're just going to play it a little bit safer. Oh my god. Cheeky. Don't know where he came from. So he's doing some form of attack. So all I was checking here was, does he have bases? The other thing we can do is that stasis trap harassment that we've been doing so much of, right? Stasis trap and then run back into the shadows. Will it pay off? No, it won't. But always worth trying it. And let's build some more pylons on the edges. And this is just going to help us see what's up. Now, of course, we want to get that 3rd base, don't we? Now. Ooh, hello. Run, Warp Prism. Okay. So our Blink is finally done, which means he can't run circles around me anymore. Which means we should be able to... Let's make an observer here. Oh, we just saw him being a bit of a nuisance, isn't he? Alright, so we're making an observer right now, guys. So we're trying to grab our stalkers and chase him down a little bit, kill some of his guys. Oh. There we go. Oh, he's actually out here. Oh, no. So what you can do, this is the classic blink over their army, guys. It's one of the coolest moves you can do. Group up, and then we should be able to just overwhelm them. Okay. Now, obviously, I saw I had more numbers. I'm not going to micro. We're going to build 4 gateways, because we've already taken way too long to do that. He ran away, which was the wise decision for him. And we'll make another observer, and we'll now take that 3rd base. So I obviously wanted to go 3rd base, then for the 8 gateways. We changed up the order this time, and I think you guys can see why. Can we get out of there? No. Oops. And why are we building extra pylons? Because this is our production. So we always want lots of extra pylons around our production, right? All we're doing is making stalkers, remember? Why do we make only stalkers? Stalkers take a lot of practice. So you want to try and make yourself as familiar with stalkers as possible. Also, guess what, guys? We're going to 3-base saturation soon, right? So we can chrono probes and stuff, but also in the near future, what can we do? We can build a cannon in each base. And that's just a nice way, give yourself a little bit of anti-DT insurance. If 2 adepts come in, the cannon kind of deals with it. It just makes your life way easier. Okay? All right, so we've got 1 observer out here. That's just going to set up there. And okay, we've got a cannon there. So let's just move that observer back a tiny bit. And we can do a revelation. And what you want to do is a lot of shift clicks with revelation, guys. You want to do that. So guys, you can either tab or you see me do 2 different types of micro. So a lot of people struggle with sentries on the same hotkey. There's 2 ways you want to do the micro. And you want to practice both, or not really, try both, see which one you like. For me, sometimes I do that. So what did I do? I control clicked on a stalker, blink forward is what I just did. Ooh, Oracle does die, that's fine. The other way I do it is I just tab between. And I use, remember, my side mouse button. We talked about this in the early mechanics session. To tab back and forward. So you can see it's selecting the sentries, selecting the stalkers. Now remember, if your third base gets delayed at all, and in general, you don't really need to build that many probes. I'm only at 51, and yet this is full of minerals. Why is that? Because this base is half out, so we've transferred. So unless you're building a fourth base, you can actually stop it in the low 50s and still have, essentially, fully making use of your 3 mineral lines to see what can happen. Now, we do have an observer here. Why did we make 2 observers? Because you always want one at home so you can kill their observers, but it also allows you to get rid of DTs. And if you guys don't build the cannons, you 100%, whenever you're moving out, need to build an observer and just rally it to the front of your base. So you see DTs running in and you can warp in to deal with it. Otherwise, you will lose far too many games to DTs. So guys, our opponent's defending with cannons and batteries. So let's go around. We're doing our mass stalker attack now. He's got lots of zealots. So we're going to go to the right and hit the natural. So this is very common, as people will have a most exposed base that's the most natural attack angle. And that's exactly why you shouldn't attack it. It's exactly why... Let's go take a fourth here, by the way. It's exactly why you just go around. So there we go. We're just moving up that ramp, warping in more stalkers, adding them to our control group, and oh my god! Oh, he has a disruptor. I was not expecting that. Okay, that was really surprising, guys. So I tried to blink just everything in its general direction. Some stalkers blinked into it, others kind of ended up dying there. Let's kill the observer. Oh. I'm trying to take out those disruptors, and I'm relying on the fact that I have superior numbers, but let's run away for a moment. So because he's got disruptors, this is very scary, guys. He's got Archons and Zealots, good tanky units, but he's got disruptors, which are very good splash damage units. A move, now blink back. But when this happens, you got to blink forward. Look at that, he actually steered it away from the stalkers I'd selected. So that was really well done by him. Really well done. My opponent is using really powerful units very well. So let's take a moment here, guys. So what are we going to do? Build a cannon, build probes. Let's make +1 armor, because +3 just takes so much longer to upgrade. Warp in a few more stalkers, and let's keep microing this out. With superior stalker count, as long as I dodge, we should be good, okay? So what are we doing? Blink back, blink back, blink back. And guys, we don't wait to take damage. You know you're going to take damage on the front. So you can do this sort of micro. Oh no! Okay, okay. Ah! I was going to say you could do it preemptively, but that was literally how not to do it. I should have backed off after the first few seconds of the fight, knowing that disruptors would be arriving, guys. That was very lazy. I'm trying to show you guys low APM systematic ways of microing. And this is definitely not how I actually micro in a game, but it's what you want to do as a development for your system. So what that means is you want to always develop a system that is repeatable. And oh my god, why do I keep blinking forward, man? This is actually so bad. Blinking your whole stalker squad forward is one of the most optional things that you should only do in very specific circumstances, guys. We're very lucky that he overchased there. So bad. So anyway, we're building 4 more gates. This is literally terrible play by me. Build a few more probes here, and let's actually focus on it. So if there's not many disruptors, what you want to do, blink in, click the disruptor, run away. Because there's always going to be more disruptors, right? So what have I been doing? I've been doing it like dum-dum version, where I'm like, oh, let's make charge and a Templar Archives, by the way. That's a good way to help deal with disruptors, because Zealots just jump on top of them, kill them really quickly, and they automatically spread themselves out pretty well. So what we could do, guys, let's try that, okay? Let's try and kill both of these, okay? So we're gonna blink. Okay, so we click both and then run away. Okay, now we can start fighting when blink comes off cooldown, okay? So notice we're doing just the standard micro then. So we swapped from the blink forward focus fire micro into the peeling back sections of units micro, which is very effective, okay? Okay, so what we're gonna do now, guys, is we're gonna dump. So I just press the dumping key, dump, and we're checking if he takes a base, okay? Just pretty reasonable. Taking another base there, and let's try and also take a 5th base. Already got this one. And, oh, look at that, guys. This greedy bastard is taking all the bases. So we're gonna have to be more efficient than him. All right, so we finished +2 armor, +1 armor. Let's start +3 attack. Let's make 1 more round of stalkers. And what are we gonna do, guys? Just defensive micro here, okay? So what we're doing is super advanced micro there. Oh no, we stayed just a little bit too long. Okay, let's keep doing it with nothing but blink stalkers. Okay, so what we were doing there was actually a really advanced system, and this is really cool because I'm not setting out with like a clear fucking lesson plan of exactly what to teach you guys, right? There's too much that goes on in StarCraft at such a fast pace. It's impossible for me to have this all planned out. I'm realizing things as I go. So what we were doing there is we were blinking back, move, A move, move, A move. So what are we doing? We're doing a mixture of stutter stepping, let's kill this observer, as well as blinking back, peeling back layers of our units. And this is really cool. So let's stutter step, but then also blink back, blink back. Now we're just gonna run, blink back, blink back. And at this point, we need super bullshit micro because we've let him actually just get ahead of us, okay? So at this point, is Mass Stalker the right way to do it? No. This here is literally just displaying micro, and that's all I'm doing right now. And this is not really a great way to play it, guys. Ah, his observer's got me. Obviously, this is not something you're going to be able to do. And you know what? Actually, we deserve to lose the game from here. Would that be a better lesson for you guys? All right, I'm going to try to limit the APM. I'm going to do a little bit of the stutter step and the peeling, but I'm not going to do it to the fullest of my abilities, okay? We do need more zealots as well. The reason we're not doing it to the fullest of my abilities, I think you guys know, is because we realize you guys cannot do that at home. So we're going to try and show you guys a more reasonable way of doing it, okay? Okay. So we've got some zealots in the mix. That'll help me a little bit here. Okay. We're going to attack this bottom base. Some guys on gas. Do we still have these upgrades coming in? We do, yeah. All right, so hopefully you didn't see me come here. Run away. He's definitely got observers watching me then. I'm trying to figure out where these observers are. Where my observers, though, apparently didn't build straight away, so it's an issue. So as soon as he gets here, we do have to pull back. See, we knew there'd be disruptor shots and the like. So what we're going to do now, guys, is realize, look, this is going to be just so hard. If we do a one-dimensional fight, it's just going to be awkward. So we're just trying to pick off where we can. And then these guys are just going to A-move down the bottom while these guys try to fight up here, okay? So, trying to... Oh, he's got DTs killing those guys. Okay. So notice he's got DTs as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep making observers. Keep making nothing but zealots and stalkers. So, the thing is, he has chased me a little bit too far, I think. Okay. So we're running away. Alright, my other army is attacking the bottom, and we're trying to run away from where he is. So we're just doing a big... I'm making basic units. Basic units are cheap. Maybe I can win if I just keep doing enough of this. That's kind of the whole mindset, right? And we're building a few cannons at each base, because otherwise DTs will take us out. He's going to warp in DTs again, no doubt. We can run away. As well as kind of expecting. And rebuild the base. Yeah. These guys have to just run away. Okay. So keep sending observers down here. This observer can go there. These guys can go here. And the idea here is let's just multi-prong enough and see if we can pick him apart. Will we be able to? Will this work? I don't really think it's very likely. We'll see. If we can just like shoot and move and shoot and move, there's always a chance. This guy's got carriers. What a Chad gamer. See, we kill a stalker, and these guys run in again. And then the guys on the top run in again. And we're just hoping if we can just attack enough areas enough. Oh! 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 Oh, I thought his army would go to the south. I wasn't even watching. Whoops. Oh no. Alright. So he has a better army than me, right? So a nice easy call for us to just go around here. Just trying to kill these. We're running away with everything. Okay. So let's go back. You guys here. I think we'll try to fight front on, even though base trade's the best way to win here. And we're gonna F2, A move. He's got so many disruptors, it would just be so stupid to fight into this, guys. We're gonna run those guys away. Unfortunately, he's killed all my observers. So I don't know. As long as I don't lose the observer, I think we're okay. Right? Maybe?
Base is under attack. Your probes are under attack. I am here in the shadows. Intriguing. I am the your warriors have engaged the enemy. Our pylon is under attack. You require your probes are under attack.
Okay.
You must construct additional. Our pylon is under attack. Justice.
I think I only have one observer. It's obviously really bad. Oh, did he just recall?
Bezos box.
You require my is the I am the voice of the eclipse.
That means we can kill this army, right? Or maybe we can kill that army down there. One of them. So he didn't recall all of his units. So I think we can still kill this army. Oh, this is awesome. This is so much fun, guys. So this is a proper legit base trade. Alright, let's go in. And what we're looking for is we want to blink on and click on the disruptors that he's recalled. I think he's got DTs here as well. Oh no, it's observers. So he recalled DTs and observers. But that means, yeah, we can... As long as we can kill the other stuff, that's all good. And now we can go down here and take this base as well. Yeah.
Construct additional pylons.
And so what we want to do now is you just want to kill the buildings. So if they build the better army, but it's kind of slower, then yeah, it's definitely, it seems good. But there's always that weakness of like... Alright, we're going to kill the last of these buildings. And that should result in a base trade. Success, right? Is this the last building? Oh, it is. It is. So I deserve to lose that game, guys, because we didn't micro our stalkers properly and our first stalker timings failed. We end up showing you guys how to cheese a victory out through superior base trade, you know, experience. But the Rustic basically won that game with some pretty sick skill, great disruptor additions to the army, really good micro. But we did get to show kind of the whole like, oh, okay, their army's just better than mine. Look at what we can do. Now, obviously, there were some moments of good micro, but there was also some moments of really bad micro and decision making as well. I think what's really good about giving yourself a very simple game plan where you're like, I'm only building stalkers, and eventually I was like, I guess I'll build some zealots as well, just because they only cost minerals, is it does allow you to go very deep on how could I make this army work. And I think if I was quicker to embrace the base trade mentality there, like the moment I saw the first disruptors, it probably would have been actually a simpler victory because we would have been more set up for it rather than having to do this like much more mechanically demanding last second decision to base trade, right? So it would have made a pretty big diff. Now, obviously early on we did game ending damage with an Oracle, so this should have been a pretty clear victory, but our opponent actually did a very nice blink contain and like blinking on the high ground control of us and denied my third for quite a while. So that was really well done by my opponent to keep me slowed down and kind of a little bit slower to advance. So let's just watch from my camera and let's kind of have a feeling for what went on and talk about, especially with the micro of the stalkers, we identified there's some different types of micro, and there's definitely some moments where it becomes way harder if you let your opponent get up the correct pieces, right? Disruptors, much harder to break through disruptors, especially when they've got batteries, cannons, and stalkers and archons in front of them, right? So then we needed to do a bit more fancy micro dodging disruptor shots, which I failed like 6 times in a row trying to do this really ogre, let's blink all my stalkers onto the disruptor. It was really, really uncoordinated micro, right? And it showed that we probably needed to flesh out our next step of the plan. So let's go to that stage of the game. We'll talk about the systems of micro a little bit, and then we're also going to talk about what is plan B. So what if just the A move and blinking back stalkers isn't going to take him out? Well, number one, we want to talk about what did you actually learn from that, which is, well, why didn't I kill him earlier? Why did they take so long? And this game, I think we've already at this point identified that. Check it out, guys. I've got 2 bases. He's a bit below me on workers. Remember, I even stasis trap froze his whole mineral line for a little bit, or tried to. He's not even mining gas in his main. My opponent's kind of all in here. He's taken so much damage from the Oracle and whatnot. I'm still up 8 probes. All I needed to do here was make 4 more gateways, keep making stalkers, blink on these guys, and then immediately counterattack. I mean, I got the prism out, I've got blink, I got +1. But I'm so focused on getting my third and following my build order that I'm actually being inflexible. So this actually brings us to our notes. Let's go over to our notes and have a little think about this thematically. Game. So PvP, crazy base trade on Pride of Altaris. Okay, so this game was kind of interesting. Now, I think the main thing we can learn is don't get too stuck on your build. No, fuck that. That's too vague. I don't like that. I think that's a terrible message. When the opponent denies the third base / contains you, do a swap. What is that swap? Super basic. 4 more gates before third nexus. Up to 8 gate. If you can, yeah. And then just commit harder to the 2 base, 8 gate, blink attack. So basic, so simple. We didn't do that, and we gave our opponent a lot of time behind this contain to get up. So let's watch this again. Look at how much time we spent wasting our time here. We lose a probe. Yes, we get the prism. We do some fancy blink micro. We're both floating crazy amounts of money. And then I just sit here. What if I went and counterattacked right now, guys? My opponent is on 4 gateways, right? We're both on 4 gates. If I was up on 8 gates, which I easily could be, we've got more production. We've also got 16 Stalkers versus 11. We also have a Warp Prism, which he doesn't have. We also have an Oracle, which could be using... I could put a Stasis Trap here and here. I could have put Stasis Traps, and then I could chase him across the map, and he might even run into the Stasis Traps and, like, get frozen. Or I could just try to laser the main base or Stasis Trap the main base while attacking the front, which means he's got to send Stalkers to defend it. You know, the Sentry for Guardian Shield is really going to help me out. If I'm just making Stalkers, this is, from here, an easy victory. So there's a lot of people who are constantly going into this and they're like, yeah, well, how do you beat 5 base, carrier, Archon Disruptor? You see, Stalkers doesn't work. That's not the point. The point is I should have won by the 10-minute mark at the latest. Why didn't I? Well, let's see. What was I doing here, guys? So I build an Observer, fair enough. I make +2. These aren't the highest priority things, but they're okay. They're all right. And then... Man, I'm taking a long... I'm not even warping in Stalkers during this period. What am I doing right now? And I'm making probes for my 3rd. Because I'm like, oh, I should probe my 3rd. But I'd already invested in so many Stalkers and the Prism. I had such a good moment to go and attack. And what am I buying time for? My opponent to get up Cannon Battery. Archons, more Cannon Battery, and Disruptors, right? He's got the Robo Bay up and he's going to start building Disruptors in a moment. I'm lucky he didn't start building them sooner, to be fair, because that Robo Bay tech was up. So I've given my opponent, in this window, what does my opponent have? The same 10 Stalkers they had when they retreated. They've built no other fighting units. A couple Zealots and Archons that have only just morphed in. I've got 28 Stalkers. I have, like, literally small numbers of Zealots and Archons are worthless versus an overwhelming Stalker count. Why was I not at his base pushing and killing? Because I was there going, let's follow the build, just follow the build, don't think about it. And that's okay. The thing is, it's good to follow the build. But even then, I would argue, dude, we're fully saturated. Why have we not moved across the map yet? I was talking about different types of micro, tabbing between blink and that sort of stuff. So I was a bit distracted and a bit indecisive because I was talking about all that stuff. In hindsight, guys, we will say, okay, in this scenario where you get contained, get the 8 gates and have urgency with pushing. Because look, even when I was pushing, I didn't realize this guy took a crazy 4th base down the bottom I didn't even know about, and that was really bad. So, first things first, we had a very simple attack timing window, somewhere between 8 minutes 30 to 10 minutes, where we could have just won the game very easily, okay? So now when we do start attacking, notice that I blink. I do take a pretty bad Disruptor shot. Those Stalkers blink to their death. And then I kind of try to pull away from the Cannon Battery. Might have been better off continuing to move forward, to be fair. That Disruptor shot doesn't hit anything. We run back. But let's talk about the micro. So in this scenario, it's kind of awkward because he's got the Cannon Battery. You want to blink forward, kill the Disruptors before they can shoot, and then just have overwhelming numbers. The reason why this is a terrible decision here is because he's got Zealots and Archons, which normally the way you fight against Zealot Archon is you start a step, and then you peel back units and blink them. It's mostly move, shoot, and then every now and then you're blinking back some of your Stalkers, right? With those, I say peeling, remember that's, I drag a narrow box of units and blink them back. I drag a narrow box and blink them back. So peeling back those units as they take damage. But if you're blinking forward to kill the Disruptor, suddenly that's at odds with running away and stutter stepping away from the Zealot Archon. So we've let our opponent get a very frustrating composition for us to play against, because we're always going to be in 2 minds about how we fight it. We want to kite backwards against the Zealot Archon, and we can do that, but the thing is, if the Disruptors throw their shots out, we kind of end up just pulling back before we really do any damage, and we end up getting zoned out by the Disruptors. So this becomes a really awkward scenario where we've let our opponent get up annoying tech to deal with. We've made the situation much more complicated, and I really struggled to decide which one to do, because, well, it's literally something where technically you should be doing both. You should be just peeling back and stutter stepping, and then when the Disruptor comes, maybe you blink on it and kill it, or you dodge backwards from the shot, and it's a judgment call. If you blink forward to kill the Disruptors, number 1, can you kill all the Disruptors before the shots get off? Number 2, is it worth it? Because if there's enough Zealot Archon that's going to surround you, it's probably not going to be worth it. So these are the decisions you have to make. Well, what is it? What is it? Which one should I do, Pig? Well, look at the fights and make your own decisions and learn from those decisions. Is really the ongoing kind of pattern and rule, right? If we can analyze these situations visually, you're going to get better at it. And it's not about having a one-size-fits-all solution. The one-size-fits-all solution is hit your Stalker attack earlier. If you want simple solutions, you have to do it earlier. Look at this. I blinked way too late on that Disruptor. with it kill another 6 Stalkers. So this was just really bad control by me. Fighting into static D. And even here, I probably could have overwhelmed if I just kept attacking and just kept attacking and just kept attacking. But I built a 4th base, which is not the worst thing. But it's like, dude, I've got to keep fighting because there was a window where there was no disruptors. And that was when I could have picked off these units. But now I've let him rebuild the disruptors. So this also tells us that if you're going to all in here, you need to keep fighting so that you can, any window where there's no disruptor shots live, that's when you're going to get more value. Okay? That's going to be huge. Can't you just blink on the enemy Stalkers due to the split? I mean, then you're blinking into Disruptor Zealot Archon. On the left side, I don't know how much Zealots are back there. You're still blinking into Cannon Zealots, Archons, Batteries. Obviously, this micro was just a disaster. But yeah, so this was... I basically lost the game here, and I'm counting that as a loss mentally. From there, obviously, I tried to do a lot of multi-prong, and we did see a few important things about late game PvP. One of them, guys, always have observers with both squads of your units, because we saw later on this south side, DT started to get very effective. But once I split my army, so when I first split my army, I was like, oh god, look at this, mass blink DT was jumping on me. But once we add an observer to a big squad, you can kill those DTs very quickly, because they do not have very many hit points, and that can work really well. Very nice. So you can see once the observer's there, that's good. Technically, you do want to get observer movement speed so you can hunt the DTs down very well. But you can see if you don't have observer speed, they can just get away very, very chill. And these sort of fights where there's this many disruptors, there's just no way to ever blink forward and focus them down. All you can do is just keep kiting backwards and spreading backwards. And maybe at some point, your opponent overextends. Or maybe you get a big flank of Zealot Stalker from there and over here, and you surround the army. The only time you're going to be able to go for a pitched fight against this sort of ball, guys, is with a massive Zealot Stalker surround. And that's obviously very hard to set up. So we've let the game get to the point where it's much more complicated and more frustrating. And that's why we had to do the fancy base trade and just try and eliminate the buildings of our opponent while hiding our own buildings to take it out. GG's. Oof. Are there any tips for keeping your probes alive and re-establishing Nexus when you're in the base trade scenario? Just run them away to the other side of the map ahead of time. Don't wait till the last second. Yeah, try to warp in extra units, not in your main base, but in positions where they can escape. Warping in 10 Stalkers in the main would have done nothing. Notice I had some Zealots that retreated into my main. Best thing I could do is recall some of them out of there. So that's the best thing you can do. But yeah, just try to hide them. And if you're not going to be fighting your opponent front on, like in that last game, you want to split your bases. I had bases on like opposite sides of the map. So if his army moved to one side, I'd be able to just abandon it, run the probes away, and still have the opposite side. Whereas if I took like 2 bases just right next to each other and that was it, if he kills one, the next one's a stone's throw away, right? And time is your friend in a base trade like that, where you're avoiding the front-on fight and you're trying to make a nice mobile army. Why didn't you make 2 forges? I saw you floating a lot of minerals. Never make decisions based on hindsight. So this is #1 Twitch chat question. You had money, therefore you could have done X. Now, don't conflate someone executing not that well with that. So first things first, we had lots of minerals. We didn't have lots of gas. Upgrades cost gas, #1. #2, we were playing a single forge style. That is the style. There was plenty of moments where I was hitting 0 money. As the game went longer and longer, and it was more about positioning and trying to find a way in, the money was floating. We could have added the second forge. It's an option. Not why didn't, why should I? And this is a question I'll always say to everyone in chat, guys. If you want to ask a question, tell me why I should do something. Because StarCraft's a strategy game and there's thousands of options that I have in front of me. I'm explaining a game plan that I have. And there is so many different things that I could do, right? Why didn't I just go carriers myself? Why didn't I go Tempest? Why shouldn't I have done this or that? I can't answer those questions because that puts all the onus on me to get inside your head. If you tell me why you think something's a good idea, then I can actually teach you something. I can learn something from you. I can understand a different viewpoint. But I actually have an ongoing rule in my chat, which is please never ask a why not question. Actually theorycraft. Even if you've never played StarCraft, even if you're a Bronze League player, put your idea out there. Be like, I really think having +2, +3 plasma shields would have helped. You've got a mass Stalker Zealot army. It's very low tier, but upgrades scale well because you're maxed out on Zealot Stalker. Like, I really think getting armor and shields at the same time would have been awesome. That tells me, and that gives me something to kind of chew on and digest and think about, and we can have a discussion about it. But please try to always add a bit of theory crafting to your questions. And remember that improving and communicating at StarCraft, I'm not the guy who just tells you how to play. It's a collaborative experience because it's a strategy game. So every strategy has strengths, it also has weaknesses. And we can never... A lot of people think getting better at StarCraft is just about learning the right way to play. The trick is there is no right way to play. There are definitely fundamental rules that give you some elements of consistency or solid play. But at the end of the day, if you don't understand the weak points of what you're doing, or the strong points, you're not going to be able to adjust and improve. And at its core, StarCraft is about flexibility. So even if you guys are Bronze League heroes, please actually let me know what your idea is, and don't just say, why didn't you just build this? Because it just doesn't help me otherwise. It's just too hard for me to discuss. And I've had years of streaming StarCraft where people have been like, why didn't you build this? Why didn't you build that? And sometimes I used to spend like 5 minutes explaining why, and then they'd clarify and be like, oh, well, actually it's good because of this. And I'm like, well, I didn't even think of that. But I've just spent 5 minutes digging into my mind, trying to put myself in the shoes of someone in Twitch chat and what their perception is. And it's going to be totally different, because even pro player to pro player, you'll have players at events and there'll be two world champions chatting about a matchup, and they'll be like, this is bad. And the other one will be like, no, this is good. And they'll both learn something from that discussion, from explaining why it's good and why it's bad. And it's really, really good to get that perspective. It gives you so much growth as a player. Potential, thank you for the tier 2 51-month resub, mate. With a prism with your army, what prevents you from following the baddies home after you won the fight with the baddies Blinkstalker? Well, I just said I should have done that. That's the whole start of the analysis. Maybe you missed it, Iteral. The whole point was the moment I should have immediately... That's literally what we just wrote down as well. We said, look, this is like a rule that we developed. When the opponent denies the third, just make sure you start your extra 4 gates to go up to 8 gates before dropping the third. And I said, and I looked at the game and I said, look, if I had followed that, that already would have had my build reoriented in my head. And you can already, by default, commit immediately to a 2-gate base, 8-gate blink attack while third Nexus goes up, right? So you're not even probing during it. And that can be a default set plan, because that just makes sense. Your third's been delayed and denied. Well, you might as well spend your money, get up your full 2-base production, make Stalkers go for an attack. So it's a purely just logical, efficient way of playing it. When you called that your opponent was super all-in, I am a Diamond 3 player. My instinct would be to build immortals and to shove. Is that a good move? What are your thoughts? I mean, yeah, I definitely could have built an immortal as well when he was Stalker pressuring. I thought about it, but I was like, yeah, let's just build a Warp Prism and just build Stalkers and just keep it like a very simple army. So we're really just trying to keep it really simple so we can get good with Stalkers. Yeah, well, Stalkers are a unit which I for all of Bronze to GM up to Diamond League, told people don't use. We're still trying not to use them too much in the other matchups, but we're trying to use PvP as a playground so we can get good at Mass Stalker in the matchup where it's technically good. And then we can hopefully use that skill set to make our Stalker defense in PvT early game better, to make our, potentially learn how to use Stalker Disruptor versus Zerg and stuff like that. But it's something where Stalkers are such a fragile unit. They're not very A-move friendly, which is why I really told people, stop making Stalkers. Unless you're actually really committing to getting good with those Stalkers and using them in the correct manner, there's just no reason to. They're so expensive. But if we can start using Blink correctly here and start getting that insane value out of it, then we can start to really experience the value of them. Yeah. Was Carriers a bad idea? No, I think it was really good. Carriers are awesome. They're a really good late game. I don't think he had upgrades for them though. I think my opponent's upgrades were lagging behind mine. The opponent just needed to build disruptors behind. If they had some like disruptors and if they and they needed to avoid the base trade because their army was less mobile, like if they recalled a bit quicker and then built lots of cannon battery and left a few disruptors at their bases combined with the cannon battery, they could have A-moved through my bases when the base trade finally started. And my Stalker Zealot would have been walking into cannons and batteries and disruptors. And they don't even need to micro their army because their army on the front just A-moves through all my bases. They could shift A-click it. And then at home, all they do is micro like their 3 or 4 disruptors plus batteries and cannons automatically fight. It'd be really sick. Yeah. All she did was change her name every 30 days, and now her Twitch account got banned for bot behavior. Wrecked. That's funny. What do you think about the new balance patch that's going to come? Yeah, no, it looks really good, Sky Masiak. It's made by the pro gamers as far as I can tell. So I went over it in detail at the start of today's stream, and we'll put that up as a YouTube video later today, my friend. So go check it out, mate. Rip Transfuse and Lurkers. Lurkers are still going to be super good. It won't actually make Lurkers a bad unit by any means. It'll just ease off their mobility just a little bit. Yeah, that was a lot of data points for one game, guys. I think that was too many data points. We're gonna try and fucking slow it down a little bit. Give us a sec. Next game's hopefully a little bit more straightforward and simple, and I'll maybe even lose the games if I have to, if we get ourselves in that bad position. As fun as it is doing a base trade like that, it's definitely something where it would probably be more better as a learning experience to lose that game based off of our earlier indecisiveness and just go, should have been more decisive. New rule for when we're contained. Counterattack with Stalkers. Go. Easy win. What is the counter unit comp for Tempest and Carrier? Tempest don't beat anything behind the soul. They lose to everything, basically. But yeah, you basically, if they get to mass Carrier, Tempests are the best unit for... I mean, that's the one thing Tempests are good at. They're good at killing Carriers, Colossus, Battle Cruisers, Broodlords from far away. But they take a lot of micro. They need to be focus fired to do that. Tempests do not beat Thors, no. Not at all. So basically Tempests can wreck those units. So yeah, definitely Tempests technically are the best thing. You use Oracle for Revelation on the carriers. You one-shot, run away, one-shot a carrier, run away, one-shot a carrier, run away is kind of the micro you're meant to do with the Tempests. But in small to medium numbers, just Stalkers deal with carriers really well. The reason I couldn't do it in that game is because my opponent had a fat ball of Archon Disruptor underneath the carriers. That's why I couldn't actually fight into them. Yeah. Because I would have just got annihilated by Disruptor Balls and Archon Splash. Because you need to just blink on top and focus them down. So I was kind of hoping when I base traded, my opponent would split their army up more. And then I could have actually won the game by fighting the army and going, oh cool, some carriers split off. And you blink on them and kill the carriers really, really efficiently. But because they didn't split up their army, it was like, okay, I can't fight into that ball with Stalkers. So guys, anyways, PVT is definitely a little bit fancy as well, the Disruptor drop. It's really funny because we are toying with so many fancy tools. Let's see what matchup we get. Hopefully not another PvP. Hey, so I was just talking about PVT. We got a PVT. This is really good. So I was just saying how it's really, really huge. Okay, let's go. Here we go. It's really huge that we are taking this time in Diamond to start learning all these fancy units so we don't kind of get to Masters League and feel afraid to use different things. And just keep in mind, as you guys are following along with this show, that we're gonna build it there, right? PVT. Oh, I was wanting to do a Reaper wall off, but screw it. I'm not even, I don't think I'm gonna bother with a Reaper wall off, guys. I think we'll just do the semi wall in my main, because that's normally what I do on the ladder anyway in my own games. And I've screwed up the Reaper wall so many times for you guys that I think I've just left it at this point as saying, look it up and memorize the proper Reaper wall if you guys want to learn it, but I'm not going to bother. Because it does get you in trouble sometimes as well. Having your first pylon over there can be a little awkward. Anyways, let's go across the map with a probe. Probably should have done that after the gateway. Newbie piggy. So go in there, check if he's double gas or not, and then come out. So guys, we are going to be doing the Disruptor drop build, right? Disruptor drop into just Stalker Zealot Disruptor, essentially. So this is obviously a big chance to learn how to use the Prism drop mechanic, but also how to just use those Disruptors as best we can. Now we're doing a very standard build, as per usual. Nexus. And this guy will go up here. Now, because that's kind of far away, I'm pulling a different probe to build the Cyber Core, just because the guy on the natural will take a bit too long to get there. That's a very advanced little twist. If you use the same probe, probably doesn't make too much difference. And we do see one gas, guys. Now, because I sent my probe a bit late, we're not able to block the command center, which is unfortunate. Oh, looks like we got it, just barely. Okay, so we'll just block that a little bit. Now remember, second gas. And then we build our second pylon, which I'll build down there. And my probe can just run away now. And okay, so we've got the second pylon down there. Awesome. So this guy can just run home. we've seen an expansion, a barracks at home, all signs point to a very normal build. So we're gonna make, do we want to make a Stalker or an Adept first? I'm gonna do Stalker. Man, that pylon was real late, wasn't it? So we're gonna try and lure the Reaper off to the side, since that probe did not go home in time. And we'll get our Robo here. Oh no! Run away, probe!
I'm here in the shadows.
Oi! Well, he does sacrifice his Reaper to get that. To make up for it, we're going to double chrono our probes. Now, what we are going to do, because remember we normally do scout with an Adept, don't we? So we probably should have done that in this game. Now that I'm thinking about it, because we don't have any way to scout, right? One of the most important things we've been doing in PvT is like, hey, what if he's got a reactor swapping onto that? A factory swapping onto the reactor? We need to know if there could be Hellions diving in or something like that. So that is definitely something I've missed out on here. Anyways, let's make a semi-wall. So we're going to make a gateway there and a gateway there. Still a pretty wide opening, just so my units don't get too stuck on it, but that's going to be nice. And oh no, we walked into a Widow Mine. That's not good. Alright, we'll make a Robo Bay, and I'll make an Observer just to get a bit of vision to start. And we want to make one more Stalker here, which we're going to chrono boost, and then we'll make Warp Gate after that. Okay, guys. So obviously, after the Robo Bay, you do want to build a pylon to make sure you don't get supply blocked. So we've got Observer, Prism, Disruptor, and then Prism Speed as well. Oh, okay, now Prism Speed, I've said, is optional. Really, you can do this without Prism Speed and still have a very good build order for yourself, but just partially comes down to your own preference as a player. Now, obviously, guys, Widowmine drop comes in about 435, 440 at pro level. So get these 5 gateway units ready so that we can deflect it. And I like to just keep them in between my base. Now, if you see which angle that drop's coming from, obviously you might do it a little bit differently, but it's up to you. So we get the Warp Prism speed, make a Warp Prism, and then a Disruptor. We're a little slow on all that, but that's okay. Now remember, I saw a Widow Mine earlier, so I'm actually staring at my minimap right now, even as I look at this, and we see a 3rd command center and another barracks. So this is all very useful information, guys, because if he's got a 3rd command center and stuff, I don't think he's... Oh, he did another scan. Cheeky little bugger. Alright, guys, we're making Disruptors. Let's get another pylon out here. We'll put one up here just as reinforcing our production. And let's go take a 3rd base, shall we? So, 3rd Nexus goes down after all that, and then we'll go Twilight Forge. Okay. So 3rd command center, big sign of greed, means our opponent can't really do anything too crazy to us.
Consciousness awakened.
Oh! So he did come in with a Widowmine drop just very late. Fair enough. So what do we do, guys? Put back on gas, put back on gas. And chrono boost. Grab the extra worker. And the prism will go across the map and do a nice little speed prism disruptor drop. So we like to hit the back of the natural because that's usually a little bit more undefended. And we're going to make a few more observers now just to try to see what's up, okay? Okay. Main base is almost saturated. Let's go Twilight Forge is the next part of the build. And then we want to go up to 6 gateways. So 1, 2, 3 gateways. And as always, guys, the more we can do this stuff all at once, the better. This guy, I'm going to send across the map and shift surveillance mode. So we're just doing everything at once. Okay, we're now going to try and drop about here and just try and, or maybe even in the mineral line. Oh, he's got a turret. Okay. So we can maybe... Oh, he's already down to his 3rd, is he? Let's see. And we'll run away. Okay. And he's got a Raven as well. Wow, okay. So at this point, it's really easy for you to just kind of go, well, fuck, let's run my Raven in and my Prism in and get it killed. And that's the worst thing you can do. We're gonna go Blink, +1 attack. We're gonna keep building Disruptors and a 2nd Robo. And we'll get 2 more gateways, so we go up to 8. And this is just our style, isn't it? Pretty sure this is looking like we're pretty well rounded out. will say we can send some stalkers around the map. And I'm going to use my prism now just for counterattacking, okay? Just to keep the micro simple, so we can have army on 1, which is these stalkers, disruptors on 2. Make these gases as well. And what we're going to be able to do is the prism is basically just for warping in backstabs for my opponent. So zealots later on, that sort of stuff. And I sent these stalkers out because I saw my opponent sending marines on the map. So I wanted to clear up the vision. So now I grab these 3 stalkers, I bring them back to my main army, and we go back to doing what we normally do, which is observers spaced around, and then our army goes forward. And what's the point of this? The point of this, same as always, is to start winning with disruptor shots. And that's just how we do it. We build pylons on the edge to make sure we're not surprised by any drops. And then we just kind of go forward, try to pick off our opponent with drops. Okay. Let's get charge, get +1 armor after that, add those 2 gateways. And look, whenever we see Bio sitting there, we go, ha! Oh, and actually... Oh, and he runs back, okay. This can go there. What was that sound? Do you guys hear that? Interesting.
I am the voice. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. I am here.
Oh, he's got a tank up there. Alright. Okay, so we're going to run away now. For just a little bit, because he's got a giant army up. And we've got to say, well, how do we scale to the next step? 4th and 5th base, remember? 2nd forge. And then batch it up. 4 more gateways. So this way we have 12 gateways as well. And now we're going to go forward again. We're going to have a zealot run by ready. So that's going to come in from the left side. And notice I'm spreading my balls out, guys. We'll put 1 down there. He's going to attack down there. I don't know where the rest of his army went, so we're going to move this observer forward. I'm going to pull back these units. As long as they fight with the thing, I think we should be fine. So these guys are going to go on control group 3. Okay. 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 And we're going to go mass zealot to help reinforce our army, just so we have some units that fight. And we've got an observer there that sees a lot of what's going on. So we've got number 4 and number 5 base again.
My man!
So you can see that he's here, and we just want to pick away at him.
My man!
So we're just trying to use the balls as best we can to chip at him from far. Now they've got a long cooldown, so we run away. We're going to keep building observers, and what else are we going to do? Just keep trying to pick a fight now as soon as that's ready. Yeah. So the balls are ready, so we make more zealots. And oh, fight's happening. Okay. So he's trying to fight me, but notice we always want to lure him in, guys. We don't want to fight unless there's a very good reason for it. So we're going to try and... one more ball there as well. And you can see it's always about going forward, getting him to come at you, running away. Going forward, getting him, running away. And then at times it's also, whenever he lets his guard down, letting those observers shuffle forward and catch him when he's not looking, like that Marauder, this one over here where we could see the edge of his units just sitting at this one. Yeah. Where you're just trying to play the vision battle and you're trying to just abuse the disruptor shot more than anything ever. And the zealots, of course, are there for when the fight gets dirty. But we saw kind of the late game thing is you add a few extra bases just to keep your economy up. You add a bunch of gateways and a second forge just so that your Zealot Stalker performs decently. And it's all just about Zealot Stalker, really basic, simple units combined with the ever so fancy but explosively powerful disruptor. And you're just looking for these shots. We're roaming around, and it made it kind of harder because he had the Raven, and he could deny my vision, and he was denying observers. And he also had a third base up, which was kind of scary in this game. But we do have to also pay attention to one other thing. It's like, dude, these Widowmine drops, they always slay me, man. And look, our opponent's Widowmine drop came a solid 45, 50 seconds after what we expected. I said about 4:30, 4:40. Came in late and caught me off guard, right? The NA timing regularly does. So, as always, this is why a lot of people do like to just leave those Stalkers split. 3 there or 3 here and 2 down there. But ultimately, a bit more vision is the main thing there. So even a single Stalker patrolling on the edge would have given me a bit more time to react to this. That's just about really paying attention to your base. And in general, 4:30 right through to about 6 minutes is probably a period where you just want to try and pay extra attention to that. I still don't notice it a lot of the time, and we got very lucky that we didn't lose more probes there, to be honest. That could have been so much worse. We lost like 8 or 9 probes, 10 probes maybe, for a full Widowmine drop. That could have been way worse. I don't really have an answer to that with this build order. I do want to say though, if you guys really just find this does your head in, go for a forge. Build a forge. Do it. Just build the forge. Just build the forge. Early game. Put a cannon in each mineral line. And it does help out a lot. Likewise, if you're super like, no, I will never take damage, everybody Widowmine drops eventually. I could have warped in 3 more Stalkers and had 8 guys, and then I could have had 4 Stalkers in each mineral line. And if you just sit them in each mineral line, they're going to kill at least a few of those Widowmines before they get burrowed. Yeah. Yo, yo. Yeah, we were just talking about the balance at the start of today. It'll be up on YouTube soon, guys. Later today or tomorrow at the latest. Nesty D, thank you for the 1-year resub, my dude. Love your content. Thank you, my friend. Judgment of Kira as well. Really appreciate the love. BF Gaming with the 5 months. Also, Potential Cam with the tier 2, 51 months, and Noodlebox before that. Thank you so much, everybody. If you guys are enjoying the Bronze 2GM, other educational content, please let your thoughts be known by being like those generous folks and clicking the subbity button. So in terms of the build order, my opponent definitely had a rather interesting one. It was just a Widowmine, and then Widowmine drop into, you know, quick third command center with some Marines, tanks, a Raven. So it's a little bit of a mix and match, no real clear timing attacks, super fast gas, and you can see my opponent was missing a lot of SCV production here. So they definitely didn't queue up before entering with the Widowmine drop. And you can see this big gap in their macro eased off the amount of damage they really did. So they should have found themselves in an even better position than they were if they were a bit better at spending their money. So I was a little slow getting my my drop across the map for sure. Partially because we were distracted by what was going on there with that Widowmine drop. And because he'd seen it, he prepares really well with like turrets, Raven, starts building Vikings as well. Now, in this point, you could say, well, isn't the disruptor drop, the warp prism speed, just worth nothing? Like, isn't it really bad to go for it in this scenario? And you could argue, well, yeah, maybe if it does get spotted that early, the disruptor coming out, I mean, just be more cautious with it. But if you think about it, guys, we forced him to build a turret. We forced him to build 2 Vikings, which doesn't help against our army. The Raven is not that effective against the rest of our army either. And it's like, I mean, obviously, I kind of did something a bit fancy here. I didn't have an observer for vision, but I was like, you know what? This guy's building Ravens and turrets. He's not going to have, like, a giant ball of Stim Marines jump on me. So I went for the combat drop, which is a much more dangerous and fancy micro move, but I said, let's just find his army. And if I couldn't find it, I probably would have just thrown disruptors there to set his depots on fire. No crazy damage. But the moment I saw the Vikings as well, I was like, just get out of there. Just leave. No reason to take more risks. Unload the disruptors at home and swap into our standard style, which remember, Twilight Forge, up to 6 gates. Then we go second Robo, then we go 8 gates. saturate our third, and we just go forward on the ground and just rally Stalker, Zealot, Disruptor across the map and try to do it. I do think I probably should be sending a probe forward and building a pylon somewhere, just so I have like a, you know, a decent warp in point, not too far from their base, and just go forward and start trying to skirmish with them and look for the opportunity to win with those disruptor shots. And the reason we do this is not because this is the best way of all time to win PvT, it's because it's such a good training ground for disruptors. So that's exactly what our whole goal here is, guys, is to get good at disruptors in a matchup that they're probably the best unit in. And even though they're outranged by siege tanks, you technically can outrange them if you use the edge of the splash as well, which would be really cool. The opponent was just going mega macro, so definitely I did have to start trading with him pretty urgently, because you can see that his work account was only a little behind mine, which means his economy is actually much better than mine. And if I gave him enough time to build a lot of tanks and bio, and he was adding ghosts, things would have gotten scary, because I didn't really want to be building a super late game economy and playing that stage of the game. So for me, it was really something where I was like, okay, let's try and make sure that we actually get trading going now, before there's just a wall of tanks and libs and the disruptors can't really find a way in. What's the thing to be afraid of with this build? You're proactive on the map. This is really hard to beat. What's the weak point? So if someone's running around with Stalker Disruptor in your territory, definitely sneaking drops around. Even just 8 Marines stimming into the third base can be a nightmare to deal with. So if the Terran player doesn't let me just see the whole map with observers and then pylons getting built on the edges, and then just keep some drops out there, and the drops don't have to do a lot. All they have to do is threaten, and whenever they're spotted, just go hide somewhere somewhere off on the edge of the map, and it gives me something to worry about, and I'm not able to just simplify it. So you could see, what am I doing as the Protoss player there is I'm trying to funnel all of the action into one area, which is I'm just picking away at you with my disruptors and abusing you. But what if they go around? You're gonna have quite a struggle. How does this build do against mech? There's 1,000 different types of mech, so it's really hard to pinpoint. Generally speaking, disruptors not very good versus someone who's got enough tanks, because the tanks do outrange them. But you'd probably be surprised how you could make it work if they're not good enough with the vision out front and that sort of thing. Okay, guys, so we've got PVZ now. This is going to be really good. So, guys, Corruptors. Sorry, not Corruptors. We've got... reading Twitch chat words subconsciously. We've got PVZ here on Curious Minds. This is a very small map, and we are going to be doing our Archon drop build. Now, I was really thinking about teaching you guys how to do an Adept build, but I just feel like opening up with a Dark Shrine actually keeps you safe versus so many early attacks from the Zerg player, and that's why I think this is a little bit better for us as a technique and strategy for us to learn. I just think it's a little bit more solid, because there's all these like Ling Bane busts and like Ravager Roach busts that will be able to breach your wall, but by the time they get in there, you should be able to warp in DTs and they will not have detection, and it basically just is the thing that keeps you alive. So we see that there is a hatchery down, guys, but that's a hatchery after a pool, so let's double check that pool timing, and that is a very early pool, but he does build 3 drones. You can see that started up. So how do I know it's drones, guys? Because what else would he be building? He can't build Zerglings yet. Okay, so that's cool. We can go home. Now, even though that is pool first. So I guess with pool first, I often go Cybercore before the, because they could be Zerglings. But because I've seen that it's basically, so we're doing a pretty advanced reaction here, guys. I guess you could say, right? If there was 3 lava there, we would actually adapt our build order. In this case, I'm doing no changes to my build order, because I saw he spent all the lava on drones just before the pool finished. He can't be running 6 Zerglings across the map early. As long as I chrono my Adept straight away, I don't think my opponent can get to me. And you can see here that this is confirmed by the fact that my probe hung around and didn't see anything. So that probe's just going to check if he's taken a 3rd base yet and then go home. Looks like I didn't have a 3rd guy on that gas geyser, and I've just realized, thankfully, earlier rather than later. Remember, guys, recognizing mistakes is good, not bad. A lot of people go, I made a mistake. Better you recognized it then, rather than later. The Stalker will come out as well. And we chrono boost the Stalker after the Adept and the Nexus. This just helps us deal with any Zerglings that have dodged around. And what do we do with our Adept, guys? We shade across the map, and then we shade again. And what are we looking for? Well, we're queuing probes. Ooh, that would be nice. Oh, I actually clicked cancel on that. Run. Run, run, run. This was an accident, guys. I clicked cancel, but I didn't check my server. Lag meant that did finish when it wasn't intended to. Okay, and we see no gas mining, and the Adept's gonna die now. That's fine. It happens. So that was a little awkward. We did forget to build our robo as well. Man, I'm so bad at commentating while playing. This is great. I go cast a tournament, and I completely forgot to build my robo, guys. Ooh-wee. I was like, dude, this DT shrine is so fast, and now I know why. Our Warp Prism's going to be very slow. So we're doing a very slow version of the build. We're going to build a shield battery for safety. If you ever lose your first Adept, guys, always a good idea to build a shield battery, just in case. So that's going to be just a little safety mechanism that we use. Now, the reason we like the front third is there's this beautiful little corner which we can do stuff in. And actually, that's why it's better to build the shield battery there instead. Because then it can heal guys that are defending your third base. Part of the advantage of this map. Let's get another pylon up here. Okay, let's get that depth coming out. We can get the Warp Prism, which is obviously very late. But better late than never. We go Warp Prism, then we go double gas, and then we go 2 pylons. Very standard pattern. So it's Warp Prism, pylon. I built the pylon first because our robo was late. Double gas, and then double pylon. Keep building probes the whole time. If you have to cut probes a tiny bit, that's okay, but that's a super advanced thing. If you're still in Diamond, probably don't want to bother thinking about, oh, there's an exact moment where I, you know, purposefully do that or whatever, because it's just not necessary. And then we right-click, shift-hold position with that Adept. So what's the Adept doing, guys? That Adept is going to defend this third base. So we're going third base before the DTs, and that's purely just because we messed up the opening a little bit. And let's go. So we're going to run in with 4 DTs, guys. I'm going to waste a little bit of time here, just because I want to make it a bit easier for my opponent to defend. There we go. Simulate you guys messing your build orders up anyway, right? Alright, so we go in now. Mass Queen Zergling here. And we're just A-moving the DTs and running the Prism away, okay? Now notice those spores are almost finished. So we kill the queens and then we run away. And we want to unload on a watchtower. Watchtower is usually good for that. Behind this, we make an observer. We chrono it, send it to outside the natural. We go second robo forge. Get charge. And we get at least 3 sentries. I get a zealot there as well. And keep building probes. Now we're going to make some Archons here. And actually, because we didn't hunt down this Overlord before, guys, notice I'm pulling this Overlord back. And what did I just do? My man! I just did a really cool move. I just told this Observer to move back and forwards long enough to kill the Overlord, and then go across the map. Pro gamers, high-level players, always like queuing things up ahead of time where they can. So that's like a really nice thing you guys can think about, right? We've got 2... Okay, so we're going to make Immortals now. So we're making Immortals. Obviously, you can be active with your Archon drop. We don't want to do too much of that, though. We'll just... I don't know. We can do some Prism Micro, of course, but... And we'll just go like, oh, okay, get out of there. Okay, so now we need 4 more gateways. Remember that we're going to keep making Immortals. After you drop those gateways, you need lots of pylons. And what are we making? Hallucinated Phoenix. So what do? You make 2 Hallucinated Phoenix and you send them through their base from both sides. You then send your Prism across. You can keep your Prism as a defensive unit to defend all ins, or you can send it across to harass. Let's send it across to harass this game just because that's a little bit easier. It doesn't rely on fancy micro as much. Keep making probes here, take these gases. Tankfire Archives goes down. And let's take a look at our hallucinations. So we see a lot of drones, and not much else. So something we can do now is send our Observer up in between the rallies. And we're going to also rally our Robos to our Immortals now that we have Immortals out. And I queued up 1 more Observer, since this Observer is being used as a spotting unit to see if mutas, hydras, roaches. Basically, it's watching, hey, what's popping out of this hatchery? Okay. Now, one of the big things that we've done since swapping to this style is we have taken away any sort of aggressive timing. And that's a big problem against a Zerg player. because this is going to allow, it's going to allow us to lose games. To, oh, surprise 20 Mutalisks came out, that sort of thing. This is coming out. If we're not good enough at scouting, but it's going to be a good chance for us to practice our scouting as well and kind of see what's going on. So building lots of pylons right now, making +2, adding these immortals. You'll notice I control click the immortals, add them to my army key every now and then. We've seen a Hydra Den, so we know our opponent's playing Hydras. At this point, let's just send out a Zealot to each watchtower. Our opponent's creep is on our doorstep, which is just ridiculous. That's insane. Alright. So, we're going to keep chronoing Storm here. And you know what, guys? Let's take this 4th on the bottom. Because I want to push this bottom side of the map. So we're going to send 1 Zealot to the top and the rest of my army. High Templar, clicked on the Immortal to follow it. Oh, is he coming for me? Looks like it. Got a Zealot on the watchtower. Gonna make an Archon here. Send a Zealot there, and we'll send an Adept over there. Whoa! Here comes the army. Alright, so big Roach Hydra Force. Keep making Immortals. Chrono Boost that and queue up armor. We have a 4th base on the way, so let's send the extra guys there. Build some cannons, build some batteries, because we don't want to worry about this stuff. We don't want to worry about this stuff. Okay, cool. Now main army's pushing the top. Which means, what should we be doing, guys? Zealots, right-click next to the hatchery, okay? And what are we doing? Big old A move. Is it a big old A move, though? Yes. So obviously we want to not fight too far away from our units. And we're not going to micro our Zealots on the other side. All we're microing is this army, guys. Okay. Notice A move my main army, Storm. Pull back the front units. Storm. Pull back the back units. A move everything again. Make sure they're all fighting. Grab. Nope. Storm. Oh, look at that. Big army. Looks like our Zealots are still killing stuff, which is fine. We're going to click more of that in. This army, I can't micro this. There's nothing to do with that army. So what do we do, guys? We go, quick, I need more gateways. I need more gateways. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. We probe up our 4th base a bit. We grab any excess workers. So we're probing that one. Now you could get a second forge here with these gateways as well. And that's something I do like to do. We could also get blink in case mutas come out or broodlords, but that's kind of extra. Now by sending in this next wave of Zealots, that's really greedy. Because this army was basically forfeit. It was at a point where I was like, look away from it. There's nothing more I can do. The most important thing I should have done was that. Because you need to morph High Templar. You need to make more Archons as quickly as possible to survive. But even better than making Archons is let these guys get the 20-30 seconds they need to have Storm. So if you get at least another 6 High Templar up, that's got to be the most important part of your army. I'm accidentally rallying these Immortals still across the map as well. Make sure you reset your Immortal rally point. It's kind of good, guys. You can go, this is a way you could do it as well. Check this out, guys. So if you've got your rally point is like rallied to your rally point, but then to an army, you know what happens if you kill that army unit? So that's actually a cute thing you can do is shift rally. So you can have your Immortals rallied to an army unit, but then if that army unit dies, they're still just going to rally to here. It's kind of cool, right? So another way we could think of that is you could also go shift click like that with the rally. So then it's like, oh, even if this guy dies, look at the rally point, it just defaults to the next guy. And if he dies, it's going to default to the next guy. So there's lots of cool things you could do with shift click in this game that makes your guys rally out a lot better. Now, obviously we screwed around with our DT drop a long time. Early on, I did screw up with my Adept. So I want to just highlight for you guys, what are we scouting for again to check that we're not being all in? At the very start, you're checking, are there lava saved up when the spawning pool finishes? And we saw not a single lava, which means they can't build Zerglings straight away, not a threat, okay? After that, our Adept needs to go straight across the map. What are we looking for with our Adept? Very straightforward. Are they droning or are they making fighting units? And there's bonus scouting on top of that, but that's only bonus. So first things first is droning or fighting units. Now, I meant to cancel this shade and I was going to throw another one in in a few seconds, and that would have been fine. So if I did that, I would have lost the Adept. I would have had the Adept walk down here, seen the third base, just to confirm. Oh yeah, there is a third. Not that I react to it. That doesn't tell me too much. It's just context. That's all that is. It doesn't. They could still be doing a macro build and just take a late third. That's fine. But basically, we'd shade in, say about 310. Say we shade in at this point. And what do we see? Oh, 7 drones. Cool. So anytime before 315, as long as they've got plenty of drones there, that's big. But also, it's the other bonus thing you could do is, are they mining gas or not? Because if they're still mining gas, notice this starts with 2,250 gas. So if you click on it, you can see he's mined 100 gas, basically. Technically, he mined a little bit extra. You know, he's just making Zergling speed. But if he's continuing to mine it, he could make a Baneling Nest or a Roach Horn and Ravagers, or he could go a quick lair for very quick tech. Both of which are things which are nice information to have, but not as important as what the hell is our opponent doing with their lava. And of course, I mean, we know here, because we can see it all, our opponent just got a bit distracted and wasn't spending their lava. But you're usually going to see our Zerglings popping out, that sort of thing, our drones popping out. And if you can see both mineral lines, it's great, but even just spotting the natural, 90% of the time, that's going to tell you if an all-in's coming. Oh, he's only got 3 drones on his expansion. Okay, I'm going to like just pop down a shield battery for safety here, move a probe over and be ready to build a full gateway. And then if your Adept confirms you do see the lings flooding out, you're like, okay, yep. Pull the Stalker inside the wall, build a gateway here. We're safe. As long as our DT Shrine still goes down on time. Now, we messed up our build, guys, because remember, it's got to be... We accidentally only had 2 workers on this gas for a bit earlier, so we're a bit lower on gas. We should have gone Robo and then DT Shrine. So your DT Shrine doesn't go down the moment your Twilight Council finishes. This is a ridiculously fast Dark Shrine, because of course the 100 gas has to go to the Robo first of all, so your Prism can get across the map. So a bit of a mistake from me. In hindsight, later on, do we understand how many workers my opponent had and what their game plan was? Not really. My game sense tells me there were about 66 workers massing Roach Hydra, going up to like 5-6 bases, and they were just going to try and swarm with endless Roach Hydra numbers. Let's see. Let's take a look and actually get the context. Was my read on what was happening that game correct? Amazing creep spread from my opponent. They went for an infestation pit, so maybe they were planning to go up to Hive and Lurkers. They went 65 drones at this point. 6 gases. I mean, this was pretty good macro from my opponent. And then they built 8 more drones. And they do indeed go Hive. So they wanted to play Roach Hydra and then make it up to Lurkers. So we essentially hit a timing attack before their Hive tech kicked in, with Storm, Immortals, and a big Zealot run by. And that's such a good way of doing it. Now, obviously, we see a really simple problem with my Warp Prism placement, guys. He could see it. Why could he see it? Watchtower. That was just sitting in Watchtower vision. So our Prism should have been right up on the edge if it was going to hide up there. And that's why we lost our Prism. Because then, on top of the Zealots hitting the south, we also could have sieged the Prism in the main, warped in 8 Zealots there, and then our army on the front would have been even more powerful and harder for our opponent to deal with. Because if our opponent only has to worry about the army, they can spread, they can dodge the storms quite easily and just pull back and kind of kite you down. But if they're trying to defend the front, and then bam, Zealots are running in, and then Zealots are in the main, the Zealots take you no micro. All your micro can be on your main army, and that's that. Now you guys are going to notice I resisted the urge to use the sentries here, because for a long time, when I would play this style, I would not even build sentries at all. Now, I started building sentries, but I think of them as Guardian Shielders, as Hallucinators, but I don't really bother using force fields that much, and even when I'm playing very competitively, I don't, simply because it's lower priority than Storm and Army movement. Is it amazing? Can it be fantastic? Yes. If you can use both spells at once, it's great, but it's just not that important compared to how your army fights. Is it fighting together? And are you actually using your Psy Storms correctly? If you're doing that, it's all good. And remember, the moment I used up all my Storms, I morphed Archons. And you can even do that 2x2 if you're super pro, manually morphing the low energy High Templar. But on top of that, I said, okay, at this point, what should I have done? I went home and sent another Zealot attack in, which was kind of greedy. What should I have done? I should have warped in at least 6 High Templar. We start chrono boosting Immortals again as well to rebuild that Immortal count. And then we go, okay, let's build 4 more gateways so we get some more production as well, which you see me add here. So the important thing though is we did attack at a moment where if we gave my opponent another minute or 2, they were building Vipers, they had a Lurker Den coming up, they even had a Spire, so maybe they would have added Brood Lords. There's a lot of problems the longer we leave things. But once we have Storm up, we're always going forwards with our army while sending Zealot run-bys in. And that's the big thing we're doing a lot of in this matchup is Zealot run-bys, Zealot run-bys, Zealot run-bys. That's going to make it difficult for our opponent. It's going to increase the chances of them eating our Psy Storms to the face. And that's going to be beautiful when we do that. PVT, I had 12 carriers, he had 20 Vikings. He chopped my carriers one by one. He attack, move, my carriers barely deploy. How I kill Viking with carrier. Do you all want to hear me tell Blood Elf War how to beat the carriers? What you want to do is you want to stack those carriers up, mate. You want to spam click underneath those carriers so they all stack up on the exact same space. And that, because what's happening is otherwise your carriers are all, you're letting one carrier on the edge get one shot. If you click underneath them, they'll all stack up, number one. Number two, get Archons can do really good damage, or Psystorm, or Blink Stalkers, something on the ground to wreck the Vikings. Psystorm is the best thing for ruining Vikings. So Storm is like the ultimate, just you land one Storm on those Vikings even for a second and they're all so damaged. So that's actually really, really huge. But what was happening is your carriers were spreading out and he was able to kill the one that was sticking on the edge of the formation. So you've got to use the Magic Box Micro to grab the one underneath. So click underneath your carriers so that they all, and keep spamming that click so they stack up. And then give them an A move and then spam click underneath them. So just keep stacking them on top of each other so they all fight at once. Electric Bearcat, how are you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the love, my friend. I really appreciate the support, my dude. My dude.
You have not enough minerals.
Alright guys, we're gonna build that there. That's an interesting pylon positioning. Yeah, we can fit some decent buildings on that. That'll be alright. Guys, we are playing a PVT versus Young Sally. Isn't that a name from our Twitch chat? I feel like that's a name I recognize. Maybe I played them earlier? I don't know. Anyways, we want to build a gateway here. So we're building like the semi-wall, right? And we'll send our probe across, check if there's gas, and go from there. Let's put that guy on the close patch as well. We're in Diamond League. We can stack our workers now, bitches. You've been gone for a bit. You started a new job. Is it going well? I hope it's not too stressful, mate. I hope you're kicking ass over there. As I'm sure you are. Because StarCraft fans only know how to kick ass. They don't know how to do anything else, man. So, change back to the gas. Control group 2. Control group 1. Control group 2. Beautiful. And it is single gas, which makes this look like a very normal build. And then we can go Nexus. Oh, whoops. I just built an extra probe, eh? Oh, I see what happened. Ow! Oi, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Alright, that's okay. We'll just check that the expansion goes down, but we're focusing on our build, guys. And I kind of want to surround that SCV and kill it, but I'm going to resist the urge. And we'll just build the other pylon up here as well, by the way. And there is a command center. Okay, so that's all I wanted to check there, guys. Is there a command center? Just make sure, because if there isn't, they could be, I don't know, proxying 2 barracks on the map, something crazy like that. And let's go for the Adept this time. Are you going to do a Phoenix Colossus build in Diamond 2? We are in Diamond 2, guys.
Your probes are under attack.
And it is a Reaper. Not bad.
Glory to the Daemon. Yes.
Oops.
The Templar.
Base is under attack.
Give us your command. Where shall we march?
Okay, so we're going to cancel the Shade as much as I want to scout.
Let none deter us.
So look at this, guys. This probe is there. So if he tried to run away, that probe would have blocked him. And now we want to send these guys across just to see if they can do some pressure, maybe do some damage, maybe not. We don't know. Now, I didn't bother walling off, so it's very important we see if there's like Hellions or anything coming across the map. But we do build... You guys know I build 3 gateways every game anyway, so it's all good. Build an observer there. Alright. And we're just chronoing probes for the moment. And once you get that Robo Bay down, remember, always need to get the pylon. So, alright, we're going to shade forward with the Adept. Now, these units do want to go home. It's kind of dangerous what I did here. And he does have a bunker. And let's see if we can just be annoying, but this is really good for us, okay?
Najakar,
And we're just gonna recall the adept.
I have met the enemy.
Research complete.
So what we're gonna do, the observer will go down there. We know we're being Widow Mine dropped now, guys. So huge for us, right? So huge. We can move over to the third base as well. Cool. Alright, so wherever that's coming from, so we're gonna put a stalker on the edge there, and the other units there in the middle. Oh, he's gonna attack the front as well? Oh, okay, guys. So this is going to be very intense. So we need to go out there and intercept these Marines. Our observer's seen this. And then he's going to jump in the main at the same time. So we're going to try and put this on a different control group because that's going to have to defend the Widow Mine drop in the main. I don't know where it is. I'm watching my minimap closely. We're trying not to micro this fight because it's clearly a distraction. Still haven't seen it. I'm staring at my minimap this whole time, guys. Woo! So I told you guys that was a distraction. Fortunately, we weren't able to kill the drop before it got in, but close enough, right? Because now we've got our Warp Prism. We can get our Warp Prism speed if we really want it. Or you can just skip that all game, be a Chad gamer. And we're just going to leave that Stalker there. And that other Stalker there. I don't think it had any more Widow Mines in it. We can continue our build. But that was a good raid. Why? Because why else would someone just walk unupgraded Marines across? Remember, unupgraded Marines, guys, you can beat them with just gateway units and an A move. And the important thing was not to micro them too hard because our opponent wanted us to do that. So really important to identify what your opponent wants you to do in situations like this in PvT where they're always trying to distract you. So we see a Raven and what looks like some form of 3 racks follow-up, guys. So we're just going to do our boom boom. We get a big boom boom. Medevac just tried to fly out of our base. I was so afraid by that explosion. I was like, what just happened? Oh, and he's interference matrixed me as well, damn. Let's grab these Stalkers and bring them back. Oh, that was an accident. I didn't even mean to build that. Oh well. So we're going Twilight, Forge, and you guys know what's next. 3 gateways. And a second Robo. Okay, we'll try one more time for it. Oh, he's coming for me. Uh-oh. So, question is, oh, can we... Okay, so we're going to set that observer up just further back, and we'll try to hang out here with these, and then we're just going to come forward. So we're swapping. Prism is now a run-by unit, guys. And let's run home from there. That should be game ending. So we just run away from there. Just for a little bit, because we just need a few more units, okay? And what else do we need, guys? Remember, as soon as you get to this point where you want to start pushing forward, you're leaving yourself so open at home. So all your next pylons go on the edges of the map, okay? He's walked right past this observer, which is very nice. So, just continuing to put guys on gas. We've got the second Robo. And he's trying to get this observer still. But... And remember, what are we doing, guys? Click this on a Marauder. And it automatically follows then. Fortunately, we don't have Blink yet, but this is still very effective. And, so remember, just practice that micro, guys, one more time, okay? So... And it automatically will follow it. So the ball's really buff. And we've got the pylons on the edge. Now, obviously, we can add a cannon and a battery in each base as it goes later, but it's not important. It's not important because we've got recall. So if we do get called out, we can always do this. What did I just do, by the way? Recall. I don't think I've talked about this in Bronze to GM, guys. So if you use camera locations, there's so many reasons why it's good, but this is one. So you're just hanging out on the map. Oh, fuck, my main's getting dropped. What do? 1 click, 2 click, jump main, left click, recall. Now, if you guys use a parting style setup where you have a different control, you have a separate control group just for your main nexus, you don't have to do all that. That's the way I like to do it, and that is the way most pros do it. Parting and hero being the 2 exceptions. But definitely you can, if you don't care too much about where you recall, you can just do the first one, which is just right click, to make sure they're clumped, and then just recall them using your hotkey and just hope it recalls to the right base kind of thing. Or maybe the idea is just to evacuate, so you don't really care what base you go to. But yeah, so that's the build there. So this is really important though, is that observer seeing those Marines guys, because we'd already seen Widow Mines and a Starport. So let's go back and dissect a little bit. What made us know that we were getting Adept Widow Mine dropped? Remember, he let our Adept in. Normally, all I wanted to see was the barracks on the reactor, and then I would by default be playing safe against a Widow Mine drop anyway. But we get to see the Widow Mines, and I just left it here for a few seconds just to try and trigger my opponent a little bit, and then we just recalled it. I was like, it's not worth losing the Adept, just keep it alive. We've already pissed my opponent off, made them pull off gas, this sort of stuff. We don't have any pressure to do damage there, okay? So anyway, why no add-ons on these? Multiple Widow Mines coming out. It's got to be a Widow Mine drop. But then also seeing Marines coming across the front. What are unupgraded Marines going to do to you this early? Well, we know he doesn't have a Tech Lab factory. This is not some tank bunker push he's trying to set up. And our observer sees everything. We see just the Marines. So we know 100% this is a distraction. The idea is he runs in with these at the front, and then the Widow Mines get big booms off. Or maybe I'm so busy dealing with the Widow Mines that the Marines actually end up killing a lot of probes. One or the other, right? So I looked at that and I said, okay, what is that? 7 Marines? 6 Marines? 7 Marines. So I just said, look, 4 gateway units beats that with an A move. I tried to do a little bit of micro, but most of my attention was on the minimap. So then you look, even if I lose a few units, this is fine. It's a trade. I should have probably focus fired the Marines in hindsight. I think I should have shift clicked those Marines, would have been better, right? Because then I could have looked away, yeah? But I had Stalkers warping in at home. I had them all on their own control group. And we do make sure this doesn't do too much. Now, if I was super... The thing is, I didn't know how many Widow Mines. I thought there might be 3 or 4. If I knew there was just 2, I could have just A-moved this and tried to kill these probes, these Widow Mines as they were burrowing, and it might have paid off. But I instead was just saying, let's just make sure the medevac's either dead or low enough that it doesn't get out, and then just spread my units. And, you know, I lost 1 probe and 1 Stalker. Totally acceptable. I leave a Stalker patrolling here, a Stalker patrolling there, so we can't really get out, and just continue my build. So that's a very good start. This was super duper clean, and we got to just follow the game plan, start moving across with the disruptors and stuff, and have a bit of a party. Obviously, the disruptor in the map was a very lucky shot, but that's kind of one of the things you're looking for and playing with, right? With this style is look for those shots, look for those dirty little moves you can get with those disruptors. And as long as you're doing it early enough and your build's tight enough, it's going to be happening. So this sort of thing, I notice a lot of people screw up with is they go, okay, well, I tried to do that and it doesn't work. And what's happened is it's 3 minutes later in the game when there's a giant ball of stim units and they've still got 1 disruptor and 1 observer in the middle of the map, and they're like, let's see if I can get a surprising shot. And it's like, it's just not the same as when it's a small handful of bio and stim's not even quite finished. That's just much more vulnerable. Once they get a bigger army, they're more confident roaming around the map. They've got stim, shields, medevacs. It gets a bit scarier for you. That's where you should have a good squad of Blink Stalkers and multiple disruptors fighting them. Alright guys, we've got ourselves another PvT here, and we are once again going to be going for this disruptor drop-in. Remember, you know what, if you're having fun with it and enjoying it, you could really... I'm doing a single wave of disruptor drop, right? To make sure you guys know the follow-up and kind of focus on that. But if you guys are having fun with the disruptor drop, man, you can just keep dropping and dropping and dropping, and it could totally tilt your opponent, and you could have a lot of fun with it. Obviously, finding the balance when it comes to victory, like if winning's your priority, there's probably a bit of a balance that needs to be struck between the two of like, okay, I'm floating 2,000 minerals. This is not worth it. But definitely you can kind of get that rhythm of like throw the balls, going, you know, go home and macro for 20 seconds, throw the balls, go home and macro for 20 seconds. I think what I've noticed is these players have been pretty good at like getting Vikings, turrets, their Ravens hunting for it. So because the Terrans are reacting so well to it, I'm incentivized to not focus on it as much. But if these players were not reacting so well, I'd be much more likely to just keep focusing on it and keep dropping the balls, right? But once you get a response from your opponent, you see that they are respecting what you've done, to continue to just prioritize and focus on it is really, really silly. So you really shouldn't do it. All right, so this is a boss mode thing from my opponent. I did not catch them coming in there. So we're gonna go Cybercore into Gold Nexus. Okay. Okay.
Your probes are under attack.
Oh. Okay. Okay, we're gonna make a Stalker first. I'm just kind of checking around, making sure there's no proxies up here. And this probe will be hanging around for scouting. Now, do I stick to the same game plan is obviously a question when you're forced to take the gold base. Well, the only reason I've done that is because I scouted this so late. If I scouted this earlier, guys, and I really think I should have noticed that SCV coming, but he must have done a good path to dodge. It definitely does make things kind of awkward. So what we're going to do is we'll make an Adept after that. I think we'll still try to make the Robo, but we're not going to risk transferring too many workers there because I can't really ensure it'll be defended just yet. We'll make a shield battery here. Stalker will go to the front. And I will build a probe pylon there too. Interesting, he's building a bunker. So we're getting a robo. We're going to try and follow the exact same game plan because in general, doing something well is better than doing something half-baked. Is he actually pushing this? I don't know. So we're continuing to build units, guys. We're going to now make an observer. Send that straight across the map. And a robo-bait. And this is admittedly a greedy build because I don't actually know he's expanded. We are reading the bunker as an expansion, guys. That's agreed. That's agreed. But this is such a bad position and I'm getting punished a lot for not having scouted early that I've just decided to basically throw caution to the wind and take a greedy response. And cross me fingers and hope I end up okay. This observer is going to be very important for getting some actual information in this game. Alright. So, we've got 2 stalkers, 3 gateways. Let's make the warp prism here. This observer's going to get over here and hopefully see some stuff. I mean, the gold base gives you a lot of money, guys, so it's a very real thing. We're just kind of hanging out here for the moment in the middle. And it's a mass marine all-in, so we're going to make a Colossus as quickly as we can. Because this is actually just a marine SCV all-in. And we can actually make sentries as well, okay? So we're going to make... Oh no! Okay. So what are we doing, guys? We're trying to just fight these units as best we can. Trying to just make stalkers, A-move probes. We just pull back to our shield batteries. So we played really greedy here, guys, and it is costing us for sure. And these stalkers, we've pulled the probes back. I'm still probing. Remember, I have a gold base, so I can use every probe here and be okay, guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to... okay, we got the Colossus out, so it's game over. So he just took too long. He shouldn't be hitting at 5 minutes. And we're going to use the... we're going to use the warp prism to repower the shield battery there as well. GG. That was a really tricky all-in, but way too late. And we see that this just died to us just doing things efficiently. This was the perfect example of efficient, stupid beats very, very technically like intelligent, but just late, just not executed crisply enough, right? because this guy just took way too long to get his barracks up. And he's built way too many SCVs. If you're planning this build from the start, why are you oversaturated? And why are you building your barracks at home? Should have already snuck 2 more SCVs out. And I actually went looking for proxies, by the way, because I was like, just in case. But if he had like a few barracks proxied out here somewhere on the map, or if he could already have 2 more barracks built, this Marine push should have come so much earlier in this game. Things like the Orbital Command Center are just not important because he's already got so much money. So he should have like 4 or 5 barracks already down, something like that. So you can see here, he's still building SCVs. So the barracks comes down so late. So it's a 6 barracks all in, but it's just too late. Timing is everything in StarCraft, and he's still building SCVs, which makes no sense in this scenario. It's all about the Marines. So this hit, for context, at the same time as a 3 racks, 2 base stim push would hit, right? Because that can hit at 5 minutes. And does this even hit before 5 minutes? This is only 30 seconds faster than a 3 racks would push with, and yet it's got less units. That would hit with 20 Marines with stim and shields at 5 minutes. So this is actually just such a weaker push because of that. And I actually, you know, it's funny because I knew something was coming and I warped in another Stalker. If that was a sentry, I could have force fielded him out for another 12 seconds and it would have been even more ridiculous. But as it was, I could lose every single unit here. And the whole trick is always stutter step away from them. Oh, it's a shame I did not power that pylon. That was a real bummer. That was, yeah. So that's why if he, good depowering on that pylon from the opponent, but just way too slow. Yeah. Someone was suggesting floating barracks down. No, definitely don't float barracks down. Yeah. But definitely could have hit harder and faster. Now, was I greedy? Yep. So what's wrong with my build, guys? Well, this actually points out a big weakness of what I've been doing. And I haven't really mentioned it yet because I haven't come across eBay block. People are like, what? That's bad teaching, pig. It's not. This is how you play StarCraft, guys. If you worry about everything people can do against you, you're not going to go far. The trick here is you need to get down here at a minute to check if they're doing this. And this was actually a super fast eBay block, right? Oh, did we go right past him? Oh, I'm just blind. He didn't even execute this well, guys. I messed this up. If I wasn't watching my minimap. If you see an SCV coming, you immediately pull a probe. And if he does the eBay block, you pull 4 probes total. And you don't really rally onto gas that much. You try to focus on your minerals. And then, yeah, basically you just kill the eBay, kill the SCV first of all, then kill the engineering bay. And then you still get your Nexus down. Pretty much delayed a little bit, but not as delayed as much as them. So this was just a big mistake, not watching my minimap, not paying attention. But what if he went around the probe? What if he pathed up here? Well, he could have dodged me, and that's why if you guys start running into engineering bay blocks a lot, definitely you want to scout this a lot earlier. So you want to send a probe down, probably this probe, or maybe one of the even slightly earlier ones. Yeah, I think basically after you take your gas geyser, you tell your gas guy to go check your natural. So it gets down there, checks around your natural, right around a minute, and then confirms. So let's write that one down because this is a really good thing for us to kind of remember. Hey, we gotta be worried about that, man. That's a really frustrating thing to run into, is getting down there and there's a finished engineering bay. Okay, so we're making little rules for ourselves. So eBay block. If SCV comes early, send probe to fight it. If you want to be 100% safe in case they dodge your probe scout path with their SCV, which is pretty common at high levels, what would we do then, guys? We will send gas building probe to natural to check for eBay block around 1 minute. And that's all. If eBay, what do we do? 4 probes total pulled, target SCV, then eBay down, and continue build as normal. Super simple. But we've got a set play for that scenario so that we can stay confident and decisive in that situation. That's so important, guys. So, so, so important. You gotta have a mapped out scenario for that situation, otherwise things are gonna go badly. My man! All right. Very nice, guys. We're about halfway through Diamond 2. Diamond 2. Whoa, what's up? Thank you once again, Electric Bearcat, dude. Really appreciate the love. Sorry, I didn't even catch up with your follow-up messages because I'm such a donkey. Let's just have a quick chat. Did the Queen change have any effect on ZVZ early pools? Like 13, 12? Oh, shit! Killjoy, you're absolutely right. Not even verse 13, 12s. I didn't even think about that. There is a lot of situations where Queen's plugging the ramp is big and you don't necessarily have creep there. You're going to need to make sure you have creep on your ramp. That's actually huge. I did not think of that at all, Killjoy. Oh, yeah. Oh, my. Do you know how many Ling Floods you defend with Queens on a ramp that doesn't have creep on it? Oh, no. Oh, no. That's frustrating. Oh no. Yeah, and if your queens ever get off creep even a little bit, they suddenly can't transfuse. That's funny, man. My man. Hey, congrats, Momhane. Congratulations on hitting, was it Diamond, did you say, with Zerg? What was that? Where is it? Diamond for the first time with Zerg. Congrats, dude. That's huge. That's really massive, man. Are you gonna do Phoenix Colossus? Probably not, my friend. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we could do Phoenix opening. I don't know if I'd play Phoenix Colossus. I think Phoenix Chargelot's better. Much easier to. I mean, Phoenix Colossus is good. It's just not my favorite build. Actually, I already did Phoenix Chargelot in lower levels, didn't I? I think I did Phoenix Chargelot in Platinum. So maybe I will do a Phoenix Colossus. Maybe. Are you avoiding Skytoss in PvT? Skytoss has never been good in PvT. It's only good in like late game, so no. I think it's really dumb to play to late game in StarCraft because most people who play straight to late game, unless they're already a pretty high level player, when they start learning it, they become very stupid. They lose understanding of timings, when they can kill their opponent, when they can be killed. They start just kind of doing things and just crossing their fingers they survive, and you know, they stop interacting with the opponent, which is always bad in StarCraft. Is creep still on the lower part of the ramp by the hatch? I don't know, man. I'm not sure if there's ever any creep on the ramp or how that works. Yeah, I don't know. Rush Skytoss is pretty garbo in PvP. Oh yeah, it's pretty bad, man. You can punish it more with Blinky Boys now? I feel like you already could, yeah. The build Cyril used at BlizzCon versus Rogue is good now. Yeah, the dumbass builds might be a little bit better with the Queen change. We'll have to see. That's funny, man. That is pretty funny. The dumbass build might be good now. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? PvT again? All right, guys. So I'm not gonna get the prism speed this time, maybe. No, I will still get the prism speed. Keep the build consistent. Why not? Always means you can just pick up and get some of those disruptors out of there, which is nice. And like I said, it's probably a good idea if you guys struggle with the micro to lean into it more. In general, you know, we always talk about that. Like, if you suck at something, try to do it as much as possible. It's a good idea because it'll make you a lot better at it. So if you guys really struggle with the prism or the disruptors, that's, you know, part of the reason we're choosing these strategies is that there are so many things that can be super complicated and hard to do, but with practice, you know, anything is possible. It's just about putting yourself in a situation where you get enough repetitions. And a lot of people never improve at StarCraft in the micro department because they find it's, you know, it's hard to get that situation over and over again, right? Like, it really is. So guys, let's remember, that was the gas probe there. So if we want to check against the gas steal, if we want to make that little safety precaution, which, like I said, I probably wouldn't bother most of the time if it's, unless it's very common in the meta. I just like would be like, yeah, doesn't happen much, who cares? But I don't see anything. We do see an SCV coming out now, which is interesting. He should not get there in time to block me though. So we want to check the gas and then go back to the natural. So 2 gases, no, just 1 gas. All right. So we get the Nexus, we get the Cybercore, and of course our probe here. Just gonna check that he expands and then run away. All right. Beautiful. So what do we do? Do we want to get the pylon at the wall? Yeah, let's do the pylon. I really do like the pylon at the wall. Especially if there's like suddenly a meta where everyone's diving Hellions into your base. It just makes life easier. So let's do that one. Alright guys, so we've got third base here. Actually, let's go third base up there is a bit better. Then fourth base there and fifth base in the top left. We want to, of course, chrono the Adept out. Pylon was a few seconds late because we dilly-dallied a bit on deciding where we wanted to build it, but... Oh shit, this guy should have hid. That was dumb of me. So this guy's gonna go in deep, is he? Okay, we can pull the probes to defend him.
Glory to the Daylong.
Okay.
We serve.
Let's make that. Fix up my mining. This is really disorganized play, guys. What can I say? Don't play like this at home, please. Bit too much of just being a bit delayed. So, what's the lesson from this? Make sure you know where you want to do your pylon. Put it in the same spot every game. I get bored doing these teaching streams, and I start going, maybe I could do something different to make myself less bored. And then I just do things unnecessarily complicated, and it's not a smart thing for you guys to learn from. So we see the reactors on there. We cancel that. That's fine. We'll just go home then. Let's make an observer. Make another stalker. Let's get another pylon here. And of course, we haven't got the second and third gateway yet, so let's please get those down. Now they should still finish in time. 3:45 is kind of the latest you want these going down. And this way they'll finish, and we should be able to warp in units just in time to defend that that Widow Mine drop timing that I talked about. So we've got double gas going down, about 12 workers on the base. I'd initially said no later than 12 workers, but remember, because we're now deciding always get the quick gateways for the safety, we kind of changed our mind on that a little bit. So sometimes, you know, we do change things back and forwards in the notes from do this to do that based on what we want to do. And a lot of people sometimes get critical of that because they're like, hey, you should be teaching one thing. It should be the exact same thing. And I guess I just want to reiterate that my whole method of teaching StarCraft is think about what you're doing and make it your own. So any of you guys learning this, like if something doesn't sit right with you, you're like, this part of the build feels weird, I don't like it, change it. Change it. It's one of the best things you can do because you're just going to get so much better the more that you're making a build your own and the more you're engaging with it and all that. Okay, so my other guys are going to sit up here. I think I saw a blue dot going to the left, but I'm not sure. Yes, I did. Okay. So.
Consciousness awakened.
All right. Back to mining. Some more stalkers there. And what do we see, guys? Oh, he's going for a big push. A big push. Okay, so what are we going to do? Rather than showing our disruptor drop, we're going to wait for him to move out. And then we're just going to drop a giant ball. Because you can see Marines, tanks, and no add-ons, no extra barracks. So he's clearly trying to kill me, right?
You must construct additional pylons.
Deliver reinforcements. I am here in the shadows. Speak and be heard.
So we're trying to land that big ball on him. That's weird. What's he doing? I think he's run away because he's afraid of it. Ah! All right, let's just get all the things out, shall we? Oh, Liberator up there as well. Okay. Oh! That's what we're looking for. Oh no! Whoops.
I am the voice of the cold.
Oh my god. What's happening? Okay, so anyway, keep making disruptors. Somehow my hotkeys got messed up. So basically those stalkers were meant to be on my drop defense hotkey and they weren't anymore. So anyways, he's coming for me, guys. And yeah. Okay. So we're gonna try and make More of this stuff. Trying to make him siege up far back and then just run away. So his tanks are back there, so he's got to move forward a lot from where he is to actually do anything to me. And we're going to skip blink and we're going to make charge because he's all in, guys. How do we know he's all in? Check it out. So you can double shot a tank here. We know he's all in because of how he's been playing it. We know there's no add-ons, remember? He's got a third command center now, but it's still like his production is just so late. So he kind of has to do damage here, okay? So the longer he goes without doing damage, the more desperate his position is. And he's got even SCVs here, so you can see we're just like, okay, kill those. Now, one of the things you can do, remember, is you can outrange tanks, but you need to shoot from the very edge of the disruptor's range, which is hard to do. He's going to run home now, so we're going to chase after him. Our prism will go down to the bottom right. And here we go. And that's going to be game. Awesome. So we can go double gas now. And we can go get the second forge up. Do we have second robo? We do, right? Oh, he's actually... Oh, I was not expecting this. I thought he'd just run away. He actually tries to hold his ground. Interesting. Okay, let's back off. Too much fighting, too much chaos. Organize. Add the forge to the hotkey. 8 gateways. Build probes. Put guys on gas. Make more stalkers, because that's our favorite unit. Has Blink started? It has. Start the extra upgrades. Chrono, chrono, chrono. Keep making disruptors. Keep making observers, right? Grab idle workers. Tell go work. Okay. Build more pylons. Now we can start feeling a little bit more like, okay, this game's all sorted out. So we got one of these medevacs. Okay. So we're going to move this observer forward. We're going to move another observer forward. And we're going to add a lot of zealots in here. And we're going to attack to this left side. Because remember, if he's sieged on the right, you attack to the left, make him attack into you. So notice we just threw the disruptors on the tanks. And GG's. So that's advanced scouting. PvT is all about scouting, guys. All about scouting and understanding what you're up against. So we knew there was a Widow Mine drop, right? Did we? Did we know there was a Widow Mine drop? I think we thought there probably was, just because when we got here, what did we see, guys? We just didn't see much, right? We're just like, okay, he's got a tank, he's got a few Marines, but he easily could have already sent a Widow Mine drop out. So we've just got to be cautious against it, because that's such a mainstay of PvT, right? But then we notice no add-on on here. He's building tanks early, which is already a sign of aggression. And he's just pumping units. Look at how many Marines he's already got. Where's the second and third barracks? Where's the third command center? Well, it's not there because he's building tanks, Marines. And it took me a few moments to realize, but it dawned on me at about, this point? I was like, hey, wait a second, what the fuck? And I was like, oh, cool. Well, he's going to move out soon while distracting me with a Widow Mine drop. And in hindsight, we can tell it was also the Liberator. So now we know what build this is, right? Widow Mine drop hits the main, Liberator hits the natural, push hits the third base. Cool build. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll just wait out here, and when he moves out, we'll just shoot a disruptor shot by surprise and kill him. So luckily for him, he sent his Reaper out first. And that actually, this bit of scouting actually gave him warning of what I was up to. And he kind of runs his army away because he thought I was going to go drop in his main or something like that. But you can see here, the disruptor did end up doing some good work. But yeah, the Liberator was trying to come in. He was trying to do this three-prong stuff. These disruptor drops on the front are definitely very fancy. And if you want to be more cautious with it, what's a lower APM way of doing what I did there? I could have just moved my observer back. There was no way he was going to be able to pick his whole army up and leave the main. I could have left my observer here, left my disruptor further back, and given myself more warning, right? So that would have been really nice. Yeah. But notice how I had Stalkers split into different squads. So I think what happened with my control groups... Actually, I'm not sure. Did I just never control group my bloody drop defense? Oh my god, these guys are not on a control group this whole time. Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, I messed up. These guys should normally be on a control group, and they're not on a control group. So I don't know what I was doing this game, guys. It was a hot mess. A hot mess. But yeah, basically with any tank push, you want to get out in front of it, drop balls on it, force them to siege, pull back, force them to siege, pull back, and just chip away at them with disruptors. And if you can get out charge, that's going to make, obviously, you know, you get some nice, very simple units you can add into the army. But yeah, obviously this was very nice, and the Liberator, while being annoying, and the Widow Mines, while being annoying, they didn't really find the damage they wanted. And we just see how if my opponent was able to push out with that, hit those two things at the exact same moment, suddenly be sieged at my base, it's a very different scenario. But we saw tanks building really early, no second and third barracks. We just saw non-stop units pumping out, 0 breaks in production, a starport with no add-on pumping out Widow, you know, medevac, Liberator, medevac. So it was clearly a very aggressive focus from my opponent. But notice how hard it is for him to now get in range of my base just by forcing him to siege there. Look at how APM intensive and how much time this buys me. And I'm able to bring my observer back, sit it on his army, and look at that, just kill a tank for free. Now that was not outranging a tank, that was me just catching a tank that wasn't sieged, right? But we're going to be able to keep doing stuff like that, and it just completely stalls out your opponent's army. And my opponent actually made a really mature decision to go home, and if he just ran all the way home, I think he would have been fine. But you can see he keeps like clicking his army back like a tiny bit at a time. If my opponent just made the decision to leave there, go home and siege up, they would have been in a very playable position. They were trying to do this like emergency high APM fighting retreat stuff where they could have just, they had plenty of time to just move home to begin with. Hey, Guitar Grin, thank you so much for the 18 months. Max Sand gifted a sub to Alpaca. Yeah, Uthermal has a guide on this build. I don't know if he was the one who invented it, but definitely it's one. He has a really nice guide on it. It's a very annoying build to play against. It's very good against Blink, especially because Blink players rely on their Stalkers wearing down a push like that as it comes across the map. Even with 25 Stalkers versus 13 Voids, I get clapped. You should usually have more than that, Ace, because you can build your Stalkers very, very quickly. And they're so much cheaper than Void Rays as well. So you should be more than 2 to 1. But definitely, yeah, pick off a Void Ray, run away. Blink in, snap 2 Void Rays, back off. You can bait out the overcharge. That's amazing. Alright, guys, so we've got a lot of PvT today. We're once again going into Berlingrad, sorry, this time around. I think this might be my first PvT on Berlingrad today. And that's going to be really nice. So, what do we got? Alright, we're once again trying to get up the gateways, the disruptors, as crisp as possible. And we're seeing what we can do with these disruptors to pick apart our opponent. We've started to deal with some really good builds from our opponents. They're starting to do some like proper build orders, which is really nice. Because it gives us some proper things to react to and to understand. Because as we're getting higher and higher and closer to Diamond 1, you're going to notice the players' builds are much more cohesive. There's a lot more that are based off of videos that pro gamers and other people have done, making guides where they've seen a pro do in a tournament and that sort of stuff. So super cool to see. Guys, the hype train is close. Just one more little tippy tip or something like that. A bit, a sub, will get us into a hype train. A train of the hype. Ow. Alright. There we go. Awesome. Very nice. Cybercore goes down. Now, we're going to actually block. Guys, you don't really want to block it until about 1:40. And we've already taken a lot of damage. So we're not going to be able to block it very much. But even just a few seconds of blocking is super worth it. And see, has he got the command center down? He has. Now, if my opponent goes for a Reaper, he can easily hunt me down. A little slow on the gas and the pylon. So that block on that command center was not worth it, guys. That's only worth it blocking someone's command center if you're doing it after doing your gas and pylon. So you want to queue up some move commands quickly throw down your gas, your pylon, then go back and micro the probe. You don't want to do it the way that I did it, because it just costs you as much as the damage you're doing to your opponent, maybe even more than the damage you're doing to your opponent. So notice A-move probes. Oh, everyone tries to lose their Reaper these days to kill probes. No one tries to keep it alive. I guess that makes sense, right? You don't want to have the unit to micro. So we're going to go Stalker next. Adept goes across the map. We've got the Robo. What next, guys? Second and third gateway, of course. Might as well drop it sooner rather than later. Just make sure I don't forget it. And make sure we're queuing up more probes behind this. And what does the Adept look for, guys? Same as always. Number one, bunker. Sign of, okay, opponent's playing nice and safe. And that's a very early reactor. That's very late reactor, sorry. It's interesting. I'm going to throw one more shade just to see if I can get in. And this is also annoying because it blocks them from rallying their workers down. You know, it just forces them to do reactions. And then we just go home. So real straightforward, real chilled out stuff. Let's get another pylon here. Big production space on that one. I'll build another pylon there as well, just so I do have the ability to get that. And you can see I misplaced this pylon by 1 square, which is part of why I can't really build too many buildings near it. Now you want to make an observer and then a warp prism next. We'll get the 2 gases going down. So remember, it's second and third gateway, Robo Bay, extra pylon, and then these 2 gases. Always trying to follow that same order wherever possible. We now change the rally point back. The observer, I will put on a hotkey just initially. Keep building probes. And then we want 3 more stalkers. Now, this could be a 3-Rex. This could be a Widowmine drop. We don't know, but we always warp in these 3 stalkers. And we're always ready from about 20 seconds from now. About 4:35, looking for, is a Widowmine drop coming in? So we'll put a pylon up there. Nice little spotter unit. And we'll queue up a disruptor as well. Units are going to sit in the middle so they can quickly respond. And we can also put a pylon down there maybe. Nah, I'll put another pylon at the front and then we'll do that. So what do we see here, guys? 3-Rex? Doesn't look like that many Marines. Definitely just staring at my minimap as I run around, and this looks like a pretty... No, not a Widowmine drop, because there's a Cyclone here, guys. So, but this could turn into a big push. So we're just going to leave that observer there. Okay. Let's get that. We'll get the third base. So if he starts building tanks, which he's already building, ooh, it could be a big 2-Rex push, right? So I'm just going to leave this observer right there in the middle. Oh, hello. Oh, look at that. Okay, so my prism going across to try and hit the natural. And then these guys. Okay. Now I'm control clicking my idle worker button. Shift deselect. Chrono boost. And this guy. See, that tank is reaching to there. So if we come in and drop there, we should be able to do well.
Research complete.
Let's go. Is there space for it? Yes, there is. Can pick up, pull back. We're going to now move the observer to the front so we can see if he pushes out. Build another pylon. And then what do we want, guys? Same as always, Twilight Forge, another pylon to help power those structures. 3 more gateways, and then a second robo. And the more you queue this shit up, the more beautiful it gets, guys. Whoa! Thank God for warp prism speed. I'm telling you, everyone's really respecting the prism drop. This must be a thing which people are doing a lot more at the moment, I think. It's really interesting. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to hang out front with that. And my other army is just going to all be on one hotkey while this happens, okay? Okay, so we've got that there. Let's also put some batteries down. So I'm putting just a battery down in each of those bases. So you can see there, if you drop on the edge of their army and they're not decisive enough at attacking you, you can do some really unfair stuff. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to go home and then we're going to send the prism over. We're going to get the pylons on the edges to try and get some vision. Pylons on the edges, both edges, so that we don't get dropped. We want +1 and blink. And there we go. We've got main army, second army, And that is just going to set up in the top right, ready to send zealots in. Now, the fact that he's scanning here tells me he's pushing here, guys. So I'm going to quickly send Stalker out that way. And we're going to send an Adept out this way. And we're just trying to see what's up. I don't see his army, so I'm just going to stay in a central position for now. We're going to Q charge just to make sure we don't forget it. We've got another observer out, so we're going to send that forward. And we're going to send, yeah, 2 observers out to try and see what's going on. So right now, it's all about vision. Where is he? I did big damage to his army. What's he focusing on? And we're building Stalkers and we're building Disruptors. Now, we do want to start trading. We just need to make sure we actually get forward and aren't surprised by what's going on. We do need a few more probes to this base, of course. We can get a cannon there. And cannon here. And here we go. Does he realize? Because look, we have vision, he doesn't. So we abuse how broken observers are here, guys. And we just win the game. Okay, A move, and... pull back while our balls are empty. And then what do we do, guys? Remember? 2 more gateways, second forge, and we can take a 4th base, extra pylons. Balls are refilled. See if we can chip it in with some more balls. Okay. Is charge done yet? No, it's just starting. Okay. So I do really want to try and do like charge lot run bys as well. So notice we run away now that our balls are empty. Yeah. Let's add some zealots in. We really need that upgrade, of course, the charge, so that we can actually fight with them. And we also want to think a little bit about the vision. So do we want to keep coming from the same side? And the answer is probably yes, because right now he's only got a tank there, which means even if I start getting hit by a tank, it's only 1 tank right now. So I can kill the command center and then run away. And even though I couldn't chase into all of his tanks, I figure if there's one sticking out like that, we can do it, okay? Now, if you haven't rallied disruptors for a while, F2, control click the disruptor, and then add it to your army group. That's one of the few things you want to use F2 for. Not actually F2A move, but F2, select the right units and then do stuff with it. Oh, he's moving out here. Interesting. So let's try to maybe counterattack or do some stuff up here. Trying to throw these balls out from all sides. And looks like just a few too many balls for him. His tanks are a bit too far back and we're able to hunt him down and just drop the balls. And all we're trying to do here is all of our efforts are on land the balls, engineer a situation where he has to fight into the balls. And it feels really abusive. But that's kind of what we want to learn how to do. And this is part of becoming a good Protoss player is learning how to just really send your opponent to Trigger Town, you know? And my opponent had a 4th command center and actually had a lot of good upgrades coming in and things. So I think if we gave him more time, this would have been super, super scary. Just because, look, he's got good production. He's got, well, 4 barracks, doesn't have a 5th barracks, but 2 2s on the way. He's building double factory tank. A lot of these Terrans are playing pretty macro heavy, and if we give them a bit more time, definitely Stalker Disruptor is not going to do that well, even with the Zealots in there. So it really is about throwing some games, trying to get these tools down. But if we can figure out how to use the Disruptors well, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. Yeah. So yeah. How many probes? Well, we're stopping at 65, and if the game really drags on, we will probe the 4th up a little bit. But we're just trying to add double upgrades to add a bit more longevity and strength to the Zealot Stalker, and we're just continuing to make Zealot Stalkers and Disruptors. So it's a very simple style with huge amounts of tactics and micro that we can do with it. And obviously that was a just disgusting Disruptor shot there. But this is how we're using our observers, guys. This is how we're using our observers. It really is just like all about the vision, you know? So he's lost 9 units, 750 resources. It's just such a devastating shot there. Absolutely crazy, man. Hey! What's up, Drakek? Check it, guys. We got a pig panna. Sorry, mate. It's PvZ, right? Alright guys, so we're playing PvZ here again, and really trying to get the fundamentals down of our solid DT Archon drop into ground Protoss. And today, remember, we're looking a lot at context, understanding the situations that we're in. So, who's ahead, who's behind? I'd like you guys to try and quiz me a little bit more at the end of this game. Who was ahead at what point, you know, question me about a certain point at the game. Be like, hey, you know, at X point were you ahead or behind? Or maybe how many workers do you think he had at this point? You know, did you have to do damage? Any questions you guys have, please shout them out. We're going to try and look at a rewind and see what happens. Where are all the Protosses? We had, I think, 4 Protoss games to start off Diamond 2. So I think we slayed them all there. Alright, so it looks like a hatch gas pool. Very standard opening for my opponent, guys. We'll just go home with my probe. I mean, we could hang around, but I don't think... Yeah, actually, no. We're trying to do more scouting, right? We're trying to encourage you guys to do more scouting. So even the marginal scouting we'll stick with, just because it's fun. And can learn a lot from it. So basically, what are we looking for, guys? Are there lava saved up as the pool finishes? That's our next thing here. So if we want to be super 100% on the probe scouting like you see pros do, are there lava saved up? 1 lava. And the pool's done, immediately turns into 2 Zerglings. So there could be 4 Zerglings on the way. Definitely not the same as if you've got 3 lava sitting there, just bam, immediately. Chrono boost the Adept, make Warp Gate. And what else are we doing, guys? We're just checking, is there a 3rd there? And then hanging out front to see if it indeed is some Zerglings. And if it is, do they try to sneak across? So we see a 3rd hatchery go down. We now go for our Twilight Council. And it looks like I didn't see any Zerglings leave. So not a worry in the world. And what did we do, guys? Rally the Stalker to the high ground so it can see the Overlord, then shift click it on the Overlord. Because if we just click it on the Overlord and it hides in the Fog of War, Stalker will pop out and it'll go, hey, I have an order to kill an Overlord. I don't know where that Overlord is. And it'll just kind of bug out. So, first scout, guys. We already know there's a 3rd, so we don't need to check that. But often we would go check that while sending this in. And we see a lot of drones. Really good macro from my opponent. So let's go in. We're going to go for the deep scout here. So we're going to go, and then we run away. So the whole point of this scout is we just want to see is there gas mining. And the answer is no, they'd pulled off gas. They only had 1 worker, still mining gas. So that's some nice info. Three gateways go down. Prism, and then probe, and then probe, and then pylon. And I don't care about it powering the gateway, I just care about it powering the robo. And I don't like putting it next to that pylon because then they can both die to corrosive bile. And then probe, so we tap 2 probes. Then we build 2 gases.
Like when it's the wet season at my farm.
And then we're gonna go pylon, and another pylon. Lots of production space on those. And it looks like his Overlord ran away from the pillar, so otherwise I was going to use that maybe to push that off. It's alright. Put these 2 guys there. And this, we've already queued it to siege up. We just saw slow Zerglings coming. So I think my opponent skipped Zergling speed to get a little bit ahead there. And we want to send a probe, right-click the minerals so that it phases through the Stalker. Notice how otherwise it would just get stuck on the Stalker. And notice this guy, she's, or girl actually, adepts are mostly girls I believe, are on hold position. Now I'm not going to go in straight away, because if you guys hit this timing with your DTs, you will win every game up to GM and beyond. So that's why we're not doing it, just so you guys get to see the next part of the build. Okay, now we'll go in past 5 minutes. That's the rule I've given myself, just to give my opponents a chance. And still no detection there. So you can see Mass Queen, not good versus ground play. Does have roaches, but we'll just pull back and we'll go unload in a corner somewhere where we can morph Archons. Queue up more probes. 3 sentries and a zealot warp in. If you're worried about a counterattack, you can build a shield battery. And then what do we do, guys? Same as always. Second robo, forge, and charge. Just like clockwork. And then we do want to build 4 gateways in the near future, but we won't have the money for it straight away. 4 gateways, 600 minerals. These guys can, of course, go there, go to the front and start harassing. And we go 4 gateways. And after we drop these gateways, it's really important we get pylons. And remember, if we put them behind the minerals, at least 1 behind each minerals is really nice, because then you can build cannons and stuff. Oh, so what's that? Overlord. So we just go around, pick off Overlords. Obviously, if you commit a bit deeper with the Archons, it's nice. You can do some fancy micro, but we're keeping it really basic in terms of our focus. Oh, we'll just click that Ravager, and then we will try to hang out. So we're going to put this on a patrol path, so it's hard for my opponent to kill. So using battery overcharge to heal these units up. Oh, we actually got one of the sentries. Even with the battery overcharge on. Damn. We'll take the double gas and the Templar Archives. Oh, guys, we haven't made Immortals yet. So big mistake I've made here. Big mistake. So we're going to chrono those. Chrono Immortals, chrono your upgrades. And what do we do, guys? We're going to micro our hallucinations. Now, I like to send them in from different sides, so we're kind of like, we're seeing if he's expanding and stuff. But if you prefer to micro your hallucinations, just keep them together. And doing 2 hallucinations at once just makes it easier, because your opponent can't kill them quite as easily. Definitely makes things a bit more solid. We see a 4th base. We see 1 gas missing. We do see a Baneling Nest. We do see Evo Chamber. Double Evo Chamber. So we know it's mass ground play, right? Mega macro, mass ground play from our opponent. But all signs of greed as well, right? So what do I mean by signs of greed? Well, if they're making double upgrades, they're not coming to kill me anytime soon, are they? Let's go Storm. Okay. Okay, guys. So, stay back at battery overcharge. Alright, we're going to drop the Archons back here. Now that just forced me to morph some of my High Templar, which is not something I like doing, guys. So my High Templar, I'm trying to make more because I need Storm energy. But because I wanted to respect that push, we did that. Now what am I doing? This is a spotter prism. It's just going out front to spot for us. We can take a 4th base if needed. Let's just make some of these. Keep making Immortals. And what are we going to do? We're going to make a cannon in each mineral line. Now you might be wondering why. That's specifically because we're preparing for the very likely eventuality that we let Zergling run by in. Because we don't have a Stalker in our wall anymore, there is a very good chance that we aren't able to hang on. And you can see we're trying to just spread versus the Biles. And we do have enough units, thankfully, even without Storm, to withstand the onslaught. So I think my opponent actually seemed to have macroed really well. But because they're going double Evo and Baneling Nest, I think maybe they were going in 2 different directions a little bit too much. And just getting out this was really important, right? That really helped me. If I had a sentry or 2 alive, I could have used a hallucination. But this is the shift patrol. So what did I do, guys? I grabbed the warp prism, I click it on the minimap, shift patrol to another point in the minimap, and suddenly I have something that's going to tell me, oh fuck, the Zerg suddenly just built 1,000 units and is coming across the map with it. Often, it's just the surprise of a Zerg attack that kills a Protoss player, and them just not moving their army correctly. It's very rarely, oh, that army was unkillable, there's just too much stuff. It's usually not that. It's usually, oh, where the fuck did that come from? I died before I could even cast my spells, or get my army in position. Banelings killed all my High Templar, that sort of stuff. So guys, what are we gonna do? Remember, we're gonna Well, it's actually better if we do 3-pronged attacks, but we're just going to stick to 2-prong for now. Click the zealots in there, and the army moves up the other side. And that's it. Let's go. So we're A move. Wait, he's got banelings even, guys. So especially if they have banelings, we're going to split all the zealots off. I just control clicked and dumped those zealots to the left. These zealots are going to fight over there. We're going to continue to do these. Keep clicking the zealots in. And remember, what do they just do? Grab the hallucination, shift patrol. And what are we doing? We're trying to rally observers out here. And we're trying to just run and storm. And now, grab the zealots, A move. Grab the zealots, A move. So, the idea here is do not expose your main army to too much risk. Just run it around and try to bait them into bad side storms. His army is dealing with the zealots, so maybe we can run in on the left, maybe get some stuff. And there we go. But if you run in a clump, you will 100% lose all your zealots to banelings, and it'll feel like zealots are bad. But past a certain point, if you just use your zealots as run-around fuckboys that never stand and fight, but are just like, lol, 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 and you do the same thing versus Terran if they get a really good ball of ghosts and stuff, you just run them around in these big packs, and you kind of say, ooh, click that in the base and cause them a big problem, and also, this is my unit that doesn't really cost me anything. It's big, by the way. Very well played, my dude. Just wanted to make sure he knew. Hopefully he takes it. Yeah. He's from my clan. He's a Chad gamer. Unfortunately, I am not, because I am a dirty smurf. So the DTs are obviously just insane at killing people. If you hit on time, even at GM, you'll often kill people, especially recently because I think because the meta is so different. So most people are playing as Void Rays, Void Rays, Void Rays, Void Rays. So it's even more so powerful to do this sort of build. But yeah, I think we see the power of this where you're just scouting with the Adept. As long as you put that DT shrine down right after the Robo and 150 gas, this keeps you safe against a lot of surprising attacks as well. Do remember, if we do get all-in at any point, or we even think there's an all-in, just put a gateway down there, a shield battery down here, completely wall yourself off. And that is kind of the mainstay of most PvZ defenses. You gotta wall yourself off. You have to. You absolutely have to. Thank you very much for the love, guys. If you're enjoying the games, please do click the support button, click the sub button, and all the rest. We really appreciate it. Roger Cranford being the last one with the 913 sub. Engine with the Prime Gaming as well. And yeah, we really appreciate it, gang. Thank you very much. All goes up on YouTube, of course, on my pig coaching channel. !B2GM. And that'll link that up for you. The playlist so far. I know we had a copyright issue in the Diamond 3 video, which is why it's not up yet. Warping DTs in at 4 minutes 40 wins macro games versus Zergs 100% of the time, or close to, yeah. Just catching up on chat. Any good questions? Let's see. Void openers are still kind of viable versus Zerg? Oh, for sure. Robo Rally stuck. Is there some sort of Robo Wall you can explore in this league? So, I mean, that's just where this one is already in the wall. This Robo, we like it to be protected. So we prepare for bad situations, right? So what you want to focus on though is you can just leave that Stalker on move rather than hold. And it's still going to help. But at a certain point, once you're on 3 bases plus, if you just build a cannon in each mineral line, if Lings get in, it's just not that big a deal. So it's not really a problem. So that's what we've been kind of pointing out to people is, you know, once we get plus 3 bases full of economy, 1 cannon in each mineral line ain't going to hurt us too much. Up to that point, it is nice if we have a thicker choke point. You can see this is a pretty narrow choke point, but if we had like a gateway there, then you could put the Stalker here, and even if it gets bumped around a bit, it's still going to be in the choke point. Yeah. Maxan likes to build his robo back here so that the Immortals are rallying into without having to go in the wall. So that's a cute way of dealing with it. I don't think there's any best way of doing it. There's give and takes with each one. Yeah, that's a really good way of doing it. Oh, this was you, Draknas? GG, well played, mate. Hey, Killfist, glad you're getting back in SC2, Boomer Gamer. You feel yourself playing better? Yeah, it's just all about having that direction, right? What are the most mainstream builds right now, says Sebsor? For which matchup? There's 9 different matchups, so you gotta be specific with those questions, my dude. and even then, there's so many different styles people play, and it rotates, right? So much, it's hard to answer. A lot of people come back to StarCraft after they've been away a bit, and they're like, hey guys, what's the meta right now? And it's like, it's kind of like stepping onto a Reddit forum and just being like, guys, can you explain politics in the last year? It's like, oh shit, how do we do that? Yeah. One thing you need to mention is muted defense. Yeah, we haven't been playing any muters today, have we? So obviously we're scouting a lot and we keep seeing lots of roaches, lots of ravages. So I guess let's talk about this kind of middle phase, like 6 minutes to 8 minutes, 6 minutes to 9 minutes. So at this phase, how do I know my opponent's not going to just kill me with muters? Well, first of all, we've seen the signs of a normal macro game. Fast third base, lots of drones, lots of queens, lots of creep. This is all mineral focus and big economy focus. They can't be doing that and mutalisks at the same time. So our basic understanding of timing tells us opponent cannot have muters at this moment, right? But they could be heading towards muters, and that's where our hallucinations come in, right? So I actually never built an observer this game, I don't think. Yeah, I didn't, which is a big bummer. So it's very important with these sentries, you send those hallucinations sooner rather than later. And if we do see a spire, we want to build a cannon and a battery in each mineral line. And what we've been doing so far in Bronze 2GM is just starting Blink and trying to do the ground response. Now you can do the Phoenix response where you drop 2 Stargates and play Phoenix. Much better at countering the muters. Gets much more complicated though in terms of microing your army. What gas do you still invest in ground units? How do you defend Ling Roach on the ground combined with muters in the air? If you're not looking, Phoenix don't perform very well. They do require active micro. So the Stalkers is a bit more of a brute force response, but if they'd go mass mutiling Bane, it can get very scary just because Stalkers are not the best at dealing with them. You definitely want to add like armor upgrades after +1 or +2 attack if you're up against heavy mutiling as well, because armor upgrades are so good versus muters. Yeah. So generally speaking, the more roaches and ravages especially you see, the later the muters would have to be, the less muters that have to be. The more drones, queens, hatcheries there are early, the later that would have to be as well. And then we've got Immortals, Archons, Zealots building up. Do we need Immortals? No. So the first thing you would cut from your production against Lings is Immortals, against mutiling. You'd try to get a separate squad of Stalkers on a control group in your main. If you could do one big warping of Stalkers, and then you have like your Archons and whatever over your third. And if you can secure a 4th base, you know, you're going to be great. But generally speaking, if you can just get a few High Templar up with Storm, a few Archons, lots of Stalkers, get Blink out, and then you just go for one big giant push, it can be great. Now, the easiest solution is, oh, this guy's trying to go muters. Let's just go push him right now with Zealot Immortal Archon and force him to make mass ravages and Banelings and that sort of stuff. Now, my opponent kind of obviously was more aggressive. He showed what he was doing. He was like, I'm going to come try and kill you. I went for a great big old Ravager Ling, Roach Ravager Ling timing, right? Which obviously didn't pay off here and was pretty dead from there. But yeah, committing to a sharp timing attack is really good because the muters just aren't very good at base trading. They're not very good at fighting front on either. And if there's Archons, if there's Guardian Shields, Stalkers, these are all things that ruin Mutalisks in a frontal fight. So anytime you can force those muters to stand their ground and fight, and even if they can maybe kill, say, your main with the muters, well, you can just be building cannons behind on your third base. So even if it goes full base trade, you've still got a base that's protected with a bunch of cannon battery on it. Maybe morph an Archon there as well. An Archon and a shield battery is a nightmare for Mutalisks to deal with, and it makes it really, really hard. Would you still get 2 Immortals to destroy queens in case of an all-in queen walk? Well, like if it's muters? That's really hard. I mean, you should already have Immortals by then, I would imagine, so I wouldn't really bother with them as a focus because Immortals don't really destroy queens so much as they just don't die to queens. And they've got good range, right? 6 range, but Stalkers are good for that as well. And just having enough stuff is generally the answer there. Yeah. After the DT drop happens, you should spend Sentry Energy for scouting the bases of Zerg for Spire, especially if there was gas on the 3rd. But even gas on the natural could be enough. Yeah, I don't think you need to pay too much attention to the gases individually, but yeah, definitely the overall picture. Like, so for me, right, so with my let's go back to the hallucination, let's talk about it a little bit more. What do we see? So the thing is, if we see, like, double Evos, big sign of probably not mutas, because you can't really go mutas and double upgrades at the same time. And there's no gas on the 3rd. Okay, this player just can't go mutas. He's only got 3 gases. There's no way he can go double upgrades and mutas at the same time. But also, seeing the army is huge. I see lots of Roach Ravager. Now, if I see nothing but a handful of Zerglings on the map, lots of gases taken, suddenly mutas becomes more likely, right? There's all these little pieces that kind of definitely paint a picture. And if you're not sure, you just can't get that much information, just put a cannon and a battery down in each base and keep sending hallucinations and trying to get that info. And it'll really help you out, yeah. If you do a 3-gate robo build correctly, what time should you be hitting? Says Dorrip, the bronze and silver build. This is with like 2-base charge lot Immortal Archon, right? I don't think it really matters. I honestly don't know, Dorrip. I have no idea. I'll be honest with you. It doesn't, as long as you're doing better than the game before, it's pretty big. So, you know, just if you benchmark against your own timing, then that's pretty good. I'm imagining by the end of Silver League, I'm probably hitting it pretty tight. So if you just check any of the games in the VOD, you can just benchmark it yourself and be like, oh, he hits it 7 minutes with X units. And that can be like your pie in the sky goal. But I think what you would want to focus on first and foremost is just improving from one game to the next. That's all that matters. Just improve one game to the next and you'll kick ass. Gemini did a wall that allows Immortals to be squeezed out while having the unit in hold position. I think the robo's in the wall, but it's a little bit further back, right? So he's like, it's a safe robo because it's kind of behind the wall, but also it's got like its little access port. Yeah, I don't obsess that much over it. It's cute that he figured that out. He's got his own little, he's like, you know, the gate cybercore and the robo's back here, but it's like in the wall, but not. I'm like, this is super unnecessary, but I like it. Hey, thank you, Heinous. Guys, don't forget, use those Prime Gaming subs. I know there's people in the chat who've got Amazon Prime who have not linked their Prime Gaming, their Amazon Prime to their Twitch account to get their free Prime Gaming sub. I get actual dollars for every person that does that, the same as a regular sub. You get an ad-free experience, you get emotes, you get all the things. Why would you not give me money and do it for free? Seriously, Twitch chat, click it. Prime Gaming. There we go. Ghost, the 5-month resub. What's up, mate? Alright guys, we're playing a PvP, so this is going to be really fun. More of that Adept Oracle Harass that is just such a good way to play this matchup. And then we're just going to play mass Blink Stalkers, so anyone who's out there like, Pig, play meta units, show us how to use the Stalkers. Well, we're using Diamond League as a chance to do that. In the mid-game of PvP, we're basically doing nothing but Stalkers. Even to the point where sometimes we're doing it when it's not really advisable. So it looks like my opponent's doing a 1-gate expand, I think. Now, we don't really react to anything we see in terms of that. I mean, we saw Geralt not even respond to that yesterday, right? In EPT NA, which is kind of cool. I mean, it didn't work for him, so I guess it wasn't cool in hindsight, but... So if I wanted to, guys, I could block this Nexus, right? Now, because he's mining from 2 gases, he's not going to be able to put it down for a little bit. We're trying to do more advanced responses to fuck with our opponents now, so... Figure why the heck not.
Bugs.
And let's go down to the natural. I don't want to get walled out of my own base. Okay, and this probe can go hide off to the side. I think he's going to go for the Nexus, but we'll just hang around and double check. So, okay, this is interesting, guys. We're going to just send the probe in and just check what tech he's built up here. Gateway and a Stargate. Hello. Interesting. Alright, so we've got 2 Stalkers on the way. Now we're building a Stargate. And we've got this guy here as well. And our Stalkers are going to pressure because he's only on 1 gate, guys, but he's building Adepts. So our Stalkers can attack because there's no reason to defend. This probe should absolutely go home. And I'm just going to play this completely as normal, guys. And we'll react once we get to it. There's an argument that I shouldn't be building an Oracle because he might be going Phoenix, and that's bad, and whatever else. I tell people who talk in such limited fashions to shut their mouth. I will play the game the way we planned. He's killing his own pylon. He was just killing his own pylon there, guys. Is he voting a Phoenix? Alright, so we're going to make the Oracle. It's going to go down there.
The firstborn shall
We're just going to make a Twilight. We're not going to do the standard next thing, guys. Just because this guy's only on 1 base, so I'm a little bit worried.
You must construct additional pylons.
Ooh.
Yes.
Research complete.
Okay, so we should probably go home. We killed a pylon. I mean, he's probably just all-inning us. It's just because he doesn't have a base. That's what's kind of freaking me out right now. So I'm sending a probe around that side. And my Adepts are going to try to get in. And we're going to try and make... What are we making, guys? Stalkers. We're going to make a Void Ray as well, just so we can survive here. And...
Our window is short.
let's see if we can get in here.
The Templar.
Has he built a Nexus? He has. Okay. So we're going to try and get in and just kill everything we can. And he's got a Phoenix and a Void Ray. Okay, so he's playing air. And oh, he came in at the same time. I was not watching. Okay, so we do not need to be building Void Rays, guys. But yeah, okay. Cool. So what do you do here? Well, he's behind because my base is up much faster. So we just follow our build order here, guys. Now, because I built that Void Ray, I'm a little low on gas. We're going to take these gases just before the gateways. And we are going to poke across the map, opportunistically saying, well, your build order's been really bad. Let's just see if I can scare you, and then run away. I do not want to stay. He's got Phoenix. It's very dangerous to stay on the other side of the map against a guy who's done that. Now, do I need a robo? No, because Stargate, Adepts, Phoenix, Void Rays, there's no way this guy has DTs. The only way would be if he's proxied them. I'll check that right-hand side of the map just in case. But in the meantime, what are we doing, guys? Well, very straightforward. We get the 3rd and 4th gateway. Forge, sorry. 3rd and 4th gateway. We're skipping the robo because it's a Stargate versus Stargate battle. You just do not need a robo in this scenario. And can we get it? No. And he's massing Void Rays. So there's absolutely no reason to do it. Cool. Alright, so what we're doing now is we're going to go upgrades, 3rd and 4th gateway, and then we're going to go take our 3rd base. So the one thing here, guys, is you do not need robo versus Stargate. Stargate count as robo. Robo count as Blink, Twilight, and Twilight count as Stargate. Blink count as Stargate units, right? That's a very rough way of putting it, but it's essentially true. Get out of here! You know I'm going to win this fight, dickhead! Yeah! That was awesome. So we want to start more upgrades. And the trick here is going to be if we can keep him off the 3rd base, that's going to be fantastic. So he's coming forward with some Stalkers there. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to send all my Stalkers out there to attack him. To clean up that one. And we're going to send a probe down the left side to see if he's taken the other 3rd base. And he's actually taking this 3rd base, so never mind. Interesting. Now what do we do next, guys? You guys know. Try to get up to 8 gateways. I don't have enough money to do it all at once, so we're just going to go 6 gateways for now. And this pylon, which I just kind of built there randomly because I needed a pylon, we're now going to come on in. And is Blink ready? It is. Okay. So this is where we win the game. So we blink, and then we shift click, or move shoot is what's more natural for me just because I practiced it more. It's kind of funny that actually, because it's like it should be easy to just shift click there, yet somehow moving and shooting I find is easier to make sure I don't accidentally screw up my clicks. And that's something that's almost on a subconscious level, but it's something that we realize, and what are the magic numbers with Stalkers versus Void Rays, for those of you who are wondering? 15 Stalkers, one-shots a Void Ray. So if you get 16, 17, 18, something like that, then you can just absolutely destroy them. So check this out. Pull back the weak ones. There we go. Once again. Well, I kind of messed up that one. And we just click the battery and we'll take it out. Now, that's actually just huge. So my opponent's opening was just really messy. And we just got ahead because our build order is super ironed out and defined, and my opponent was making it up as they went. And and I can tell that immediately just from the opening, because the opening was really inefficient. They kind of went for a 1-gate expand, and I think they were thinking about expanding, but when my probe blocked it, I think they just screwed up their brain. And they just took a long time to make a decision, and then they went 2-gate Stargate, which shouldn't be too bad. It's kind of the same thing I've done, but you can see here, right? Just look at this early game. So they just sit there. They start attacking their own plat. Oh, they blocked the Nexus. Oh, that was actually, I assumed that was the plate. Is that actually, oh, it is blocking the Nexus. I did that. I did that once. Oh, that sucks. So this is why my opponent's build was so crap. Check this one. Oh, that's so funny. I was like, what are they doing, man? This is total nonsense, dude. You have to be so bad at StarCraft to do that, man. You actually have to be such a trash tier player. Like, I don't know how there's people like this who are playing StarCraft. And you know what's even worse, guys? Not only are there fucking people who play StarCraft like this at the moment, some of these people make videos and teach other people how to play. Like, it really disgusts me, man. It really does. What kind of a donkey makes it to Diamond League and can't even do? Yeah. What? I have no legs to stand on. I have no legs to stand on. I am also a donkey. So Isu, we've all been there, mate. A moment of silence for Isu, who just ended up in a terrible position after this super awkward start. My Nexus went up way faster, and it was really easy from there, but I think we did learn something there, guys. If your opponents, you got full information, you can just see them making Stargate units or Twilight. You really don't need a Robo. Robo is there because safety for Dark Templar, and also you can use Immortals to counter Stalkers, but it's not even necessary for that because you can also counter Stalkers by having more Stalkers. Who knew? Maybe not counter, but deal with them at the very least, right? Today, guys, we are going to be continuing with our build orders to finish off Diamond 2. We had a bit of a break as we didn't finish Diamond 2 in one session because Diamond 2 is a giant league. And we are continuing our journey of Splashgasm. Splashgasm? We're having Splash Damage Gasm. Splashgasm? We're doing a lot of splash damage. We're making splash damage. It's a thing. I'm kind of feeling a little bit bad, and I cannot wait for Diamond 1. So for those of you who are watching this and maybe getting a little bit like, this is out of my skill level, I can't cast spells, I'm a Protoss player. Don't worry, guys. I think I've done so much to teach you all valuable micro skills and fancy spellcasters that I'm happy taking it back and showing you just how easy victory can be. So, a heads up and a bit of a warning, when we get to Diamond 1, we're actually going to go back to much simpler compositions and build orders, and less spellcasters and that sort of stuff, okay? So for now though, we are continuing, and for those of you who, whoops, changed that rally point a bit early. Are we on the Australian server? No, Western US. All right, so my point being, guys, is I wanted to check, and I wanted to continue killing people with splash damage today. But yeah, we're going to do a lot more zealots, a lot less spellcasters, really kind of solid openings into crisp timing attacks. So the great thing is those openings can be turned into much longer games if you want them to, but they're just fantastic as they are as straight up attacks, and that's what we're going to be doing a bit more of. Now this is interesting, guys. We can harass this guy a little bit since he's all the way down here. We know it'll take a while for my opponent to respond. We go Nexus, and that is a very early command center, which means he does not have gas. I'm still going to go up there and take a look anyway to see the lack of gas and confirm it, but there is a gas, which means my opponent's not making an orbital anytime today. So I think this opponent's maybe a bit lower level than me, because that's objectively a really bad build. But it's a thing. People get away with bad builds even in GM, guys. There's a guy called Dark, who's a world champion, multiple-time runner-up, as well as a world champ, and top 4 semi-finalist many times. And his build orders are really inefficient. Shout out to Dark building 6 Zerglings on Glittering Ashes against Terrans that don't build a Reaper. People who've been listening to my commentary know I've been complaining about this for a while and how grossly inefficient and unnecessary it is and how much further he could be ahead every game if he fixed his build orders, but that's part of the magic of Dark. Alright guys, so we're going to go Twilight Council. Let's talk you guys through all the basics. Now you might be wondering, why is, oh, if we can get one more hit off, that would be huge. Oh, nice micro. Alright. I should have already started the Stalker anyway. That's cool. And we'll talk you guys through what happens. So we go Adept first just to hunt that down. Now, if you guys really struggle against the early Reaper and it dances circles, and you struggle whether because of ping or because your micro sucks, here's a hot tip, guys. Wait, did I go Twilight Council? It's meant to be a robo. Okay, this is a false start game. This is... Oh man, I was going over the builds I'm going to be teaching later on in Diamond, and we made the build wrong, guys. Alright. So we're doing an alternate path towards our Disruptor drop, I guess. God damn it, Pig. Why are you so inconsistent? Having too much fun talking to chat. I'm like, that's not a robo. Anyway, to finish the previous point, build a Stalker first rather than an Adept, guys. A Stalker is much easier to micro than an Adept. Much easier to make sure you don't fumble it. So just one of those things. If you guys are struggling with it, just go for that, okay? Now we're going to build a second gateway and a third gateway nice and early, the same way we normally would, even though our Disruptors are going to be later. Now, because they're later, guys, we're going to be going much slower into, and let's just leave this Adept out here. So I see a Tech Lab on a factory. Maybe he does some sort of tank push, guys. We'll just leave an Adept there spotting, okay? So just in case he comes and pushes us, we have the spotter. We're going to go into the non-drop Disruptors. Small map, we can just go across and push the front with the Disruptors. We don't need to walk across, number one. And number two, it's just so late, it feels like it probably won't hit at a very good timing anyway. So why not just do it this way? So yeah, another pylon there, another pylon there. We're still warping in Stalkers, guys. And we've got these all on a control group. We've got... Do we want to build a warp prism? I'm going to build an extra observer while we wait for the Robo Bay. Because remember, vision is really important when we are playing Disruptors. Now, I think we want to take this third down here. So we've got lots of Stalkers. I still don't really know what my opponent's up to. We like to build a pylon there ahead of time, and then we'll put down that third Nexus, okay? So this is a little bit of a weird build order for sure. Because we've gone Blink. It's a bit more like a normal person's build order, guys. Which is gross, because we're meant to be rushing up to those Disruptors, remember? So we're rallying to our third now. And let's go in and check what's going on, because my opponent's clearly playing a very special style with multiple bunkers, siege tanks, and lots of gases, and they're going multiple battle cruisers, guys. So good thing I've gone Blink, right? Let's get a shield battery in each mineral line, and let's build lots of Stalkers, shall we? So this is cool. This is a particular scenario where I would have had to go Blink anyway. So now we're going to go double Forge. And, okay, let's send this in there. And basically my opponent's building BCs, guys. So I'm going to go out, build some pylons on the edges. And what do I always say is BCs are mech. The question is, though, 2 starport? Yeah, 2 starport BCs. So all I need to do is just keep on making Stalkers. And we're going to just have those in a nice central location, okay? Now we're putting pylons out here to spot the BCs coming across the map. And we're going to keep doing this. Now check it out. There we go. BCs are coming. I could follow those, but I think I know where they're coming from anyway. We're going to wait for one more warp in, and then we'll get it. We'll get double upgrades. And what do we always do against mech, guys? Not only do we probe really hard, we take a disgustingly early 4th base, okay? Alright, so we've got enough Stalkers now. Let's get ready to Blink on his face. We saw those BCs were coming right up the guts. So we're just going to target down this BC. And that's a nice easy kill. Notice he's trying to move out to take the third, so let's move this turret away. And what do we go? 4th and 5th. Pig, isn't that wrong? How can you go a 4th and a 5th at the same time? The trick is, guys, we just defeated his first pressure. So honestly, I can do anything I want right now, and it doesn't really matter. Okay? So, do you want extra gases? Why would I need gas, guys? I've got 1,000. We want to make charge, and you do want gateways, okay? But you want to batch things up, because against a mech player, remember, guys, they're going to be going super greedy. They can't really attack you for a while. Let's kill this guy. Keeps trying to build this turret, which is annoying. I think I'll build a cannon here, just to stall out a little bit. So now this one's saturated, so we want to get this base. Now I could grab more gas, for now I'm just going to get the Templar Archives, and that's just so you can spend extra gas. We're going to take all these gateways, and look at that, guys, that's 10 gateways. Seems like a lot. Do you guys take me for a bit of a pansy? Do you think I'm a coward, mate? You think I think that's enough gateways? Guys, you're playing against a mech player, always against a mech player. Switch gears and play a little bit greedier, a little bit more extreme on those regards, okay? Now, let's see. He might have tanks on the edge now. Let's see.
Glorious combat is upon us.
So we could have actually probably killed this. No, we don't quite get it. We'll throw a disruptor shot forward. So well done by him. That was a really bad fight for me. And you might be like, well, why'd you take that fight? The reason is, guys, I have $1 billion money and I feel like trading with my opponent. Now, was that a good trade? No. But this is the mode you want to go into against this sort of stuff. So let's make more Stalkers because I am a little bit worried. So we get 2/2 upgrades now. And we're at, what, 16 gateways? Yeah, I think... Let's go... That's like 18. I think 18 gateways will do us. So we're still building probes up to about 90 probes, about 1 billion gateways. And I think one more round of Stalkers should be more than enough to deal with battle cruisers. I'm also going to build a few more observers. And the trick was those tanks are what slaughtered me there, right? So you might be like, well, battle cruisers slaughter your Stalkers and then BCs kill everything else, right? What you got to remember is you can make a unit called the Zealot. Now, if you guys think about it, I don't know if you've ever been in an argument with someone where you're both trying to insult each other and like get one up on each other, but the Zealot is basically the unit that always knows your opponent's thing that they're very self-conscious about. So, I mean, you guys ever, you know when you're in that situation where someone seems like they're rock solid and you're like, oh, you're fat, and then you just see their self-confidence crumble? Basically, it just always can find that moment. That's what the Zealot does against mech. So the Zealot against mech is just like, the thing is, even though Widow Mines can kill it and this sort of stuff, it just isn't enough because the Zealots will get on top from multiple angles so damned quickly. All you need to do, guys, just attack from multiple sides so that your Stalkers aren't Omega clumped. And guess what? I'm maxed. Oh, my upgrades ain't going to be ready in time, which sucks, but it's more worth it to go while their numbers are still low. So notice, what are we doing, guys? We're spreading our units out to come in automatically with a bit of a pre-spread. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do F2, A move. Now, this feels mean, but remember, they're playing mech, guys. And this is what you can always do against mech with just lots of Zealots and Stalkers. A move from many directions. Okay. So now I'm going to focus down the BCs with me Stalkers. If I didn't do this, it wouldn't really matter though, would it? Because I can always just make another 20 Stalkers at a time. Okay? Zealot's overwhelm the ground. He maybe blinks across trying to kill my anti-air production. Right? Does he do that? Maybe? I don't know. Point being, we went to 85 probes. We made 1 billion gateways. Let's make 3 upgrades now. And we can just overwhelm. So, what is the play against mech here? Whatever the opening, what is the play against mech? Let's remember it, guys. The moment we realized it was mech, and our observers were pretty late because we did the blink build. Okay. But when did we realize? About 5 minutes 30. Completely drop whatever your plan was. So here I confirmed, okay, starports, BCs, turtling up at the front. So what was our adjustment? Let's go out and let's tab out to our document here and just talk a little bit about what that adjustment really is, shall we? Okay. Verse mech, PVT. Okay, so verse mech. So what was the main thing we did, guys? Early 4th base, early 5th base. Both at the same time if you can, right? We stay heavy minerals. Stay heavy minerals. Just stalkers and zealots will usually win you the game, okay? So we're not gonna bother taking more gases, okay? So no more gases, okay? What else did we do? Double forge? Yeah. And then we just went charge and 1 billion gateways. And then mass stalker attack from many sides as they take their third. Now, normally, guys, I would also send 2 warp prisms into the back of their base at the same time to warp in zealots in main. Now, why didn't I do it in that game? He had battle cruisers and a cyclone in the main, and I think he was building turrets as well. I was like, he's spending so much on BCs, he's not going to have many tanks and Hellions and stuff. I can just jump on top and overwhelm. It should be fine. But it's actually crazy, guys. It's actually insane, man. If you just make a big Zealot Stalker attack while being greedy, you can very consistently kill a Protoss player. Now, that's a real kind of loose way of writing it out. I often actually start the 4th base, but I don't probe it. So I do the attack purely off about 3 mineral lines and the 2 or 3 gases that I've got from the start of the game, right? In this case, it was 4 gases. Let's say it's 4 gases, 44 probes, plus 16 on your third, 60 probes, right? So it's 60 probes maximum that I would normally do, and I would set up the attack off my 8 to 10 gateways, go for it, and then I'd be probing up the 4th base and taking a 5th behind it and going double forge. Yeah. Oh, crackety in my back. Very nice. Very nice cracks. So that's your verse mech PVT set of rules there, guys. And honestly, the Zealot is just such a problem because they need tanks, but if they don't have walls protecting the tanks, the Zealots just charge onto them too quickly and take him out. So notice how, oops, I did stop. If you look at my production, guys, no more disruptors right now. Probes, double forge. I decided to get a shield battery at each base just because I was like, okay, what is the other concern here? Well, what is their first attack? And that's what I recognized. So this is another thing we can talk about. So I guess the first priority is, what will their first attack be? Defend this, you know, or prepare defense for this. So it could be, you know, burrow mine drop. Cannon in each base, right? That would be nice. That could help. You know, it could be all sorts of things. What's usually going to work, though, is just keep building stalkers off 3 gates. Will block most Hellion run-bys, drops, Hellion Cyclone attacks, and BCs. But definitely, you know, pay attention to what you're up against, okay? Is a good idea. So in this game, I saw 2 starport BC. I knew exactly what it was going to be, right? For sure. Now, I also knew from my early scouting that my opponent was going for a 3rd CC. It was not a super fast one, so this is pretty damn committed double BC timing that's going to hit me, guys. It's going to be a very hard commitment. So there is a distinguishing line here, which I almost take on a subconscious level, which is why I'm trying to elucidate it now, where it's like, I am actually adding a battery at each base, and I'm warping in stalkers nonstop off these 3 gateways so that I can handle these 2 BCs. So what would be a good number here? For me, it's kind of subconscious. I just look at a ball of stalkers and go, yeah, that'll beat battle cruisers really easily. I don't even think about it. But how many stalkers did I wait for before I jumped on him? Well, he kind of came to me and made the decision for me. But I could have gone now, but I wanted this many. I don't know why I wanted this many. It just felt right. So for me, this is 15 Stalkers. It's enough to probably 4-shot a battle cruiser, right? Probably, maybe even 3-shot a battle cruiser. Let's take a look. So we're going to go 1. We can get a few shots off before that, 2. It's enough to 3-shot a Stalker. So for me, I like to have at least 8 Stalkers per battle cruiser with Blink. That way I can completely shut it down. If we've only got 4 or 5 Stalkers per battle cruiser, it's going to be a little bit dicier. They might kill a few Stalkers. We might have to, you know, we can't just blink underneath and shut them down as much, I guess. So a little rule for myself is like, try to get 8 Stalkers per BC. You know, you can come up with little rules like that. 8 Stalkers per BC equals complete shutdown. You know, blink underneath and focus fire. Okay, awesome. Heck yeah, guys. All right, I think that answers all of our questions about this game. And we can just lock that on the camera of myself for a moment and see if there's anything I missed in chat. How are we doing, guys? Thank you very much for the love. Hair grew a bit big. Too much tournament casting making us wait for too long. Yep, we are back now, though. Patch is going to change everything about this Bronze to GM. I know, right? Those Void Rays we haven't built any of, they now cost more. Oh no. Thank you so much, Slebzed, for the 10-month resub, and Jay Bird for the 5-month resub. Guys, thank you so much for that. Stalkers for days, you know it. Big, you're Australian. A pansy is the last word I would use to describe you. What, a pansy's a beautiful flower. It's a compliment, mate. What if the Terran is meching just to make Pig lose the bet? Hi-oh. Why don't I see your stream and following? I don't know, Helix. Maybe I insulted Austria too many times, talking about you being a state of Germany, and they blocked me. They geo-blocked my stream or something. I don't know. How are we doing, Captain Brash? Just started again and you suck. You'll get there, mate. We do already have full Bronze GMs up for Terran and Zerg, and this Protoss one. As soon as we're going to finish this section today, and we're going to actually. We're starting with much more complicated splash damage units, and we're going back to really basic units. And you guys are gonna just to make a point, I'm gonna show you guys how hard I can crush Diamond 1 and Masters 3 players on my way up in the next stage. Like, I will be able to destroy them with those simple build orders, even though we're gonna move away from splash damage for Diamond 1. I don't know what we'll do in Masters 3 yet, but yeah. If Dark was ahead in the mid game, he would be like a fish out of water, completely unprepared for that situation. I know, right? Have I lost any Bronze to GM games? There's a whole bunch that I probably should have lost. I probably should have lost. Where I was like, oh, I deserve to lose this. And then I did some, you know, pro gamer shit to get back in it. Hey, what's up, Kevin? My back or my shoulder? I had crazy back spasms and then all around my whole left rib cage. It was kind of nuts, dude. It's mostly better now, thankfully. I roasted myself again yesterday. I got put on the got Dot to put the anti-inflammatory cream stuff all over my back and then wrap me up in plastic wrap to like keep it locked in there. So yeah, I slept alright. First, more Hellbats. Would you add more Immortals? No, you would still just kill them with Zealot Stalker. You just make sure your Zealots come in from enough angles. Zealots are so bullshit. They even do okay versus Hellbats. It's actually, unlike Zerglings that just get 1-shot and 2-shot by Hellbats depending on upgrades, it really is kind of crazy, man. Just how well Zealots do, as long as they don't all come in at once. Like, Zealots and Stalkers will do the trick. If you are playing later against mech, I guess the next step against mech, I would be adding triple Robo and going lots of Immortals, and adding Archons just as a way of spending the gas is usually the way we think about it, is you get the Templar Archives just so you can dump that gas into Archons and you can just kind of throw waves of, so yeah, of those units. Definitely Hellbats are very good for tanking, but the Archons, the Immortals, will kill them decently, but it's not like they're there to counter the Hellbats. Obviously the Immortals, they really want to be hitting Siege Tanks, Thors, Cyclones, because they get 2.5 times the damage for those scenarios against those armored units, whereas Hellbats are not armored units, so it's nowhere near the damage output. So I don't know, it's like, definitely, obviously the Hellbats don't kill your guys either, so that's a thing, but I would hesitate to say, oh, my opponent they queued the game and walked away. Well done, Sol, well done, mate. Let's just check that. Match history of my opponent, guys. They're a Diamond 1 player. It's now down to Diamond 2 MMR. Less than a minute. Oh, we're throwing games, are we? What's going on, buddy? You throw all your PvPs, do you? No, you played a PvP build before, so what's going on? I'm gonna message them. Yo, what happened? Just AFK? Yeah, I'm gonna let this player find a game so we don't have someone leaving. And they're not accepting whispers as well. Man, how many people are there on the ladder who are just completely afraid of talking to other people on the internet? It's so weird that in 2022, so many people are like, oh, I had one guy call me names and now I don't want to be part of like all of my best experiences leveling up in any game are like having a good game versus people and then just being like, yo, dude, fucking, you played sick. Let's play some customs. Like, I don't know if that's just a lost art. People these days are just like, it's too convenient to click ranked game. Everyone's afraid to like connect with people online because of one or two bad experiences. I don't know. I really wish more people would leave their messages open and have a lot more. Apparently it's default now. Is it actually default now? Really? Since when? Siglo, thank you for the 16-month resub, my friend. What's up, dude? Siglo del Oro. Wait. Oh, this player's leaving games again. It's the same guy. Literally, he got in a game, left it, and then he queued another one. Oh, what a piece of shit. Man, there are some real sad fucks out there, seriously. Like, how many losers are there playing StarCraft these days? He's gonna leave the game right now as well, right? Because I saw he found a game, that's why I queued, now he's just left it. Jesus Christ. It's just general social anxiety. I mean, maybe. I just don't think everyone has general social anxiety. I don't know, man. Maybe. He's gonna leave. So why do you guys think he waits like 50 seconds in the game? Is it just so I get to start my build order and then he leaves, or what? Anyway, guys, we're doing a PvP build. We're continuing the same builds. We can see what happens. How you doing, young Sally? Yeah, I did. It's alright, you'll get him back. Okay, we sent our scout a little bit late, and he has proxied me. Okay. Okay, guys. And that's a 3-gate, right? Yep. Okay, so make that, and I guess I just make a cannon here. And then I block his expand. So if they're proxy gating, you can just wall off, guys. And notice how he doesn't have gas? No gas, no transition. So as long as we get a cannon up, he can't really do anything to me. We can build a cyber core down here as well. Make that a nice thick choke point, easy to wall off behind. Now if I want, I could also steal his gas. And then I can go, hey, you don't have gas yet. Let's block your nexus. Just to make sure you can't do that. Now, obviously, he can't expand, guys, so... I could even gas steal here, I guess. I don't know. He's going to try and break through, really? Oh, there are different levels of hopelessness, guys. He has not taken gases yet? Okay. Oof. Really? And he's now going to go for a cyber core, is he? Yeah, this ain't gonna work for you, buddy.
I'm here in the shadows.
He's gonna try and take a gas. And alright. Alright, we can put another guy there, and I think we'll build a third gateway. We'll keep chrono boosting that. And obviously stalkers can just micro against this all day, guys. So we're just going to do some real basic starter step. And we've got 3 gateways, right? Let's make a 4th gateway, shall we? Awesome. And he's going to turn around, so all we need to do, guys, just stutter step, zealots can't hit you. And easiest win of our life, right? Should be, because now we've got warp gate, so we can warp in at the front as well. So yeah, if you can wall off, that's the easiest way of blocking a proxy gate. Now remember, why did I know he proxy gated, guys? We saw the probe was coming from the wrong direction. That's all. And there we go. Okay. So this is just a good cheese defense for us. We completely shifted our game plan. Remember, guys, if your opponent proxies their buildings on your side of the map, you don't just go back to a normal game. Because if you're this far ahead, you should just go win the game. There's no reason to drag it out. All of their infrastructure, all their production is on your side of the map, right? It's all on your side of the map. So you should absolutely just go and win the game. There's no reason to drag it out, because how can you punish the fact that they built their production on your side of the map? It's like, go kill their production. Because how are they going to macro up, transition into other units, and also defend such an extremely undefended position, right? Which is out here. If you take out those 3 gates, they can't transition. But if you let those stay up, you'd be amazed how solid their macro game might be. Yeah. Make a robo. This player's obviously just staying in it to waste time, because they've got their time's valuable. Do you ever send your probe from the wrong direction to throw people off, Pig? No, it's a good idea though. But you need to time it. You need to know when their probe scout's coming out, right? Because otherwise, coming up the ramp, people won't notice it. Yeah. Mathman, thank you for the 41-month resub, dude. How are we doing? Do you know how many people Smurf have multiple accounts video gaming? If you don't want to play Smurfs, don't play PvP. It's actually not that many. It's a common thing for people to think there's Smurfs. Oh, he actually, okay. He actually did expand? Okay, this is cute. Map hack reporting. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some people just live in a fantasy world, guys. What can I say? That's crazy, dude. I don't want to play the same guy, so I'm going to keep that chat open with them, and then I can see when he finds another game. You search first. Good luck. Ranked 1v1. Alright, looks like they already found a game. The people he's playing against are already aware of who it is when they queue? Not necessarily. I would rather play against the regular Smurfs who shit talk me in chat than the ones who shit talk me to 500 people. You're joking, right, young Sally? Or are you actually angry? Oh wait, you're actually upset? I understand, smurfing is shit, and I've always said that for sure, yeah. So, I'll go over I should have gone over the reaction from that last game, but guys, you see a probe coming from a weird direction, go out there and look for it. And the thing is, remember, I actually sent my probe scout out late last game. So if I didn't do that, I would have still seen it, right? I would have still seen it when I got to his base and saw a pylon, no gases, nothing else at home. We would have known, oh, I'm being proxy gated. And I would have gone for the same response, which is wall off the base. And I could have gone gate, forge, and then maybe a pylon in the middle would have been okay. But the trick there is make sure you still remember your second pylon, still do your standard one gate response. Oh fuck, we're playing a Zerg. This is not a Protoss player. Well, this is going to be messy. We're going to have to wall off with our second pylon. It's going to be a bit dirty. Alright, that's cool. But yeah, definitely keep building it. Remember your second pylon, and if it's in the wall and it's getting hit by zealots, make sure you build a third pylon to replace it. And if you do get the wall off up, you probably can skip the zealots entirely and just go cannons. I still built a zealot just out of habit because that's part of what I always do against people who are doing some sort of rush. But once you get the cannons up, just try to build stalkers. Good luck, have fun, mate. thought you toss high ground gate wall. Alright, standard opening from him, so that's fine. Let's see how we go. A big thing about your content is how anti-smurf you are. Yeah. I mean, I explained why I did this many times. It's one thing if you ask a high level player. Yeah. I mean, this whole discussion. Obviously, I get where you're coming from, mate. Anyway, guys, let's get this pylon up. This pylon's kind of late, but you know, I've answered this about 100 times on it during Bronze to GM. I still don't think it's great, and I've always said it's totally fine if someone gets a bit angry. I did not shit talk you, I'm quite sure, during our session. I might have mentioned some things you didn't do great in your build or why I got in a good position or something, but yeah, hopefully I wasn't too disrespectful. If I'm talking about people's mistakes, it's purely to point out why I got away with things that I did, and that sort of stuff. It's not meant to be like, oh, you're fucking bad, this guy is so shit. And definitely I'm not the best teacher at talking through these things while I play, so it's just the matter of the case is that it will be, you know, some games I quote-unquote cheat a bit more by playing a bit faster. Other games I'm a little bit more slower and lower APM. And it's been really hard, personally, for me to do it. So, guys, normally we'd have a wall off. So we're going to try and run this probe away. Get out of there. All right. And let's just shade across. I've got an Adept almost out. But I've got to get this wall off up, guys, because it's almost 3:30 already, okay? So we're going to go get that robo going. Did the Zergling get in here? Yes, it did. Oh, man, this is so annoying. Well, we're just going to pull some probes and try to kill him just to get rid of this problem. And my Adept is going to shade into the main and then just run away. Okay, we see plenty of stuff. Plenty of probes, guys. So cancel the shade and then just check for the third base and go home. Okay, go home. That's it. Okay, we can finally look away, but not completely. Why not? Link speed, guys. So we need to get the DT shrine. Link speed kicks in at 3:30 off a hatch gas pool. Now we've got the wall off up. Now we're actually in a position where it's not as dangerous. Up until now, though, this was super like I could get killed at any moment. Oh god, oh god. So we're still building probes. We've got the Stalker in the wall. This is why against random, I always prefer to wall off on the low ground, because I just think it's way easier if you just wall off on the low ground instead of then trying to do this like reactive wall off later, kind of messes with your whole build order, makes things harder than it needs to be. So I'll also make another Adept here, guys, and that's going to allow 2 Adepts to secure the third base rather than just the one. Now I always wonder which third to go for. For whatever reason, we're in the habit of taking the front third. I guess it's a little bit easier to take. And remember, what do I always do, guys? We always shade straight in between the gap. That's hotkeyed. We can put guys on gas now. Let's chrono boost that. We've got 4 gateways. These Adepts are here, and we're going to hold position them. Now, my DT shrine was not very fast, so that's okay. This is just going to sit over here for a little bit before going in. We'll queue up a few more probes, which I thought I'd queued up plenty of before, but apparently not. Now we can warp in the 4 DTs, and what you want to do is you want to add them all to your hotkey, and then unsiege the prism, and bring that in behind. I've just A-moved them for now, and now I like to control them all as one hotkey. That's how I like to do it, guys, and then I box the prism to pull it away from like the Spore and the Queens. But they're taking damage, so what do? I reselect the hotkey and just right-click on the prism, because they're all in the hotkey. So that's the way I like to micro it. Everyone does it a slightly different way, but that's my preferred way of doing it. All right, we're gonna get 2 pylons here. We can add that to the hotkey, rally it out there, get another pylon there. And then what do we do, guys? Second robo, forge, and charge. Okay, add these to the hotkeys, add to the robo hotkey, add to the upgrade hotkey, make an observer, and then an immortal, and then chrono boost that across the map. Jump back, more Farcons. And these guys, I'll click back up here, and I can micro those in a little bit. Now, if we're ever worried about getting attacked, just build a shield battery on the third for safety. I've talked about that a lot. And we're going to make a few sentries and a couple of Adepts. And this is just so we can scout nicely with hallucinations. Okay, guys? Now you can see things like, oh, he's sitting out there. So this is a nice thing. If you see that, just get rid of that vision. We'll come up here with the sentries and the Stalker, and we'll deal with that. We're still building probes here. We're going to make +1. And what's the next thing, guys? 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll send that Stalker up here. I'm going to shift a move there, and get that off. Get the Observer back to the front, and now the Archons. So these Archons, ideally we would have gone in earlier, but look how the Prism runs too far ahead. Select the Prism, pull it back, and then send it back forward. So it just hangs out just behind the Archons, okay? Oh no, I clicked that a bit too late, guys. That was bloody lazy, wasn't it? Oh no! And I have an Immortal rallied across the map. Okay, let's build more Immortals right now. Keep building probes. Jeez. Let's put that Stalker back in the wall, because that's dangerous, isn't it? And now that we've got all the gateways, let's add those to the hotkey. Oi, that's a changeling, isn't it? I didn't put a Zealot there. And what else do we need, guys? Lots of pylons. So let's get lots of pylons here. Okay. And after you get the Templar Archives, we always get the gases on the 3rd. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to send the Prism across to be ready to attack the main. And remember, what do we do, guys? We're going to do the double Hallucinate Scout to see what's going on, okay? So we're going to just make some Zealots to help make this army a little bit tougher for now. Oh, that's another changeling, isn't it? And we're going to try and attack that with the Stalker, and then shift-click back to guard the wall. Now that's a pretty shitty wall, so what can we do to make sure we're not as vulnerable to run-bys, guys? Just build a cannon in each base. Makes you a bit more safe. Put these guys on there. We can now make Storm as soon as that's ready, and of course you want to get the High Templar out real early as well, guys. So warp in as many High Templar as you can. Well, up to 5 or 6 is usually the count, actually. Now I didn't really look at my hallucinations, but let's look at it now. What do we see, guys? We see Roach Horn, double Evo Chamber, triple Evo Chamber even. So it looks like my opponent's going to go mass ground. So that's good because it tells us, well, if he's going triple upgrades, I don't think he's going to be able to like mass mutas or anything like that, right? Let's try and take a 4th base out there. But let's try and check his work account. This was his 4th base, and I don't see any workers on that, which means there's going to be about 1,000 Roaches and Ravagers coming my way. I'm just going to leave this Observer here. If I've got full 3 bases, guys, and he's got no drones on his 4th, that means I'm at least even on upgrades, but I'm making Storm, Immortal, Zealot, which is a much better army than someone who's just making Roach Ravager. Now we see the Roaches coming across, so I'm going to click these Zealots into that base, and we're just going to try and defend. Now remember what I've said previously about the shift patrol hallucination. If you're worried about a Zerg coming across the map, shift patrol a hallucination out front your base, and maybe put a Zealot spotter out. So what are we going to do, guys? We're going to send there, shift click an Adept, recontrol group, come back, and look, he's broken these rocks. So we know what he's up to now, don't we? And he's actually gone 1-1 and Hydras. So it's 3 base Roach Hydra. So I'm still building more Immortals, guys. We're adding them to my hotkey. We're adding these extra upgrades. And we're going to try and take this 4th base. And we need more tanky units. So we're going to make a few more Archons and Zealots. So always warp those in pairs. Morph them into Archons. And let's try to do some nice Storms. Notice how he's attacking into a bit of a choke point. So we're going to try to just A-move this a little bit. And notice we just manually grabbed 2 High Templar at the front to... So notice I was trying to storm on the high ground, which technically I don't have vision of, which is why that wasn't working. And notice I'm not really dodging the biles at all, guys. I do kill my own Archon almost there with a hallucination. First thing you do after a fight, guys, rebuild the High Templar. And he's coming out here still. This is still a bit of a scary army, so let's quickly make some more Zealots. Okay. And we'll turn to fight if needed. Now, I got a lot of money, and I haven't built my extra gateways yet, guys. So this is actually a scary point where I'm like, ah! And do we have another storm? Not quite. So these Zealots should be able to come forward, but notice I'm losing all my valuable units. So at its core, this is not good play. The reason I'm kind of confident just fighting is because, remember, I know he doesn't have any drones on his 4th. He has a few there now, but not many. So what do we do, guys? And what did we not get to do before? 4 more gateways. We need to remake these bloody High Templar. Let's make armor, because that makes quite a bit quicker than the other upgrades. Add these to your High Templar hotkey. And what else have we not done? Well, we lost a probe on the gas. Lost a few guys there. So let's put our guys on gas over here. And this base is wide open. He could have ruined this base if he attacked here with anything. So now we've got 5 High Templar gathering energy. Let's keep making Immortals as the core of our army. Keep making Zealots. And What else? Well, what we can do now is we could actually do some more zealot run-bys like we like to. We're going to A move, shift right click on the minerals. So they're going to kill and then go back to mining. Alright, awesome. Alright, let's make another stalker. These overseer run-bys are being annoying. And let's also put that on there. Alright. So let's keep making zealots here and archons. If he goes lurkers, that'll be really annoying for us to deal with. So what are we going to do, guys? What we're going to do is we're going to attack the bottom. And while we attack the bottom, we also want to attack the top. So what we're going to do is we'll set up zealots there to run into this base. And we'll warp in zealots in the main. Remember, this is that same set piece we've been looking to do. Oh my god. Well, that's a very big attack by him. But notice that he attacked right into us. Now guys, remember, the observer is just following, okay? Now let's go do that attack that I was planning to do anyway. Alright, so we're going to move forward here, start clearing up the creep, and remember these observers are just shift-clicked to follow different immortals, okay? So those zealots attack there, these zealots click there, and then we micro our front army, okay? Remember, the other zealots are just throwaway units. We don't need to actually do anything with them. And even though he does have some lurkers, he doesn't have many because he threw most of them away. If he had more lurkers, I would have manually pulled my observer forward and maybe even gone into pervert mode to give it bonus vision at the cost of it, of course. Oh, we're out of storm. Okay, more Farcons when you're out of storm. To give it extra vision at the cost of its mobility. So there we go, guys. And that there is that same format we've looked for every single time. Is create a very simple situation where our main micro on the front is High Templar Storm, and just cue the zealots to attack other areas at the same time. And we don't really want to focus them. Thank you. GG, well played. GG. So we can go back and take a little look-see at this game and see that the build order was a little off, but it is what it is. Okay. But yeah, anyway, guys, there's nothing wrong with young Sally. So like I said, so with what young Sally was saying, I've been saying the whole time, if someone's going to be angry during Bronze 2 GM, and it's happened so many times since the first Zerg one, I've always said, what have I said, guys? Makes sense. It sucks to get smurfed. It does. So I'm not ever trying to defend smurfing, and I think it's shit. And I've always said that, you know, I am literally being a massive hypocrite by doing Bronze to GM, because I've always been like, this is shit. At the same time, I've also seen how many thousands of people get into StarCraft. Every time there's a Bronze to GM they come across that explains StarCraft in a slow, hands-on, fundamental way, they love it. And I wish they would be able to, you know, learn in different ways and pick up things other ways, because there is a lot of other ways to do educational content. And who knows, maybe if I do one in future, I'll try to grab a bunch of players from Bronze and I'll play... Well, I mean, it's impossible to really grab Bronze, but maybe I'll grab a bunch of players from like Silver, and then I'll grab a bunch of players from Gold, and, you know, maybe I will get like the volunteer experience. I think it's quite different to Ladder, because they will all play different if they know they're playing against me, right? And so it is a bit different, but I think that might be a more palatable way of doing it. We'll see how we go. Yeah, so the Disruptor drop is especially tilting, I think. And that's why, part of why I'm going back to simpler plans is because it's been a bit too devastating when I do land the big Disruptor shot outside on people's army. In PvT, for instance. Same with the storms in PvZ have been pretty deadly. Like the Archon drop, I've been forcing myself to hit really late with it because I was just killing people even when I felt like I was playing slowly. Like even a half crisp DT, you know, drop timing just felt a bit too abusive. But yeah, I think that Disruptor drop build felt especially abusive. And because it kind of really requires a specific response, which is why I'm actually so keen to get past Diamond 2 and stop doing it. Because I'm like, it's this really abusive, powerful micro thing where at a certain level, most people are going to inevitably clump up their army in vision of an observer, and I can just drop or walk a Disruptor up and just go boom. Kill 80% of the army. It's a very frustrating way to play. Yeah, for sure. That's cool. No, I understand it's a shit experience for some people, so I get what you're saying, young Sally. I've always said it does kind of suck when you think you're going into an even environment and then someone's abusing the system. On the other hand, I do try to make the games relatively quick, and I try to, you know, blitz through the ladder as much as possible, rather than, you know, effing around taking, you know, 45-minute games, as well as, you know, even when I'm going to lose games, part of the reason why I win, and people are like, oh, we could learn more if you let yourself lose, and I'm like, well, I explained that I technically lost the game, like I would have lost the game, and then I had to do pro shit, and I use it as a teaching opportunity, but it shortens the number of games I have to play and the amount of smurfing I have to do. It's also why I've had people leave games, and early on I did try to then leave a game or two myself to balance it out, because people are like, hey, we're losing bronze games, these silver games, these are our favorite ones, what the hell? Like, you know, you had 5 guys in a row just leave against you, you should leave a few games. And I was like, okay. But there's a lot of other games I don't leave, and the reason is, I simply don't want to spend too much time in the lower leagues and smurfing, and I don't want to put myself where I sit at the same MMR for too long and might match the same person. Back in the Zerg Bronze GM, I matched someone like 4 times in a row, and it felt really bad. I felt really bad about that. Velcius, thank you so much for the love. Guys, what the hell? Velcius coming out with the huge $25. Thank you so much, man. Waterboy with the 28 months as well. Thank you so much for the love, dude.
Thank you for the Protoss B2GM.
People who complain about Smurfs are just unwilling to improve. I totally disagree, guys. Like I said, if young Sally's frustrated, young Sally's frustrated. It is a frustrating experience. Now, if we were all super in terms of what's in your control, what's not, is complaining about it forever going to help you improve? No, it's not. But I complain about lag. I complain about my opponent playing a dumb strategy or doing this. We all have to let off steam sometimes. That's just the way it is, right? No one's perfect. So someone gets, you know, unknowingly smurfed on the ladder. Don't go out there and be like, hey, you're just not trying to improve hard enough. Take it as a gift that you played a high-level player, man. You know, don't attack young Sally or anyone else. At the same time, I do want to move on because we've talked about it so many times before. So I will move on from there. But I hope we explain our point of view on it, and how I did a video many years ago saying Vibe changed my mind about smurfing. Bit of clickbait title, but it was just a little discussion in the chat, because for a long time I'd always chat on smurfing because I always saw it as the lowest common denominator of, you know, content. Hey, look at me bash people half my skill level, and yeah. So I could have done a lot more fancy micro, guys, but we tried to just keep it real simple in this fight, and even in that hold, we did send some zealots in for a run by, I believe, right? I think we did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we sent zealots running in for the run by as we came in. Now, one thing here, guys, was I wasn't chrono boosting immortals during the fight, and I moved out of battery range. Whereas if I pulled back these immortals here and here, activated battery overcharge, I would have lost like no batteries. I could have pulled all my High Templar way back, waited for energy, started warping in more High Templar and gathering energy. Because the thing you got to be worried with this army is as you run out of High Templar energy and you have no more High Templar in the back, like morphing, saving energy, your army is not getting any better. You're basically down to just a raw firepower army of Immortal Zealot versus Roach Hydra. You don't have that big game changer in Storm. I also wasn't using Guardian Shield, which probably would have been really big against a Roach Hydra force. That would have made a big difference. So there's a lot of details that I could do better here, guys. And yeah, I think we can try and focus on those. Okay, cool. Colossus seems like a safe way to do bronze to GM. Yeah, it depends on your positioning, really. I mean, so with the Colossus, so that's kind of, it's kind of like a funny thing, right? There's so many ways, and they're all different skills. So I don't think there's any one right way to play StarCraft. So Colossus are really good because they're very well rounded. What's the weakness with Colossus? Well, if they don't have enough gateway support, if they're fighting like Marauders and tanks, they do literally nothing, right? So if someone tank pushes you and you let those tanks get across the map and siege up on you, Colossus are really bad. They're terrible, whereas Zealots can A-move that. So very Marauder tank heavy armies, Zealots are way better versed. Very Marine heavy armies, Colossus are better versed. You've got to engage in different ways. I think Colossus is probably the most well-rounded style, especially if you get up like multiple observers for map vision. It's pretty fantastic in PvT. In Diamond 1 we will be doing just heavy Zealot Stalker though, off the blink opening. Why don't you wall off the front versus Zerg? Oh, sorry, I didn't see that until now. I usually do, I messed it up. I thought I was playing a Protoss player at the start. Did anyone meet Nina's Pro Brush to GM? Seems like the most tilting thing ever. Yeah, she swapped to Zerg to get GM. Nina did, I believe. If I remember correctly, because probes were too bad. I think she got GM just doing drones, though.
I return to serve.
By the way, Scarlet, I yesterday while I was cooking dinner and eating, and while I was going to sleep, I was listening to you and Mr. Mechanics discussing ZVT. I learnt so much stuff, and it was really good thinking about all that. So thank you for doing that on stream, your little ZVT discussion, because that's it's so nice to be a fly on a wall for those sort of just listening to pros, just be like, how do you know. What's the ideal response to this? What's the response to that? I would love to do coaching on stream, Scarlet. Do you want to do it when you're streaming as well? Yeah. Anytime we're both streaming at the same time, then that'd be awesome. I'd love to do that. Every time you mention anything in chat, it makes me like way better. You don't even need to be streaming. Hi-oh. Yeah. Maybe tomorrow. If you're around tomorrow, anytime at all, Scarlet, I'm always down for it. You know what's funny? Is like, for me, I would be such a better player if I just cheese more as well. I think we learned that yesterday. I start up the stream after crazy back spasms, and then I go and I cheese Geralt with a Ling Flood. Did a dumb queen push. He did the exact same build. Shouldn't have done a queen walk versus a robo opening. I thought he was going to go Stargate. And I was like, oh, he didn't go Stargate, but that's fine. I'll still do the 4 queen walk. But then we beat 4GG as well with a cheese. And I felt like I was playing mechanically like pretty uncoordinated yesterday as well. So that was kind of funny. It's like, I should just cheese people more, man. No, it's not even about cheesing. It's about giving myself simple plans that my small brain and slow mechanics can actually handle, rather than trying to do very like knife's edge builds. I always tend towards knife's edge builds as bad. Tomorrow you're going to stream ladder, but maybe Thursday, Friday. Heck yeah, Scarlet. Yeah, probably. We'll probably maybe we do some even before the tournament. I don't know if you'll get a chance to play the tournament on Thursday, but if you're on before that, hit us up. Otherwise, any other day, I'll Discord DM you. Doot. Reminder to... Alright, put that there as a little reminder. Has anyone seen Protoss is playing different on ladder? Lots of Robo and Twilight openings, I've noticed. The last few days, a lot of people getting ready for the non-Void Ray meta. Speaking of tournaments, any plans for the viewer tournament this month, says Maxan. I mean, we don't have a viewer tournament, but we do have... Check it out. We have the Begone Void Rays, so I do hope more people will sign up for that. Void Rays aren't dead. No, they're not. They're just back to what they were before. But it's you know, 50 minerals, a few seconds build time. It is a difference for sure. All right, guys, we're honing in on the end here of Diamond 2, the splash damage oriented tier, where we have just really gone deep on obsessing over making disruptor drops work, storm work, and Mass Blink Stalker in PvP. To be fair, no splash damage in PvP, that is true. But these are all fancy tools, and we've decided to use Diamond 2 as a playground for them, because still far from a perfect league. I guess perfect league doesn't exist, but I just think it's a good idea to always challenge yourself to try and learn new units earlier rather than later. But I'm sure some of you are dying to get back to basic bitch armies. And that's why Diamond 1's for all you. The baboons out there who are like, 2 control groups, I can't do that. We get some clean, crisp, simple timing attacks off some very solid openings in Diamond 1, which should be really fun. So, you know, it's going to be cool. PvZ, we're going to be doing the exact same opening, but we're just going to be doing it as a clear 45 probe timing attack. Zealot Archon Immortal. Really basic, but try to just set up for that well. And PvP, it's going to be just a 2-base blink all in, rather than like 3-base mass endless blink, you know. So, because we've been doing a lot of kind of macroing harder in Diamond 3 and Diamond 2 up to a bigger stage, and taking longer to go and exert our lead on our opponent. So it's been a real change to kind of, you know, what's going on, right? with like the timing attacks we were doing earlier. And we didn't have an extra probe queued there, guys. That was a pretty big mistake. It's not the end of the world, but definitely kind of frustrating. Notice this natural is pretty far away from your main. So if you do choose to return this 5 minerals before going down there, it delays your gateway by a few seconds. So this is me saying, I want 5 more minerals, but it's going to delay my gateway by about 2 seconds. So just keep that in mind. That's the price I'm paying. If you struggle versus 12 pool, don't do what I just did with returning those minerals, okay guys? Don't do it. Anyway, back to the point. This is because we're going a storm and a 4th base. We are playing a lot longer into the game, and we're still trying to show you guys that there is confident attacks you should be hitting at those points. There are still ways you can kind of simplify your playstyle to not make it overcomplicated. But I think it's going to be a nice return to like, oh, I get X workers and I go all in the next league. Now he's going 3 hatch before pool, guys. You guys want to see a cool little trick? Check this out. Actually, I don't think you can see that on this map, can you? Ah, damn it. On a lot of maps, you can see the 3rd from the high ground. On this map, you can't. I'm like, hey guys, here's a cool trick you can... Okay, not on this map. So my opponent's gone 3 hatch before pool. Now you guys are no doubt wondering, how do I react to that? How do I stop that? The trick is, honestly, you should just do your completely normal build. Now, technically, there is an adjustment you could make, but I guarantee you, most of you will F it up and it won't be worth it because you will mess up the execution. And I know this because I mess up the execution all the bloody time. And that reaction would be to do a double adept. Just chrono an adept, chrono a second adept instead of a stalker, and try to get in there. Why? Because he's gone 3 hatcheries, his queens are late, his zergans are late, but most importantly, the gas is late, which means ling speed is going to be super duper late. So it's really tempting to say, let's get 2 adepts over there, kill some drones, or at least force a lot of slow zerglings. Problem. That's different to what we normally do, and we're baboons. So instead of doing that, we're going to stick with our exactly normal build and just try to hit your adept timing really tight the way you normally would. And I know that's kind of alien for a lot of you guys, like, what? Just play good StarCraft? I need to counter their build. You do not need to counter their build. Execution trumps strategy in StarCraft. Now, if you can execute well and do the right strategy, that's awesome. But you would need to practice that double adept opening and do your build properly behind the double adept micro before you actually get good at that. Okay, I pressed cancel there, but apparently it didn't kick in. Now you can see my opponent here has built a spine crawler in each middle lane. This is a really bad build order, guys. Keep probing. And we're just going to trade for some drones. I'm killing 3 drones in mining time, guys. Do you know how behind my opponent is right now? It's actually massive. And we'll send the stalker there, and then there. Keep building probes. 1, 2, 3. So even with 1 adept, we just did massive damage, and we didn't change my build, right? We still got the stalker, so we can still kill any overlords. This is something where you can see that even without changing our build, we can still do massively awesome stuff. Now, he's going quick lair before ling speed. So he might try to go mutas from here, maybe roaches. We don't know. I'm not changing anything though, because I think my opponent is doing something silly. And when your opponent's doing something silly, just do what you normally do, but do it super confidently, super tight, and we can react from there, okay? Now, technically, I know because of my strategic knowledge and whatnot, that it would be a better idea for me to actually just follow up with a really crisp attack here. But that's all right. We're not going to use that knowledge because you guys don't have that knowledge. Now, obviously, you're like, but you're telling us the knowledge. Don't worry. And he actually took a... Oh, yeah, he did go 3 hatch, didn't he? So where's our DT shrine? There we go. Finishing. So we'll see if we can kill this base, okay? Behind this, we'll take a 3rd. We can just click on that 3rd. Kill it. And behind it, guys, we're going to make an observer. And then what do? Forge. 2nd robo. Charge. Now, there's a lot of things we maybe could react to, but because even though he went up quick lair, he went spines. And he went 3 hatcheries. I was like, I just don't think he can afford that much, you know? Okay, so he's making Hydras now. We just go out to the left side and go morph some guys. Let's rally out there. Now, he's going for Hydras, we just saw, right? So anyways, let's make our army at home, okay? So what are we going to make to fight Hydras? Now, the trick is, I'm just going to go for raw firepower, okay? So we're going to build probes still. And we're going to go up to 8 gateway. And we're just going to build Chargelet Immortal Archon. Now, why? The reason is, guys, if I go Storm, I'm already going up to a 3rd base versus a 2 base player. Yes, I'm ahead, so I can do that. Why can I do it? Because I'm ahead. Otherwise, remind me in the replay to break down what is safe and what isn't safe in this scenario, guys. Otherwise, it's really hard to explain without actually going through the replay and point out. But there's a lot of fundamental knowledge looking at kind of like who's ahead and who's behind in different circumstances. That informs this. And yep, big surprise, guys. He's gone lurkers there. Okay, so what are we doing, guys? We're making Immortals and we're making another Observer as well.
I return to serve. You have not enough men.
We're not building any pylons because he's going all in. And where's that Observer, dude? Oh my god, so we're just gonna F2 it now, guys. F2, F2, F2. I don't know where that Observer is. Okay, there it is. He's killed my Robo, but we're gonna build another one. And now, guys, we're gonna... Okay, we'll put the Warp Prism out there. Armies like this. Dump the Observer, so dumping hotkey. Take it off our hotkey. More Zealots, and let's go fight him. And let's just try and kill him, okay? We can take some gases behind this, drop a Templar Archives to make Archons, that sort of stuff. But most importantly, it's just going to be lots of pylons, right? And it's just about getting the numbers, because my opponent's opening was just a silly opening that we punished just by doing a tight, confident build. If I ummed a little bit, this would have been a much harder game. So here's a hatchery there, tempting target, but the real damage could be done in the main, okay? So if we just go there, and do we have the Observers here, by the way? Yeah, we've got another one there as well. Let's get this. So I'm building lots of Observers right now. And, oh, there we go. Okay. So we're going to warp in Zealots and just click those into the main. And then these guys are going to go YOLO. And the good thing about if you siege it up, you stop it from accidentally getting A-moved. So I can A-move that Observer. It's not going to walk into the Spore Crawler. That's the best thing. And now you unsiege it once the spores are dead. Move it forward. And if you can target your Immortals on the Lurkers, that's super good, because they do so much bonus damage to them. So notice in this scenario, guys, we're going to move in. And if you can click on these Lurkers with your Immortals, that's going to be absolutely amazing. Beautiful. Alright, so let me explain the thought process behind not going Storm. Okay, so guys, let's imagine first place case scenario. He has the 3rd base, I do not kill it. Imagine my DTs come in, they get deflected. He has the 3rd, I can't do damage. Okay, in that scenario, we're both 3 base versus 3 base. I assume he's droning his 3rd, I'm gonna probe my 3rd. I see he's going Hydras and Lurkers, very high tech. I can go Immortals, Storm, and the upgrades on the Forge, right? Because we're both 3 base versus 3 base, and we're both going high tech. So just approximating it, we're even on base count, even on worker number, assuming he's building drones for that 3rd, which is something we can scout to check. And we're roughly even on tech, right? Because we're both going really high on the tech tree. So that should be safe. But what's changed here? What's changed? Number 1, we've killed his 3rd. So we're ahead, right, guys? We're absolutely ahead. Why are we ahead? We killed an opponent, we killed a queen, we killed drones. Why don't we have the Warp Prism with our main attack army? You saw, so it could go in the main and kill him there. Hard for your opponent to defend multiple areas. If we have a second Prism, then it would be nice, but I didn't feel like building a second Warp Prism. If you want to get 2 Warp Prisms, you can do that. It's up to you. It allows you to warp in at the front. I do like having forward pylons and stuff, but I prefer to focus more around my frontal army being more of an army I can pull back if they get in trouble and just disengage from a bad scenario. And I just commit to the zealots in the main. Anyways, so get to the point. We've killed the third. We are ahead, right? So that allows me from being even with my opponent. If I'm ahead, I can be greedier than my opponent and get away with it because I've done damage. And we can see this in the units lost tab, right? Look at how much damage we've done to my opponent. However, the situation has changed. Why has it changed? Because my opponent's only on 2 base. We have to assume they are now going to 2 base all in me. Which means while I'm probing up my third and going for every tech under the tree, I am actually going further ahead than I would have been. So let me kind of write this down in a bit of a note-taking form, okay? Really quickly here. So diamond 2, eBay block, verse Mac. Okay, underneath this one. So PVZ on glittering, you know, 3 hatch before pool into spines, then 2 base lurker push. Okay, so really cutesy little play from my opponent. So basically, I kill enemy third. So I now, by probing my third and taking a worker lead, right? So guys, if I was to take a worker lead, how big can I take a worker lead? Normally we say, if you equal on tech and upgrades, generally across the races, usually about 8 to 10 is the maximum safe worker lead, right? If we're not looking at any other factors. So what did I go up to in this scenario? Well, let's take a look, okay? So my Archons obviously kill some units. We, you know, my DTs do. We morph some Archons. We get back in there to kind of see what's going on, confirm what's up. So what do? I actually stop probing here, right? 53. Notice how I'm not really probing much? And I'm like, okay, I get all these gateways. I start building Immortals charge +1. I build a few more probes. And then I think I stop at some point. Maybe I tap 2 or 3 more. Let's see. How many probes did I build? Did I squeeze any more out? We didn't. Okay. So let's take a look at that, guys. If my opponent's on 2 full bases, which is kind of what I assume here, right? Because we've killed his third, and he's actually slightly under in hindsight. He should be on 45 workers. So by building 10 workers for my third, I should be on about 54. So we should be about 10 workers ahead, which is that edge of what is a safe lead, okay? Now, we're going Immortals and Archons, which are pretty high tier, against the guy who's going Lurkers and Hydras, which are pretty high tier as well. So that kind of matches. Now, the thing is, what you have to remember here, guys, is this player skipped Ling Speed, doesn't have Hydra upgrades. He technically is getting them, but he's basically just making a billion Lurkers, as many as possible on 2 base, and try to kill me with, ha! Lurkers, splash damage, burrow unit, they're invisible, it's hard for you to deal with, right? So this is not a Hive and Lurker Den upgrades and Evo chambers, right? So I'm actually taking a lead with the Forge, okay? So I get a 10 worker lead, right? So that's safe. I take a Forge versus no Evos, okay? So that's a piece of greed, an advantage. Let's call that a piece of greed, okay? I match their Lurker tech, no upgrades, no Ling Hydra support, with Archon, Charge, Immortal, okay? But why don't I add Storm? And the reason is, guys, I've already got a safe worker lead. I'm already up an upgrade. And I'm making Archon, Charge, and Immortal versus just Lurkers. My opponent's only on 2 base. I've got 3 bases. Why would I need Storm here? Number one, do they have a massive army I need splash damage against? No. It's just not necessary. All I need to do is defend this +1, you know, this Forge, and 3rd base plus probe advantage. Remember, they don't even have a 3rd hatchery. This isn't just a worker advantage, it's a full base. It's going to take them so long to catch up. So if my opponent decides to drop a 3rd base at this point, it's minutes until they can actually get production and saturation out of that. You got to remember, Zerg's production is their hatcheries as well. So if my opponent doesn't even have a 3rd hatch started, we've got a 3rd up finish. Remember, we could overcommit to being safe here. Make Immortals, make Zealots, and we make like 5-6 Immortals, 20 Zealots with Charge, And then we realize he's just taken a third and a fourth. And a lot of people get trapped in this mindset of, oh no, now he makes drones and he's back ahead. But think about it. Number one, you could just go fucking kill him with those Immortals and Zealots, right? Because you've been making, number one, great units. Zealots kill everything efficiently. Immortals are amazing versus Lurkers, especially layer tech Lurkers. They land hits on them, they slay them. And you're doing it off more economy and more production. Why? Because I've got 8 gateways and 2 robos. And what's my opponent got? 2 hatcheries. And if he's droning up a third and a fourth base off 2 hatcheries, I'll tell you what, he's not building a lot of military. Is he really going to defend 5, 6 Immortals and 20 Zealots with what? 8 Lurkers? A couple of unupgraded Lings and Hydras? It's not going to do anything, right? So, I can overcommit to this army defensively, right? So I just focus on Mass Immortal Zealot Archon. And if he just rebuilds bases and defends, that will be an incredibly powerful attack that I can just take to him. So my best defense of Immortal Zealot Archon could easily also turn into an attack. And you got to understand that best attack is also best defense. What do I mean by this, guys? I mean, a lot of people will go, oh, he's not attacking. I'll drop a second forge and a robo bay and 2 stargates and a 4th base. But it's like, dude, you already built this giant army to defend. That army can also attack. So your army is powerful, but you need to leverage it. So if you overinvest in army, well, it's only an overinvestment if you don't use that army. But we use it just fine. Now, obviously, I was a bit slow getting the extra observers. I don't know where my second observer was. Can we... Had I not built it yet? Okay, I could have sworn I'd already queued an extra observer. But apparently I mishit the hotkey, guys. Because I kept being like, dude, where's this observer? There was meant to be an observer popping out. So I recalled the observer, and then I actually A-moved before the observer was even on it. But I knew there just wasn't that many lurkers. So anyway, you can see this army wrecks his lurkers. Yes, we lose a robo, but it's only one of 2. I keep building more observers out of the other robo. We go straight across the map for the counter-attack. Chat was saying a good idea would be a robo bay. No, not a bad idea at all. And it crossed my mind. I was thinking, oh, you know, a robo bay would be nice. Why? Colossus Rexling Hydra, Disruptors Wreck Lurkers. So that robo bay actually would counter his army incredibly well, especially since I already have 2 robos. But what we realized, guys, is once again, there's just no need to go so hard up the tech tree, right? There's just no need to go so hard up the tech tree. We needed to actually, because you run in the danger of going, okay, I'm making a robo bay, and I'm doing this, and I'm taking the gases, and I'm probing my 3rd, and then you've just got like 2 Immortals and 2 Archons, and he kills you with like 8 random lurkers running up to your base, right? The point is, and the important thing to take from this, is we already had a more than sizable lead. And it's important when you build a lead on economy, on upgrades, on tech, to have urgency about turning that into army so that you can both defend yourself and then also go and counterattack and kill your opponent. And that's the really huge thing that I think you guys can learn from this game. Is this is a bizarre situation where the Zerg has less economy but more tech and is coming with a big, fierce, high technical attack at us. And it's easy to go, oh, I haven't seen this before, what do I do? But remember, just keep it simple. Say, I'm going to get my economy lead, leverage that into a big, simple army. And at this point, I set Zealots in the main and have fun dealing with that Zerg player. He pulls up all of his mobile army, which means these 4 lurkers basically do nothing. And we get to see the power of splitting that prism into the main as one of the most powerful set pieces. I killed a whole shitload of drones in the main, and I pulled his army up out of position. By the time he gets to the natural, even if he had enough to kill the army, he's lost his entire economy. So, prism is a beautiful thing. GG's. I think a Stargate into a Robo Bay would be even more useful because of lurkers. They're both luxuries though, but definitely Oracle is fantastic for detection. Oracle's really good for detection versus lurkers. In this scenario, it is dangerous if your opponent focuses down your observers, so you do need to be a little careful and have some extra observers. Thank you, Robic Blom, with the 100 biddy cheer. I've been here so long, haven't done anything yet. At least here's something small. Love the content. Thank you so much, Robic Blom. Alright guys, next game is going to get us to Diamond 1 and start the new section. Alright, last splash damage section here. So notice, guys, even though we're doing a splash damage in that matchup, we didn't use any real splash other than Archons because it just didn't make sense to go that far up the tech tree. Our opponent was going for a very limited play, 2-base lurker after we killed the third. And it was good. Now, there is a chance of a quick 2-base lair could actually be really good against a DT Archon drop build like what I did, guys. And remember, there's a lot of people who obsess over that. They say, wait, if he did this instead, your build would be bad. And there's always that's going to be the case. But if you mind game yourself by always worrying about what could be, it's going to be bad. The better way to learn in StarCraft is to actually learn from your mistakes. So if my opponent had killed me there, but I played a confident, well-executed DT Archon drop, I can really look at the replay and learn from it. But if you're worrying about things before they happen, you will defeat yourself before the opponent even has a chance. And that's really important. We have a question in chat. What about the cannon strategy? I don't know what that means, Twitch chat. What do you mean? What about the cannon strategy? More words always beat less words, guys. Who knows? Maybe we will do the Protoss GM with just cannon rushes at some point, guys. Did you know how large their army was in comparison to yours? Roughly. Not completely. Oh, sorry, guys. You always check for cannons down here after that second gateway, don't we? We do chrono boost on the probe again. And this is a PvP. We see 2 gateways. Looks like a real standard build. Awesome. Oh, Cybercore. So we go Cybercore. Keep building probes here, guys. Next up, we'll build a second pylon. And this looks like a very normal build, doesn't it? And notice I'm just checking to see where his second pylon is, guys. Okay. And we see the second pylon's behind the mineral line. So this looks like a pretty standard build. The other thing we can look at, and remember we've noticed this, chrono boost energy. So he spent 1 less chrono than me, which means he could do a double chrono on like his gateway units in the near future. So we're gonna go double stalker, and then we get the pylon down on the low ground. And we'll just hang out, and all right. Now we do like to hide this probe down there, remember, so that we can always scout with it if we need, but otherwise we'll just chill. This probe's still running around in circles. Because we saw the third pylon, this really all just looks like a completely normal build. No alarm bells going off whatsoever. Now we do want to build a Stargate, so we're going to build it here. And even though he's still in my base, the Stalkers should be able to kill him before he sees it. But this Stalker actually got blocked by my probe. Whoops. That wasn't good. So we'll send the Stalkers across. Stargate into Nexus, remember, guys. And then we can... second base, third base, fourth base, fifth base. My camera hotkeys weren't set up. There we go, that's better. So we've got 2 adepts on the way. The Stalkers are just having a little poke. We'll build a pylon there, and then we can send this probe home, since the Stalkers should be able to see if he's expanded or not. So I have no information right now. Oh, that was a hallucination, guys. That's really useful for us. And we see he's just building sentries, Stalkers, Nexus. Very defensive build order. Awesome. So... what are we going to do? We're just going to go back to probing here. We don't really need to worry about anything, but we're just going to check for proxy pylons with this probe. So notice I've queued it just so that if I can get away with it, I'd like to worry, not worry about adepts coming in, guys. But we'll see how we go. So remember, guys, we go Robo, Forge, and Twilight all at once. Kind of greedy, isn't it? Doing it like that, but... I think it's okay. My opponent built like a whole bunch of sentries and nothing else, so just building lots and lots of probes here, and then we'll start building like Stalkers at home very quickly, okay? So guys, what are we going to do? We're going to go dive the Adepts, and then the Oracle can come in behind that, okay? So we're going to micro the Adepts, give them a nice shift click. And we're not going to get anything done here, unfortunately. Maybe we can just do a stasis trap there. Oh, we're not going to get anything done. Okay. Going to build a shield battery just in case. Let's get +1 because that takes the longest to build. Keep building gateways. Do we take gases or a third base first? I think we take gases, third and fourth gateway, and then we go for that, right? Yeah, I think so. So very defensive play. Now, what was that tech structure? Something we should have paid attention to. It looks like just a blink build, guys. Is there another stalker behind the natural? There's two. So just gonna hide back here. Okay.
You require more Vespine gas.
Keep building the probes, build another pylon, and we can build a warp prism and third and fourth gateway. And remember, we're doing our mass blink play, guys. So build a pylon down there, get ready to take that third base. Now, if we can slide out of here and then block his third, that would be really sick. Ow! If he blinks, we're dead. Ow! Alright, so we'll try and stasis trap this one, and then we'll try to come around to search for the other one. Still trying to get these upgrades. Still trying to probe up our 2 base as well. That hallucination seeing everything. We don't like him seeing everything, guys. It is what it is. We'll build a shield battery there just in case he does attack us. Oh, looks like that got taken out, guys. So it looks like we did just block his third from being taken, most likely. So it looks like we're going to be 3 base versus 3 base any moment now. So we'll send the Oracle back around the right and poke in and just confirm that. Okay, we're making lots and lots of stalkers here. We do, of course, need more gateways. And we still don't really have a lot of scouting, so definitely something to keep an eye out for. Now, oh, we still don't see a third base, guys, so we're going to go around the other side again. Another stasis trap there being annoying. And what are we going to do? We're going to make +2 attack. We'll make 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So we're still just making lots of stalkers. I'm going to send 1 stalker to the middle of the map. And does he have this base? Oh, he doesn't. So I'm getting a little bit scared, guys. Do we see an army? Oh, there's a big army coming. Uh-oh. Okay, so we're going to move the prism forward to try and defend. We'll try and chase him down a little bit. I've got another shield battery coming up. Try and build another one. And we'll try to use this warp prism to just keep looking to see if he goes left. All we're doing is making stalkers, guys, as we always do with this style. And we're going to make a few pylons, especially when a push is coming. If he breaks this position, 15 supply, 8 supply, 8 supply, losing that would be a disaster. So we're going to push forward now. You've got stalkers, so you can always just be ready to blink back if you run into a bad fight. Oh, so these guys are just going to try and fight like this. Okay, so we're just going to run away down in that direction. He's got lots of slow zealots though. So we're trying to come in from multiple angles here. Notice these guys. So we're going to try and take out the immortals. Okay. So once I clicked them, I didn't think there was anything else I could do. So we were just trying to bring in more stalkers. I did some pretty high level micro there, to be fair, pulling back in multiple angles. So I probably could have simplified that. But as it is. Now notice also I did stop probing, and that's because we saw no base from him, guys. I'm still trying to just get these units out. Do we have +2 yet? We really wanted +2 as well, and we're just going to keep on, just keep blocking these with stasis, and the warp prism can come forward. So you can see the robo doesn't really serve a function for me. I should have built an observer or 2 this game, but because my Oracle felt like it had so much vision, he was dumping gas into sentries, then Twilight, then upgrades, and lots of sentries and stalkers. It never felt like, oh, this guy's, you know, able to really afford this stuff. Alright guys, simple micro. Is this guy, wait, did he GG thinking he'd won? Or maybe he's just changed his mind and realized, oh, actually I can do okay. And does he have a hidden base is the other thing. So we'll drop a 4th, build a pylon, and then we'll just quickly check that side. And this guy's can go check down here as well. So what if he took this middle base over there? That could be a thing. Make another prison. I'm gonna make some more probes, but mostly we're just going stalkers.
I am here in the shadows.
So notice we move in and we one-shot that, and now we're gonna go back to blinking backwards. We're trying to dodge projectiles if we can, but otherwise you're just peeling back guys at the front. Just kind of trying to blink back those weak ones, that same defensive micro that we've been doing the whole time. And we can see we've overwhelmed him just because we have more money, essentially. GG. Did do some fancy micro there. I probably should have kept my guys in a ball and simplified it, but can anyone remember my first big mistake that made that a lot harder than it needed to be, guys? Does anyone remember the first big mistake with my defense? Because remember, I saw this stasis trap disappear earlier. So he definitely got blocked trying to take it. Let's check. Letting him see the StarCraft. No, with the defense of the attack guys, remember, I let him come in and kill my battery for free, which is a huge mistake. If my stalkers were out here, he wouldn't be able to do that. And losing that battery meant I kind of lost the position there a little bit. I mean, I get a few stalkers, so it actually works out quite fine for me, but definitely a very dangerous position to be in. And my opponent was trying to go for what was a 7-gate charge addition to it and was adding +1. But had a few immortals and was going Archons as well. So I think my opponent maybe just went for a few too many things in this game. Overall, they played a pretty tight game plan. But I do think if they had actually... You can see they're floating a lot of minerals. If they're going to go Zealot Archon, they should go up to like at least 8 gateways, preferably 9 or 10. And they should be like building more pylons. You can see they're going to be supply blocked. So their army could have been a bit scarier if that was the case. But I almost feel like skip Blink if you're going to do that and just go straight for the Zealot Archon Immortal is actually not a bad way to play. It's actually a really good way to play. And so when I came down here, guys, I wasn't expecting to catch him like this. And I was like, oh, there's a Warp Prism there. And I boxed these guys and just blinked them towards it. But then I realized they weren't in any danger. And I was like, these guys are fighting his whole army on their own. Just pull them away, dude. So I quickly just blinked back those guys, blinked back those guys. And then I was like, okay, I need to run. But what did I recognize here, guys? If I run to the right, these stalkers are going to like be moving through fire. And if these guys move to the left, they're going to be moving through fire. So what did I do, guys? I actually manually pulled them back on different sides. I said, you guys go there, you guys go there. And then I grabbed the whole hotkey and clicked them back here, trying to desperately just get them out of trouble. Now, when he then changes directions up there, I then just A-moved everything back towards the front and tried to defend that way. And I was always identifying, because remember, once we've A-moved, all we're doing is trying to pull back the units that are in the most danger. So what are the units in the most danger? Here, but once I activated Overcharge, I didn't care about them anymore. Because I was like, oh, he can't really focus that down. It's too far away. These guys, right? Because these guys on the left weren't fighting anything. So I microed those guys. And then I did do a very fancy dive where I kind of synced it up with the other stalkers coming in from the left and focused the immortals. I should have probably just kept pulling back and then tried to like rejoin my forces. That's a very hard micro to do, pulling back on multiple sides, which is why I decided to just jump on him, because I felt like I probably already had enough units to do it. But as it was, we managed to overwhelm there, and obviously he's still on 2 base and we're on 3. So there's 2 reasons why we didn't probe our third. Number 1, you're always going to get to pull workers out of your main about 9 minutes, 8:30, 9 minutes, because the mineral patches run out. See, this patch is about to run out as well, freeing up 2 more workers from this main. The other reason is, of course, well, 8 workers, safe worker lead versus a guy on 2 base, you know, going up into the 50s is a little bit dangerous, so definitely a little iffy. Now let's go back early. You can see I froze him trying to take that again. So I think we did that for the first time about 6 minutes, right? Yeah, so you can see here, this is really frustrating for him. And this is, I get super triggered when people, I learned this trick because I was playing PvP. People kept doing this to me, guys, and if something makes you angry, it's a good play, and you should learn how to do it. So that's where I learned this one. The Stalkers barely miss it. Now, often what happens is that probe will actually block the Nexus. I think in this case, he actually could have sent another probe over, and I think he could have fit the Nexus next to it. But if it's where the Nexus is, it blocks it for a solid extra 20 seconds, which is really annoying. It's so annoying. So, awesome. All right, guys. That's the end of the Mass Blink Stalker 3-base onward style in PvP. It's also the end of Diamond 2. We just got a bit ahead of ourselves, and I want to summarize, guys, by saying if you've gone through all of Diamond 2, remember, take one thing at a time. Maybe you just learn Disruptors and you do Disruptor drop in every matchup with Stalkers and Zealots and whatever else, right? Maybe you just try to get really good at Storm. The important thing, though, is to take these crazy uncomfortable things like using Mass Blink Stalkers and microing them, using Disruptors, using Storm, and make yourself comfortable with them. And that's what Diamond 3, Diamond 2 has really been about. So I hope you guys have taken this message in. I've shown these units and how to use them in a few different scenarios, and I've still tried to take the fight to my opponent pretty decisively once I get those Disruptors up, once I get that Storm up, or once I get the 3 bases and the Mass Blink up. You guys will notice there's common times where it's like, it's go time, let's go attack, let's go fight, and expect to lose. You're meant to lose, guys. I've got muscle memory and experience that I'm dipping into here, consciously, unconsciously, which is why I'm winning so many games. You guys will not win so many games. The important thing is to actually get in there and lose games trying new things, and that's why I've kind of jumped us into the deep end of the pool so early in Diamond 2 and Diamond 3. But for Diamond 1, we're going back to basics, baby.